Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma.
Llegar a ocurrir este escenario.
What a start to 2025, 1 month and a full-blown tariff war, all thanks to Donald Trump. Now, to be fair, he did promise to do exactly this, to tax allies and rivals alike. He spent around 10 days calibrating his plans, and then over the weekend he did it. President Trump imposed tariffs on imports from Canada, Mexico and China. It's 25% for Canada and Mexico and 10% for China. Now, this is unprecedented stuff. All three countries are America's biggest trading partners. Mexico is a neighbor, Canada too is a neighbor, also a NATO ally, yet Trump has not spared them. His tariffs are a big policy gamble. They will target imports worth $1.4 trillion. If it works, Trump will make it to the history books. And if it doesn't, well, he'll still make it to the history books, but in a different light. So tonight, let's look at this unfolding tariff war. Why is Donald Trump waging it? What has been the market reaction? And how are these countries responding? First, some Tariff 101. Tariffs are basically a tax on foreign goods. Say you're importing a Chinese smartphone from Beijing. One phone is worth $10,000, for example. And Trump's tariff is 10%. So the tax on this import is $1,000. On paper, this tax is paid by importers, but the actual burden falls on the customers. Why? Because the importers will sell the phone at a higher cost to cover the tariff. This is a classic side effect of tariffs, a rise in domestic prices. Trump has rejected this possibility, though, but he did hint at short-term disruptions.
Tariffs don't cause inflation, they cause success, cause big success. So we're going to have great success. There could be some temporary short-term disruption, and people will understand that.
And why is Trump doing it? To fight drugs and illegal migration. That's what he says. He says both things, drugs and illegal immigrants, are pouring through the two borders. The northern one with Canada and the southern one with Mexico. These are America's two borders. Tariffs are his way of forcing them to act, to make them tighten the border. And what's been the reaction? Well, the markets don't like this sort of protectionism. They prefer free trade policies, and it shows in the numbers. The German markets are down by 1.9%. The French index is also down by 1.7%. In Japan, the Nikkei closed almost 2.6% down. And in India, the Sensex was 0.4% down. And in the US, the markets have just opened. S&P 500 is already 1.6% down. Most big firms are bleeding money, and this is probably just the beginning of the slide because Trump is not done yet. He has also promised tariffs on the European Union.
We are treated so badly. They don't take our cars. They don't take our farm products, essentially. They don't take almost anything. And we have a tremendous deficit with the European Union, so we'll be doing something very substantial with the European Union. We're going to bring the level up to where it should be.
Now, the business community is split on this. The CEO of JP Morgan earlier supported tariffs. He said they can be used effectively. But America's largest newspaper is not impressed. That's the Wall Street Journal. Their editors are calling it the dumbest trade war in history. No such split among politicians, though. Leaders across the world are opposing Trump's tariffs. Both Canada and Mexico are doing tit for tat. They're imposing tariffs on American goods. Canada has already released a list of targeted products. More than 1,200 items have been listed. This includes US guns, meat and alcohol. The first wave of these tariffs will be imposed on Tuesday. The rest will follow in 21 days. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau of Canada spoke to the press on Saturday. He struck an emotional yet defiant note.
History has made us friends. Economics has made us partners. And necessity has made us allies. That rang true for many decades prior to President Kennedy's time in office and in the decades since. From the beaches of Normandy to the mountains of the Korean Peninsula, from the fields of Flanders to the streets of Kandahar, we have fought and died alongside you.
Trust Trudeau to dramatize things. He's also planning to sue the Trump administration to file a complaint at the WTO. That's the World Trade Organization. Trudeau says the tariffs violate a free trade deal. So he's going to file a legal case. China is planning the same. They have slammed Trump's 10% tariffs and they too will approach the World Trade Organization. But the backlash does not end here. If Trump slaps tariffs on Europe, this could spiral out of control. Today, European Union leaders met in Brussels. They were joined by UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Their primary goal was to discuss defense, but naturally, Trump came up. The EU appears to be united on the tariff threat. The Polish Prime Minister called it a stupid tariff war, and French President Macron called it an attack.
It's simple. We think the priority is this strategic agenda and the security of our borders. If we're attacked on trade topics, as a power that holds, Europe has to make itself respected and react.
Well, this is why we called it a gamble. Trump is imposing tariffs across the board on allies, on neighbors, and on rivals. But that blunts the impact of tariff pressure. Any tool must be used with tact, whether it's a weapon, a financial policy, or even words. So Trump has launched the first wave of his trade war. Mexico, Canada, and China are the first victims. For now, Trump has spared India, even though he kept criticizing India during his campaign. As a candidate, Donald Trump called India, and I'm quoting, a tariff king and a very big abuser.
India, we don't have to talk about if India charges us 100%, do we charge them nothing for the same? You know, they send in a bicycle and we send them a bicycle. They charge us 100 and 200. India charges a lot. If they want to charge us, that's fine, but we're going to charge them the same thing.
So why is Trump holding back now? Perhaps because he's set to meet Prime Minister Modi. Both leaders are supposed to hold talks this month, so Trump could be giving diplomacy a chance. There is talk of a mini trade deal, one that addresses Trump's concerns. Japan did something similar during Trump's first term. They signed a limited trade agreement. It reduced or eliminated tariffs on some industrial and agricultural goods. Now, India could end up using the same template. You see, Donald Trump believes in striking deals, and India seems to be playing to that mindset. Last week, India laid the groundwork for a deal. The budget was announced on Saturday, the union budget. India slashed tariffs on multiple goods. Peak tariff rates like 150%, 125%, 100% have all been removed. Import taxes on high-end bikes have been lowered, like on Trump's favorite Harley-Davidson motorcycles. Import tax on these bikes has been cut by 10%. It has been brought down to 40% now. Even car makers like Tesla are being wooed. India has lowered taxes on luxury cars. Earlier, the rate was 125%. Now it has been reduced to 70%. Beyond these, taxes on top 30 American imports to India like crude oil, aeroplanes, LPG or liquefied petroleum gas, they are in the range of 0 to 7.5%. These changes could come up for discussion and lead to a meaningful conversation on trade when Prime Minister Modi sits down with President Trump in a couple of weeks. But what kind of deal should New Delhi push for? I suppose the specifics are still being worked out, but India should only accept an agreement that works for both sides, not a one-sided deal. There needs to be some give and take, and India is in a good position to extract meaningful concessions. Trump's trade war has created opportunities for India. Tariffs on Mexico, Canada, and China will create a void in the American market. India could step up and fill the gaps. Some sectors can make an immediate impact, like electronics and machinery. On this front, Donald Trump wants to cut reliance on China, and India could prove to be a viable substitute. Electronics imports from India are anyway growing. In the current financial year, they have grown by 28%. The surge was driven by smartphone production. This sector could benefit from Trump's current trade war. Similarly, other sectors like EVs and batteries, pharmaceuticals, textiles and apparels, clean energy, jewelry and precious metals, organic chemicals, iron and steel items, all these sectors have a rare opportunity. Their products will face less competition in the United States as things stand today. They can try securing more export contracts there, provided America meets India halfway. Indian exporters need better access to the US market. They want free movement of goods and more visas for Indian manufacturers. And India has raised this specific concern. It came up last month when External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar was in Washington, D.C. He attended Trump's inauguration. Later, he met with his new American counterpart, Marco Rubio. Rubio is the new U.S. Secretary of State, basically their foreign minister. He held his first bilateral meeting with S. Jaishankar, and the Indian minister raised the issue of visa delays.
When it came to various regulations and processes, I also flagged some concerns which are very widespread in India about delays in visas, and the relationship is not well served if it takes that many days for people to get a visa, because ultimately those visa delays do impact business. They do affect tourism. They in many ways constrain the people-to-people interactions, which is the foundation of our relationship.
So there is a real opportunity for a strong deal. Both sides have something meaningful to offer to each other. India is open to lowering tariffs. In return, it wants free market access as well as easy movement of professionals. Now, it all comes down to Donald Trump. If he wants a deal, he should meet India halfway. Now let's do a deep dive. US President Donald Trump's tariffs have raised fears across the world. But are they really that bad? Will they really shake the foundations of the global economy? Trump definitely does not think so, but he does acknowledge that there will be a price to pay.
No, I'm not concerned. We may have short-term a little pain, and people understand that, but long-term, the United States has been ripped off by virtually every country in the world. We have deficits with almost every country, not every country, but almost. And we're going to change it. It's been unfair.
Trump said that Americans will face a little pain in the short term, but this will help fix US trade deficits in the long term. It reminds me of the saying by the economist John Maynard Keynes, in the long run, we are all dead. So let's put Trump's long-term plans aside for now and focus on the immediate impacts. For now, his tariffs target Canada, Mexico and China. These are the top 3 exporters to the United States. Canada sends them a lot of oil, gas, lumber and aluminium. Mexico sends computers, wiring and medical instruments. Both nations send cars, completed ones and auto parts. Now look at this 2017 report by the Canadian government. It talks about the interconnected auto manufacturing situation. Car parts cross the US-Canada border 6 times before a vehicle is finished. But what happens when blanket tariffs are in place? Then each of these transfers attracts an additional fee, raising the price of the car multiple times over and basically destroying the industry in its current form. It's a similar situation with Mexico. Raw materials go to the US, they are turned into parts, then sent to Mexico for assembly, and the final cars are then sold back in the US. This system will break too. And this is just the automobile sector. The agricultural sector in both Mexico and Canada are intrinsically linked with the US as well. Take a look at this explainer by the Canadian Agricultural Ministry. It describes a typical American breakfast: wheat grown in Canada, processed in the US, cranberries grown in Canada, processed in the US, same with oats, strawberries and pork. This breakfast plate does not work without free trade, not in the current prices, at the current prices anyway. With Trump's incoming tariffs and then Trudeau's retaliatory ones, the price of this all-American breakfast will go through the roof, in the short run anyway. The US could try and substitute its dependence on Canadian agricultural goods. Maybe Americans can do without the famous Canadian maple syrup. But what about tropical food from Mexico? Bananas and tomatoes and the eternally controversial avocados. You can't really grow all that in the American climate, not at the same scale. 63% of US vegetable imports come from Mexico. About 50% of all fruits and nuts as well. They come from Mexico. So with the new tariffs, Americans should get ready for a less healthy diet or be prepared to shell out far more. Prices will almost certainly rise. And no, it's not the exporting countries that will bear them. Tariffs are paid by importers in the United States, the people importing the cars and fruits and wood and oil. These are US-based entities. They will pay a fee to the US government to sell these products in the US market. Now, what usually happens is that they pass on the costs to the end consumers, the customers, the average American people. Basically, it's a new domestic tax. American money will make its way to the government coffers just because they want to keep eating Mexican tomatoes. There are a lot of counter-arguments to this. One is that people will opt for domestic goods instead. They will buy American. Another argument is that the importing companies will take a hit on their profits. They will absorb the tariff costs, not pass them on to customers. Both these arguments rely on a fairy tale. Corporate benevolence. Think about it. Why wouldn't a domestic car company hike their own prices? Foreign cars just got more expensive. An American company can also raise their prices by just a little less than their foreign counterparts. The domestic company will start raking in extra profits while still being marginally more competitive than the foreign brand. Either way, it's the customer who loses. And the second argument about importers absorbing the tariff costs, which company do you bet on to do that? Which company is so kind as to take a profit hit to shield American customers? I guess we'll wait and see. One last argument in support of tariffs is the US dollar price. The US dollar value will surge. It's already happening. Tariff supporters say this automatically makes foreign goods cheaper, countering the inflationary effects of tariffs. This also helps improve trade deficits. Now, this argument also relies on an assumption that the dollar value will rise in proportion to the costs, neatly cancelling out any price rises. But really, when does anything happen so perfectly? The dollar value increase will help soften the blow, but it probably won't erase the effects completely. Meanwhile, the dollar rise affects the rest of the world. Take India, for example. The rupee has hit a record low. It fell below 87 rupees to a dollar. This means our imports just got more expensive and our exports became less valuable. Almost every country will experience this. Without deals to trade bilaterally in local currencies, we are all at the mercy of dollar fluctuations. But local currency deals come with their own risks. Trump has threatened tariffs on countries who ditch the dollar. BRICS nations in particular could face 100% tariffs, he said. And this includes India. So all our software and service sales to the US could suddenly become uncompetitive. So far, Donald Trump has just targeted Canada, Mexico, and China. His next target could be Europe and then possibly the BRICS nations. Basically, everyone that the US runs trade deficits with. Everyone exporting things to the United States. So unless the world finds a way to bypass the US, we're all in for a rough few years. There's more drama in the United States, an internal tussle between two agencies, Elon Musk's DOGE and US aid. We're talking about Hollywood-style drama, a standoff outside the head office, a clamor for secret files, and a public feud on social media. Let's meet the main characters first. US aid stands for United States Agency for International Development. It's a humanitarian agency of the US government. It was set up by John F. Kennedy in 1961. Its job? To run aid missions across the world, things like vaccination drives, humanitarian shipments, and college scholarships. US aid is the biggest donor in the whole world. It makes up 42% of all United Nations aid. But there's another side too. America often uses aid to meddle in foreign affairs, to secure influence in other nations. So its legacy is mixed. Which brings us to the second main character in our story, Elon Musk and DOGE. DOGE is Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE. Its job is to downsize the US government, whether it's by firing workers or trimming budgets. And US aid is a prime target. President Donald Trump has already frozen most foreign aid programs. His next target seems to be US aid. Reports say DOGE officials tried to forcefully enter the US aid building, that's the main headquarters in Washington, D.C., but the security officers denied them entry. Instead of leaving, DOGE agents threatened to call US Marshals to forcefully break into the building. Eventually, they did get in. DOGE managed to access the main control system. This allows you to lock out employees from US aid. It also lets you read internal emails. Reports also say that DOGE agents sought classified files. Now, these are top security documents. Only people with security clearance can read them. DOGE says no such documents were taken, but who knows? If you can break into a government building, nothing is off limits, certainly not lying. But what is Musk's issue with this agency? He says US aid is politically partisan and beyond repair, that it funds radical left missions globally, sometimes even anti-American ones. Elon Musk has called it a criminal organization and a viper's nest. Clearly, some very strong emotions there. So what's his solution? To shut down the whole thing. Musk says President Trump also feels the same, but he hasn't said so yet. Reports say Trump's plan is to downsize US aid, to maybe fold it within the state government. And if that happens, it will be slow death. Nearly 100 USAID staffers have already been put on leave. Among them are 2 security officers, the same ones who denied entry to DOGE agents. The USAID website was also taken down on Saturday. Their X account is also offline, so clearly it's the end of USAID as we know it, and Trump has no reason to walk back on this. His supporters do not like foreign aid. They want American money to be spent in America. So how will this play out globally? Well, there are 2 parts to it. The first is the humanitarian impact. The second is the political impact. US aid has programs in almost 51 countries. They fund certain critical operations like sanitation and vaccination. But if the money stops, so will the work. In fact, that's what happened in Syria last week. Workers at the Al-Hol displacement camp were told to stop working. Why? Because US aid was frozen. This is not how responsible countries behave. If you commit, you must follow through. Plus, the United States has a responsibility here. US bombs have destroyed West Asian cities and homes. The least they can do is fund the rebuild. Which brings us to the second part, the political impact of USAID's gutting. Former US officials have accused the agency of meddling. They say it's an extension of the CIA. And there is truth here. USAID has supported civil society groups abroad. They are known to destabilize regimes. Iran has made such accusations, so have Venezuela, Georgia, and Hungary. Like I said, it's a mixed legacy. US aid had to be separated from the deep state. You cannot have a CIA B team pretending to do charity abroad. At the same time, you cannot let America off the hook. Their intervention scarred millions of people. It is their responsibility to help survivors, to rebuild cities and homes. If not, there would be no accountability.
This is one of the best things OpenAI has ever launched.
For the last 3 weeks, one name has taken the AI world by storm. DeepSeek, the Chinese AI startup, they launched new AI models, they made them cheap. Essentially, Beijing crashed the AI party and stole the spotlight. And where did that leave OpenAI? Well, with a major case of FOMO. FOMO, of course, is the fear of missing out. These were the guys who made AI cool. But now someone else is stealing all the attention. So OpenAI started dropping a lot of updates. The first was the 03 mini model, a freebie to keep users hooked. And now they have upgraded ChatGPT. It's getting a new feature. It's called Deep Research. I know it sounds fancy, but what does it actually do? You see, when you ask ChatGPT a question, it simply generates the answer, like a know-it-all friend. But Deep Research takes it up a notch. It gives you the answer, but it also shows you how it got there. Basically, it does all the heavy lifting for you: research, sources, and a summary. It is all served on a silver platter. So lazy students, your prayers have been answered. But jokes aside, some deep research, or deep research rather, is not a magic wand. The research takes some time, up to 30 minutes for a prompt. Sometimes it also hallucinates. It makes up a lot of facts. And here's the kicker. It is not free. Only pro users get access, and that too for $200 per month. And you can't go crazy with that. You only get 100 queries in a month. So basically $2 per question, which is not a hefty fee, but it's not really cheap either.
The rate of improvement of artificial intelligence has been increasing. Only a few years ago, the systems barely worked. Now today, we launched a new system this morning in Tokyo that is a new level for the whole world, or an agent that can do significant tasks and create a lot of economic value.
And OpenAI is not the only one dropping new models. Europe wants in on the action too. Enter Mistral. It's a French AI startup. Mistral has dropped its latest model, the Small 3. It's not exactly a name that screams power, but Mistral claims it can outperform a lot of its rivals. And just like DeepSeek, this one too is open source, meaning anyone can tinker with the code. So the AI war is officially on. Who will come out on top? Well, we are not too sure, but there's one thing we know for sure. China has changed the rules of this game. For the longest time, artificial intelligence was like an exclusive club. Billion-dollar investments, closed-door partnerships, and the most powerful chips, all locked away for a select few. Silicon Valley developed closed AI models. The code, the training process, everything was confidential. But now that AI bubble just got popped. If you actually use DeepSeek and compare it to ChatGPT, you'll notice something. It's not that different. Its answers are on par with ChatGPT. It hallucinates just like the rest. It refuses to talk about China, which is not a surprise. So it's far from perfect. But this is not just about how good DeepSeek is. It's about what it represents. DeepSeek is not just another AI model, it's a counter-narrative, an alternative to the Western way of building artificial intelligence, a more democratic way of developing models. And here's the real twist. China is the one leading the charge here. The same Beijing that is known for strict censorship, it is now handing the world open source AI models. Code that anyone can use, code that anyone can build on. And what about the democratic West? The countries that once championed open technology. They're now scrambling to lock AI down with regulatory pushes, with talk of guardrails and big tech lobbying. And this is all a way to keep control. The West says it's about safety, but look closer and you'll see it's all about power. Because right now that power is shifting. China has shown that the future of AI is open source. AI tools should never be locked away behind corporate walls. They're meant to be open to all. Because that's where the magic happens. Inclusion breeds innovation. When you open the doors, you're inviting everyone, the small research labs, the universities, developers from emerging markets, all of them get a chance to contribute. And that means a more diverse, a more inclusive AI ecosystem. not one that is just controlled by Silicon Valley. Of course, the open source model comes with its own set of risks. There are concerns over privacy, potential misuse, and regulatory headaches, and all of that will have to be fixed. But it's still a better alternative than artificial intelligence being controlled by a select few. Now to Japan, where a new crisis is unfolding. Muslims in Japan are struggling to bury their dead. Around 230,000 Muslims live in Japan, but there are only 7 cemeteries available to them, and space is running out fast. 99% of people in Japan are cremated, so burials are rare. Plus, there's strong opposition from the locals who feel that burials are unhygienic, that they contaminate land. Historically, burials were common in Japan, but after World War II, cremation became the norm. Today, the country is struggling to build more cemeteries, but it must find a solution. After all, Japan plans to admit 820,000 foreign nationals over the next 5 years. Birth rates have dropped to record lows in the country, and Japan's population is aging fast. So Tokyo is counting on foreign workers to sustain its economy. But is the country ready for more cultural diversity? Our next report explores.
Muslims in Japan are fighting for the right to bury their loved ones. This has become a growing crisis. By the year 2020, there were about 230,000 Muslims living in Japan. But there are only 7 cemeteries for them in the entire country, and even those are not exclusively for Muslims. Japan is a nation of cremation. Over 99% of the dead are cremated in the country. Internment is not just rare, but it faces serious cultural challenges as well. Plans to build new cemeteries face stiff opposition. Most of it comes from the local communities. According to one official at Japan's health ministry, burials are often banned because locals don't find them hygienic. In 2020, a Muslim organization in Oita tried to solve the issue. Oita is a city located in Japan's Kyushu island. The group bought 8,000 square meters of land. The plan was to convert it into a cemetery. It would have space for about 100 Muslim graves. But the project hit a roadblock. A group of local residents submitted a petition. They tried to block the project. They moved the local authorities against it. On what grounds? There's an irrigation pond near the site. The locals said that the cemetery could contaminate the water. The plan was stalled, and its current status remains unclear. This has put the Muslim community in a tough spot. Existing cemeteries are rapidly filling up, and the scarcity has forced some families to transport the remains of their loved ones over long distances. Not everyone has that option, since transporting corpses can be quite costly in Japan. This wasn't always the case in Japan. Before the Second World War, burials were common, but after the war, cremations became the norm. There were 2 main reasons. First, the lack of space, and second, a belief that cremation is more hygienic. Japan now faces a difficult challenge. Birth rates have hit record lows. At the same time, Japan has one of the oldest populations in the world. 1 in 10 Japanese people is 80 years old or older. This has forced Tokyo to open its doors to immigration. Over the next 5 years, Japan wants to admit 820,000 foreign nationals. Such a large influx will demand greater cultural diversity, but the struggle over Muslim burial suggests that Japan may not be ready for it.
Our next story is from Africa. The US bombed the country on Saturday. It was the first known airstrike ordered by US President Donald Trump in his 2nd term. The target, the Islamic State terror group. Trump put up this video on social media. Take a look at this first. The video shows the US bombing some hills. It was targeting caves housing members of the Islamic State Somalia province. Reports say it was a direct hit. 46 militants were allegedly killed, including 12 foreign fighters. The regional Islamic State leader is said to be among the casualties. President Trump alluded to this in another social media post. He said the US targeted, quote-unquote, senior ISIS attack planner. He's most likely referring to this man, Abdul Qadir Mumin. He was the leader of the Islamic State Somalia province. Let's take a closer look at the situation on the ground. The build-up to this US airstrike. Somalia has been dealing with terror groups for years. The most infamous is Al-Shabaab. It is linked to Al-Qaeda. And it has been waging war on the Somali government since the year 2012. In 2015, there was a split in Al-Shabaab. Some fighters based in Somalia's Puntland region broke ranks. They chose to ally with the Islamic State instead. And this is the faction that became the Islamic State Somalia province. And they were the ones targeted in the American strike. As I said, this faction is based in Puntland. It is an autonomous region in Somalia, often at odds with the central government. It acts as an independent region with its own defense forces. They have been carrying out operations against the Islamic State. They began in December. They're working to eradicate the terror group, which has a stronghold in a local mountain range. Puntland and Somalia have been getting help from allied nations, like the US and the UAE, the United Arab Emirates. They have been helping with surveillance and intelligence. The US has an aircraft carrier nearby in the Red Sea, the USS Harry S. Truman. That's how the US was close enough to offer support. So this is the background. On Saturday, Trump gave the go-ahead. He ordered a strike on the Islamic State terrorists hiding in their mountain caves. The US scrambled its jets on the USS Harry S. Truman. FA-18 Super Hornets were deployed. The United States Africa Command, or AFRICOM, released these shots. These are the jets used to strike the Somali terror cell. After the strike, Trump issued a threat. He said, and I quote, "The message to ISIS and all others who would attack Americans is that we will find you and we will kill you." There's absolutely no ambiguity in that, and it may come as a bit of a surprise considering his actions during his first term. Trump had ordered the withdrawal of US troops from Somalia. This was in December 2020, right before he left office. It was Joe Biden who reversed this order. As soon as he took over in 2021, Biden had been working to eradicate the Islamic State in Somalia. He had ordered a strike there in 2023, again in the mountains. That might explain Trump's dig at Biden in his post. He said, and I'm quoting again, "Biden and his cronies wouldn't act quickly enough." Whatever Trump's motivation, the Somali leadership is quite happy with their help. Their president, Hassan Sheikh Mohammed, put up this message. He called Trump's leadership bold and decisive. And he also said that Somalia and the US had a shared fight against terrorism. Those were his words. It seems like a move to get Trump to stick around this time. But will it work? Or was this airstrike just one for the road? We'll see in the coming days. Now let's talk about climate change. It's heating up the earth. But apparently only we humans are feeling the burn because some other species are having a ball, like rats. Rising temperatures are leading to a massive increase in rat populations. 11 global cities are seeing a boom. Basically, the rat-pocalypse is on the horizon. And this is not your typical disaster because rats are carriers of diseases. So what exactly is driving this rise? And how will this impact our cities and our lives? Our next report tells you.
Record heat waves, glaciers having a midlife crisis, coastal cities evolving into official snorkel zones. Climate change was already a disaster, but now, well, it's getting a whole lot worse. And why? Because it's giving rats the edge they've been waiting for. Yup, you heard that right. The ratocalypse is on the horizon. According to a new Science Advances study, when the temperature rises, rats don't just hang on for dear life, they thrive. They eat more and they produce more babies, meaning more rat kingdoms. But the fun doesn't end there. Rats are also enjoying the fruits of urban sprawl. Less vegetation, denser housing, and a perfect storm of underfunded rodent control budgets means, in short, rats are living their best life. They've got prime real estate in your local subway stations, and they're putting down their roots everywhere, from crumbling alleyways to fancy apartment buildings. So which cities are in trouble? 11 major global cities are now rolling out the red carpet for rats. In America, Washington and San Francisco are on top. Shocker, right? You'd think New York City would be leading the pack. But turns out the rat kingdom is expanding out west. But don't worry, the Big Apple is also part of this list. In Canada, Toronto is grappling with this issue. In Europe, the worst affected city is Amsterdam. France, too, has a rodent problem, but it's decided to reclaim the rat as a quirky symbol.
In Marseille, the rats hang out a bit Mediterranean style. They put the chair out and then there's a chat and everything. They're out and about in Marseille. They don't hide too much.
Marseille is trying to be cool about it, but a ratocalypse is nothing to be happy about. Rats are disease vectors. They can transmit more than 50 zoonotic pathogens. That means the more the rats, the more people get sick. According to the New York City government, they're also bad for your mental health. Apparently, seeing rats on a daily basis increases the risk of depression by 5 times. Guess no one told that to Ratatouille. So what's the way out? Well, it's all about rat-proofing your life. Secure your food waste and don't let it turn into a buffet for rats. If you can't handle a rat menace, at least you can handle a garbage problem. And if you think it's just a small problem, think again. We're not talking about a minor increase in rat population, we're talking about a full-scale rodent uprising. Heat, urbanization, and lack of rodent control programs means just one thing. The rats are winning. They're taking over our cities. So while you're trying to survive the heat waves and the rising seas, don't forget to watch your back. Because in the fight against climate change, the rats just might be the ultimate survivors.
I have a question for you. How many times did you action it, circle back, or drill down today? I ask because it's only Monday and because business speak is endemic to work. No matter your age, no matter the kind of work you do, the workplace is a jargon-littered battlefield and you have to find your way through a fog of corporate lingo. In recent years, this has become even tougher. Business buzzwords are evolving like never before, partially because of the internet, because of the young entering the workforce, but mostly because of the times we live in. Work is evolving, so new words are propping up, and this is very much a post-pandemic phenomenon. With years of hybrid work, productivity has gained a lot of attention. Now that workers are returning to office, there is a productivity theatre at play, or should I say, forductivity. Apparently, this is the new work lingo. It's a portmanteau or blend word. For as in fake, and productivity as productivity. Together, that's forductivity. This is where workers give the appearance of productivity at the expense of doing any real work. And if you think this is a Gen Z buzzword to shirk off work, well, think again, because how many times did you hear phrases like these? I'm swamped with emails. I have so many meetings. I'm rammed at the moment. Don't think I can take this up. This could mean that the worker is actually busy. But such statements are also ubiquitous with looking busy. At least managers think so. And new research shows this. Nearly half of all managers are worried that their employees are faking their workload. But do you know what's worse? What's worse than filling your days with meaningless surface-level tasks? Showing up for the sake of it, then doing as you like anyway. Some workers hate returning to office so much, let alone doing the bare minimum, that they barely want to stay at work. So they're coffee badging. That's another buzzword. It's about showing your face in office, getting credit for being there, then leaving as soon as possible. Like marking your attendance and then bunking anyway, and completing work obligations at home in your own time. It is the ultimate form of hybrid work and rebellion. But why are people doing this? Well, the answer lies in the very root of corporate buzzwords. Just look at these two, productivity and coffee badging. They're very different, but they share a common thread. They're both a little annoying. Many agree that this word salad is bizarre. So why are workers increasingly embracing it? And we can ask this about most corporate jargon. Double-clicking, tabling, flagging up. Survey after survey shows that workers find these words annoying. So why do we put up with them? Well, science says people do it to keep up, to understand what's going on, and to establish themselves in the corporate culture. Think of it as human peacocking. It's what experts say. Using corporate jargon is the human version of peacocking. And in the corporate world, it's much like doing it in the animal world. It shows the desire for status in the workplace, the desire for recognition, the desire to fit in. People keep up with changing language. They use the overused words to show that they're capable and that they belong. The terms may be ridiculous, but it is performative professionalism. Productivity simply takes it to another level with performative productivity. More than 200 earthquakes in 4 days. Over the past few days, tremors have rattled the Instagram island of Santorini. Millions of people flock to the Greek island every year, but this time they're running away because one quake after another has hit the whitewashed island, prompting authorities to deploy emergency crews, to close schools and ban access to seaside areas and announce additional flights to help people flee. But what's behind the string of quakes? And is the worst over yet? Our next report tells you.
It's hardly a surprise that Santorini is on so many people's bucket lists with its pristine whitewashed houses, dazzling panoramas, blue waters and romantic sunsets. Though this weekend, people were not flocking towards but away from the Greek island. Over the past 4 days, more than 200 earthquakes have been recorded in the Aegean Sea between Santorini and Amorgos, which is another Greek island. The strongest earthquake reached a magnitude of 4.6.
My personal experience is that I have never felt an earthquake so strongly and with such frequency. An earthquake every 10 or 20 minutes. It's the first time. I have never experienced this before.
Dozens of tremors have caused loud rumbles and rattled Santorini, prompting authorities to close schools, deploy emergency crews, blare mobile phones with alert warnings, ban access to seaside areas, and announce additional flights to help people leave the tourist hub.
This time things are serious. Last night I slept outside my house. I was afraid to go inside. And today I said I'm going to leave. I will go to a nearby island to get away until things calm down.
You can see it for yourself. People want to leave. There is no way out. God forbid if something happens in Athenio, the port, we're cut off because we only have sea and sky.
Santorini is home to just about 20,000 permanent residents, and its whitewashed villages draw more than 3 million visitors annually. But this island is no stranger to earthquakes. It sits on several fault lines known as the Hellenic Volcanic Arc. This is one of the most active volcanic fields in Europe. You see this crescent-shaped caldera? It has helped Santorini get the Instagram island nickname. But this caldera has a dark history. It was created by one of the largest volcanic eruptions in the history of mankind. It happened more than 3,500 years ago, around 1620 BC. It destroyed a large part of the island, devastated its ancient civilization, and blanketed much of the island in ash. Although it's still an active volcano, its last notable eruption was in 1956. a 7.5 magnitude earthquake struck Santorini, followed by an 80-feet tsunami. At least 53 people were killed, and one-third of the houses on the island collapsed. So, do these recent tremors have something to do with the volcano? Experts don't think so. Authorities say it's not related to volcanic activity. The seismic activity is due to tectonic movements. As the tremors continue at regular intervals with the same intensity, Santorini is bracing itself for a much bigger earthquake followed by a tsunami. While Santorini hopes it doesn't come to that, the island's history is reason enough to be fearful of the possibility.
Los Angeles faced a major disaster today, and no, I'm not talking about the wildfires. I'm talking about the Grammys, America's elite music awards. And don't get us wrong, we are not mocking the musicians or their music. That's all fine. What wasn't was the red carpet looks. Like Jaden Smith, who came with a castle on his head. On most days, that would make you stand out, but today was not that day, because then came Kanye West and his wife, Bianca Censori. Her fashion mantra was pretty clear: less is more, none is best. And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Over 6 million devotees took a dip at the Mahakumbh on the Hindu festival of Basant Panchami. Heavy rain lashes parts of northeastern Australia, leading to flash floods. And Iraq rebuilds an ancient city that was destroyed by the Islamic State. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1994, US President Bill Clinton ended the trade embargo on Vietnam. It was lifted after 19 years. The embargo had been in place since the Vietnam War. Clinton's move was a significant step in normalizing relations between the two countries. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Americans want on POWs and MIAs is to end the trade embargo.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Firstpost America. I'm Eric Ham, live in the nation's capital of Washington, D.C. And over the next few minutes, we'll take you from the United States and around the world, covering all the top stories of the day. We start in the United States, where President Donald Trump has invited his counterparts from Canada and Mexico for trade talks. Now, this comes just a day after the commander-in-chief imposed sweeping tariffs worth 25% on the two countries.
Been very abusive of the United States for many years. They don't allow our banks. Did you know that? Canada does not allow banks to go in. If you think about it, that's pretty amazing. If we have a U.S. bank, they don't allow them to go in. Canada's been very tough on oil, on energy. They don't allow our farm products in, essentially. They don't allow a lot of things in, and we allow everything to come in. It's been a one-way street. But I love the people of Canada. I disagree with the leadership of Canada, and something's going to happen there. But if they want to play the game, I don't mind. We can play the game all they want. Mexico, we've had very good talks with them, and this is retaliatory. This is retaliatory to a certain extent. Millions of people flowed into our country through Mexico and Canada, and we're not going to allow that.
Now, in response, both countries have announced retaliatory tariffs on the United States.
This measure of 25% tariffs has effects for both countries, but it has very serious effects for the economy of the United States, as it is going to greatly increase the costs of all products that are exported from Mexico to the United States. It's going to have 25% more cost.
Meanwhile, President Trump has threatened Mexico with more tariffs if it doesn't curb the entry of illegal migrants and fentanyl into the United States. The president has also issued a similar warning to Canada if Ottawa doesn't curb illegal border crossings into the U.S.
They have to balance out their trade, number one. They've got to stop people from pouring into our country, and we've stopped it. They haven't stopped it. We've stopped it. They have to stop people from pouring in, and we have to stop fentanyl, and that includes China. Fentanyl has killed this year at least 200,000 people. It's pouring in from China through Mexico and Canada, and they've got to stop it. And if they don't stop it, the tariffs are going to get worse, a lot worse.
Now, Donald Trump believes the tariffs will eliminate the trade imbalance with the United States. However, by igniting a trade war, American consumers will suffer, as it now means price increases on all goods shipped from the neighboring nations. Automobiles and agricultural products like raspberries, avocados, and bell peppers that come from Mexico now become more expensive for U.S. buyers. Meanwhile, oil prices will increase as crude oil remains the biggest Canadian export to the United States, along with steel. President Trump has also imposed a 10% tariff on Chinese goods and is now threatening the European Union and the United Kingdom with penalties.
They don't take our cars, they don't take our farm products, they take almost nothing. And we take everything from them, millions of cars, tremendous amounts of food and farm products. So the UK is way out of line, and we'll see the UK, but European Union is really out of line. UK is out of line, but I'm sure that one, I think that one can be worked out. But the European Union it's an atrocity, what they've done.
Now known for causing unprecedented inflation, tariffs have long been unpopular among modern-day economists. However, President Trump has used them time and again, even during his first term, hurting relations with Washington's largest trading partners and making consumer goods more expensive for ordinary Americans. And staying in the United States, doubling down on his threat, President Trump has warned Panama of powerful actions over China's presence around the Panama Canal. Speaking to reporters, President Trump said China is running the Panama Canal and that retaking control of it is driven by legitimate national security interests.
Secretary of State Rubio is in Panama right now, and we're talking about the Panama Canal. What they've done is terrible. They violated the agreement. They're not allowed to violate the agreement. China's running the Panama Canal. That was not given to China. That was given to Panama foolishly. But they violated the agreement, and we're going to take it back or something very powerful is going to happen.
Meanwhile, in his first overseas trip as Secretary of State, Marco Rubio met Panama's President Raul Mulino and held face-to-face talks. During touring the Panama Canal, Secretary Rubio also reiterated President Trump's stand on the issue and on China's influence in the region. Secretary Rubio said China's presence in the canal area may violate a treaty that led the United States to turn the waterway over to Panama back in 1999. The treaty also allows the United States to intervene militarily if the waterway's operations are disrupted by internal conflict or a foreign power. So far, Panama's president has resisted pressure from the Trump administration over the management of the waterway. In fact, he told Secretary Rubio that Panama's sovereignty over the canal was not up for debate.
We covered with a lot of explanation the issue of the Chinese ports of the canal, explaining to him that for the first time in history since that 1997 concession to date, 2 ports belonging to the same company are audited by the corresponding authorities of the Republic of Panama. And as is appropriate, we have to wait for that audit to be completed in order to obtain our own legal conclusions and act accordingly.
To allay the Trump administration's concerns, President Mulino said the country would not renew a 2017 pact to join China's Belt and Road Initiative. President Mulino also went on to tell reporters that Panama will seek to work with the United States on new investments and infrastructure projects. Now, some experts say Panama may be open to a compromise under which the canal operations on both sides are taken away from the Hong Kong-based ports company. However, what remains to be seen is if this will be enough for President Trump to put an end to his ambitions of a Panama takeover. On Sunday, Los Angeles turned into a battleground as protesters shut down the 101 freeway, pushing back against President Trump's deportation crackdown. Hundreds flooded the streets, waving Mexican and Palestinian flags as they clashed with the Los Angeles police. President Trump's promise to carry out mass deportations and seeing resistance despite ICE arrests hitting record numbers. With tensions boiling over and opposition growing, the fight over immigration is nearing a breaking point. Our next report takes you on the ground in Southern California.
Los Angeles came to a grinding halt on Sunday as hundreds of protesters holding flags of Mexico and Palestine flooded the streets, blocking a major freeway in defiance of President Donald Trump's relentless immigration crackdown. What started as a peaceful march on historic Olvera Street quickly escalated into a full-blown standoff between activists and law enforcement. Chanting "No human is illegal" on stolen land and "Fight ignorance, not immigrants," demonstrators stormed the 101 freeway, bringing traffic to a complete standstill. The city, already infamous for its gridlock, became a sea of honking cars, flashing police lights, and angry voices demanding justice.
We are not criminals, like Trump says. He is the criminal, he is the convict, as they say. People come here to work, to live an honest life.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly...
Now, since taking office on January 20th, Trump has wasted no time enforcing his hardline immigration policies. He slashed protections, expanded ICE operations, and even proposed ending birthright citizenship, challenging the very foundation of the 14th Amendment.
Under the law I'm signing today, the Department of Homeland Security will be required to detain all illegal aliens who have been arrested for theft, burglary, larceny, shoplifting, assaulting a police officer, murder, or any crime that results in death or serious injury. In addition, for the first time ever, this act gives state governments the ability to sue the federal government for immediate injunctive relief if any future administration ever again refuses to enforce the immigration laws of the United States, like happened for 4 long years.
Now, since his orders, ICE has ramped up raids in homes, workplaces, and even sensitive locations like churches, schools, and hospitals.
Obviously, some ICE agents raided a business in our city without a warrant. They went in the back of the establishment. We believe that there were 3 people who they say were undocumented that they detained, but they also detained folks that were, in fact, citizens of this country. One person showed their military veteran identification and was still questioned anyway. People were fingerprinted. Pictures of their IDs and face were taken.
The administration has boasted about arrested nearly 1,000 undocumented migrants per day, with more than 7,400 detained in just the past 9 days.
We're hearing that children aren't going to school, people aren't going to work. There's a level of fear out there that we have to bring down, and as authorities, we have a responsibility to be that calming voice.
He wants to stoke fear in the people so that he can ultimately behave as the supreme existence, which is quite dangerous, because when you have a leader that believes that they are supreme and above the law, there's some real nasty history that demonstrates how damning that can be for the people on the planet.
And also, as per Trump's orders, those considered the most dangerous are being shipped to Guantanamo Bay. The message from the White House is clear. No one is safe and no immigrant is staying. In downtown Los Angeles, the protesters' chants echoed through the streets. Officers in riot gear formed barriers, warning the demonstrators to leave. But the crowd held its ground. And as the standoff continued, police maintained a minimal presence. There were no mass arrests, no major confrontations. Just a city brought to its knees by an immigration battle growing more intense by the day. As the sun set, the protesters eventually dispersed, but their message lingered in the air. And as America braces for what comes next, one thing is certain: Trump will not back down.
And now moving to Europe, over 160,000 people protested in Germany against the center-right Christian Democrats and the far-right Alternative for Germany, or the AfD party. The rally began just outside the German parliament and moved towards the headquarters of the Christian Democrats party. The large-scale demonstrations come after the Christian Democrats voted to pass a non-binding resolution on immigration crackdown, which was backed by the AfD last week. The protesters demanded the leaders of the Christian Democrats to step down for breaking their promise of never supporting the far-right AfD party.
I came here today because I have the feeling that something is beginning to unravel, and I think it's a good thing that we stand up now and don't leave it to our parliamentarians to stand up for our democracy.
Because I find it simply impossible what the CDU, especially Mr. Merz, is up to. What also really annoys me is that they have already worked in this direction in the previous government coalition. Many people have been sent back already anyway, and migration has also decreased. I find it really outrageous that in the end they will inherit what the previous government have already begun implementing.
Now, the demonstrations come 3 weeks before the national election, where the ruling coalition led by the Socialist Democrats and Chancellor Olaf Scholz could be staring at a loss. The protests saw large crowds in major cities including Berlin, Frankfurt, Hamburg, and Dresden, where they urged the ruling coalition to roll back the recently passed immigration regulation. Currently, the center-right Christian Democrats are leading in opinion polls and are only slightly ahead of the far-right AfD party. Now, Germany's far-right party, which has been accused of being xenophobic and racist, continues to grow in popularity. Recent terror attacks carried out by migrants have left Germany divided, allowing the AfD to rise due to its harsh anti-immigrant stance. In fact, just like President Donald Trump, the AfD party's chief, Alice Weidel, has promised to carry out mass deportations of migrants on day one of taking office.
We have to save Germany, because our fatherland has gone into a blatant imbalance. No problem drives people as much as having to watch our cities become increasingly unsafe. I was criticized for my speech in Riesa because I used the word remigration. And I'll say it again here, and now we need remigration in order to live in safety.
Liebe CDU, reißt die undemokratischen Brandmauern ein. Wir werden weiter für eine wirkliche Migrationswende.
We will continue to campaign for a real turnaround in migration with the closure of borders and the deportation of illegal foreigners. And the longer you resist passing the necessary laws together, the greater the damage will be. You are not harming the AfD, nor are you harming me. You are harming the entire country and its citizens. Every child who has to die because of this, every innocent person who is injured, raped or murdered because of this.
Unschuldigen Menschen, der deswegen noch verletzt, vergewaltigt oder ermordet wird.
Now, Germany is known for opening its doors to migrants, and the country has remained the top destination for asylum seekers in the EU for the last 2 years. But despite a welcoming policy, Germany has seen a rise in illegal border crossings by at least 33%, which has led to the anti-immigrant sentiment. With many seeing the AfD party's rise as a threat to democracy, Germany is looking at what could possibly be one of the most hotly contested elections in decades, as Germans get ready to cast their vote later this month. And finally, it's back to Tinseltown, where last night the 67th Grammy Awards took place. While singer Beyonce and rapper Kendrick Lamar bagged prestigious awards, the celebration shifted quickly from music to controversies. Rapper Kanye West, or Ye, and his wife Bianca Censori were reportedly escorted out for crashing the Grammys without an invitation. Meanwhile, comedian Trevor Noah couldn't stop taking jibes at President Trump for the ongoing deportations. It was an award show that was nothing less of a glamorous spectacle. In our final story, it's a look at all the night's biggest hits.
The Grammys, where music is supposed to take center stage. But this year, it felt more like a chaotic fashion experiment mixed with a masterclass in bad decision-making. Between surprise evictions, head-turning outfits for all the wrong reasons, and a host determined to ruffle feathers, the 67th Grammy Awards in Los Angeles proved that sometimes the real entertainment happens off stage. Singer Beyoncé won the Grammy for her country music. Queen Bey is now the first black woman in 5 decades to slay this title. Meanwhile, rapper Kendrick Lamar may have walked away with 4 Grammys, but it was rapper Kanye West, or just Ye, and Bianca Censori who won the award for the most talked about exit. The couple reportedly showed up uninvited with an entourage of 5 and were promptly escorted out as per reports. But what really stole the show was Australian model Censori's outfit, or lack thereof. She arrived draped in a long black fur coat. The model later ditched the coat on the red carpet to reveal a sheer tight dress that left little to the imagination. Was it fashion? Was it an optical illusion? Or was it the reason they got booted? The jury's still out, but social media had lots to say, mostly questioning whether the Grammys were now doubling as a risque runway show. Moving on to actor Will Smith's son, 26-year-old rapper and dancer Jaden Smith. He decided that a simple tux just wouldn't cut it. Instead, he graced the carpet with a literal castle on his head. That's right. The junior Smith arrived with the medieval real estate perched on his skull. It was a mini black fortress perched atop his crown, with only his eyes and part of his mouth peeking through a circle. Was it high fashion, a Game of Thrones audition, a cry for help? The world may never know. Meanwhile, his sister Willow went for a sleek and structured McQueen coat. She paired it with an embellished bra and underwear set and Versace pumps. It was giving rock star chic, while Jaden was giving medieval fever dream. A truly dynamic sibling duo. Comedian Trevor Noah, returning for his 5th stint as host, started things off on a sentimental note. He paid tribute to Los Angeles' resilience after the devastating wildfires. But in true Noah fashion, It wasn't long before he stirred the political pot. Taking a jab at US President Donald Trump's administration, he quipped, "There's been a few changes in Washington, so I'm going to enjoy tonight because this may be the last time I get to host anything in this country." Half the audience laughed, and the other half, we bet, were Googling how to revoke a comedian's visa. For the unversed, Noah pointed at the ongoing illegal migrant deportation spree that Trump started. The 2025 Grammy Awards may have been about music in theory, but in reality, it was a chaotic mix of fashion fails, political jabs, and celebrity antics. At this point, we have to wonder, do the Grammys even need a stage anymore? Or should they just move the whole thing to an after-party and let the drama unfold naturally? Either way, if next year's event is anything like this, we'll need a Grammy just for surviving it.
That's Firstpost America for this Monday. I'm Eric Ham from our studios in Washington, D.C. signing off. Thanks again, everyone, for tuning in.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We begin with the latest from the Horn of Africa, a region that has been muddled with internal problems and conflicts. Now, President Donald Trump has said that the US military has conducted an airstrike in Somalia, targeting a senior Islamic State attack planner and other members of the terrorist group. In a post on social media, Trump, who ordered the strikes for the first time in his second tenure, said the airstrikes were conducted on the Islamic State terrorists who were found hiding in the caves and threatened the security of the United States and its allies. He said that many terrorists were killed in the airstrikes, but no civilians were harmed. Trump further warned the Islamic State that anyone who was thinking of attacking America would be found and killed. However, President Trump did not name the senior Islamic State terrorist. He later published a video on his Truth Social platform showing the airstrike on Islamic State group targets in Somalia. The airstrikes by the US were reportedly carried out in the Golis Mountains, located in the northern part of the Horn of Africa country. Now, the Somali president's office also said that President Hassan Sheikh Mahmoud was informed of the airstrike, and he wrote on social media platform X that he extended his deepest gratitude for the unwavering support of the United States in the fight against terrorism. Now, the United States has periodically carried out airstrikes in Somalia for years under both the Republican and Democratic administrations. In his first tenure between 2017 and 2021, Trump bombed terrorists in Somalia nearly 150 times. In comparison, former President Joe Biden, during his tenure between 2021 and January of 2025, bombed Somalia only over 40 times. Now, the airstrikes come at a time when Somalia has endured decades of civil war, frequent climate disasters, and jihadist violence from al-Shabaab and the Islamic State. For context, the Islamic State has a relatively smaller presence in Somalia compared to the al-Shabaab terrorists. The group was officially recognized as the Somali province of Islamic State in 2017 and has been based in the mountainous areas of the Puntland region. In recent years, the Somali franchise of the Islamic State has refashioned itself as an important part of the jihadist group's worldwide network and has launched several attacks on security forces and business centers in Somalia. To counter the growing threats from the Islamic State, Somali forces and regional forces in the Puntland state have launched several military offensives in recent months. Puntland security forces have reportedly been advancing on Islamic State hideouts in the region and have even captured several important locations.
Puntland has managed to stop IS from coming out the hills and infiltrating into the locals. And now Puntland is fighting IS in the hills. The federals should bring the equipment given to Somalia. And we urge the international community is to participate in this global war also by providing us with equipment.
Moreover, the U.S. strikes also come as Somaliland, Somalia's breakaway region, offers a military base to the United States in exchange for international recognition. The U.S. currently has a base only in Beodogle, which is roughly 90 kilometers from Somalia's capital of Mogadishu. It signed a memorandum of understanding with the government of Somalia last year to construct up to 5 military bases for the Horn of Africa country's national army. So as President Trump bombs terrorists in Somalia, just over 2 weeks in office, does this signal what the White House will be prioritizing in Africa in the coming days? Now, to discuss this further, we have with us Dr. Oluwale Ajewale, the Regional Coordinator for Central Africa at the Institute for Security Studies in Dakar, Senegal. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
Now, Doctor, how significant is the threat posed by the IS cells in Somalia? And do these airstrikes have the potential to weaken their operational capabilities in the region?
Thank you once again. I follow closely some of the initial data that you presented, and it shows that the United States government has been involved in these kinetic operations for more than 5 years now. And if there's any lesson that we've learned, even though we stay optimistic, is the fact that decapitation of the terrorist leaders has never emerged or served the purpose of permanent solution to the issues of terrorist threats in any country or in any state. So while we can stay hopeful, like the president has acknowledged and praised American exceptionalism, particularly with respect to the recent strike, I think the larger picture is how to foster the whole of a society approach to be able to bring the threat of terrorism to the barest minimum in the region. And you ask a critical question that is this going to be the focus of the United States government in Africa? You know, about so many things. We're talking about issues that provide the fertile ground for the recruitment of people into terrorist cells in the first place. I think much as Africans would like the United States government security partnership in hitting the cells of the terrorist groups, it is in addressing the issues of socioeconomic concerns that actually afflict the communities. I think it is in those areas that Africans will largely benefit from support, comprehensive support from the United States, not really in striking alone, as decapitation cannot be a one-size-fits-all solution to the issues of terrorist threats.
Right. And given Trump's decision to launch airstrikes, how might this affect U.S.-Africa relations, particularly with the Somali government and other regional powers engaged in the counterterrorism efforts?
Well, I think we can view it from a positive note because the African states that are in the throes of terrorist threat are battling with multi-layer, complex security challenges in which they will definitely rely on the United States government as a veritable ally to be able to support that effort. But much more than that is the fact that as long as those airstrikes are carried out with the support of the local state organs, or like in the case of Somalia, the president has come out outrightly to say he was duly informed and then praising U.S. government support in that regard. I think we can't really expect any backlash. And to the extent that conflicts on the soil of Africa do not degenerate to outright invasion, like what we have seen in Libya or seen in other parts of the continent, or if the African government, the African state are not caught up in the ongoing geopolitical rivalries, great power competition, in which the countries can become the ground for fighting proxy battle, I think there is really nothing serious to be concerned about as long as such operations are carried out with the local support from the national government in those countries. We do not really have so much to worry about.
Right. And Doctor, the U.S. military officials have expressed concerns about IS growing influence in Africa. Could these airstrikes deter IS recruitment and expansion, or might they risk further radicalization and strengthening of these extremist networks?
No, I don't think this kind of strike is going to probably eradicate have any significant impact on the recruitment. Recruitment is a function of underlying economic vulnerabilities, social vulnerabilities in those countries that make the youth susceptible to recruitment by the terrorist groups. So what this is trying to do, such strike, is to probably teach or affect or influence the leadership control of those Islamic State leaders in those places. The issues that actually feed the recruitment needs to be addressed, and that can only be addressed. Let me also say, even though this is probably not directly linked to your question, at the time that the U.S. is taking is trying to retreat from global leadership engagement, foreign assistance, I think those fault lines can only be widened, fault lines of vulnerability in terms of the economic support that the interventions, the non-kinetic interventions that the U.S. government has been providing on the continent, but the cutting away of the foreign assistance to African countries, I think it can only exacerbate the existing condition, except we have a reasonable, measured, and proactive leadership on the African continent who are able to rise up to the occasion and fill the void that these U.S. retreats globally or in Africa is going to cause. It's not only going to affect counter-terrorism efforts, it's also going to affect other areas in terms of socio-economic investment, in education, in public health, and other areas of human endeavors on the continent. I think this should be, we should get worried about, not necessarily that America is not carrying out precision strike on our soil.
Right. Doctor, thank you very much for being with us on Firstpost Africa. It's always great to speak with you.
Thank you so much for having me once again.
And it seems it's not just ISIS that is on the U.S. president's target list in Africa. President Donald Trump has announced that he is cutting all future funding to South Africa as the country is confiscating land and treating certain classes very badly. Trump made the announcement on his social media platform Truth Social. He said South Africa is conducting a massive human rights violation. He later also spoke on the matter and said that the Ramaphosa government is in fact doing far worse and that his administration is carrying out a probe. Until that, all future funding to South Africa will be suspended.
Terrible things are happening in South Africa. The leadership is doing some terrible things, horrible things. So that's under investigation right now. We'll make a determination. And until such time as we find out what South Africa is doing, they're taking away land, they're confiscating land, and actually they're doing things that are perhaps far worse than that.
South African President Cyril Ramaphosa has responded and denied the accusations of confiscations. He says he wants to engage with Trump over the aid suspension. Meanwhile, his mineral minister wants to retaliate. He says if Trump could use aid cuts to threaten South African economy, Pretoria could withhold vital minerals to Washington.
You passed an Exploration Act, therefore Trump would withhold funding to South Africa. And I said, let's not mobilize Africa. Let's withhold minerals to U.S. That is it. If they don't give us money, let's not give them minerals. But the reality, they take our minerals, but say we're withdrawing funding. No, we have minerals in the continent. And therefore, we have something that we have. We're not just beggars, but we must just use that endowment for our benefit as a continent. But if, as a continent, we are frightened, we fear everything, we are going to collapse and will collapse with minerals at our doorstep.
South African President Cyril Ramaphosa last month signed a bill into law that allows the government, under certain circumstances, to seize land without any compensation. Even after 30 years of the end of apartheid, the black majority owns a little land in South Africa. Now, some reports say around 70% of the land in the country is owned by the minority white community. Pretoria argues the bill does not allow the government to expropriate property by force, but that has not convinced the critics. Even members of the government coalition have raised objections. This includes the second largest party, the Democratic Alliance, who joined hands with Ramaphosa's African National Congress last year, after the ANC lost its parliamentary majority for the first time in 3 decades. Now, the party has declared a dispute within the government over the land seizure law and has even asked to reset ties. The DA's objections have reached all the way to President Trump's ears. The land reforms have put crucial U.S. funding to South Africa in jeopardy. In 2023, the United States committed nearly $440 million in assistance to South Africa. South Africa is also the biggest beneficiary of the African Growth and Opportunity Act, or AGOA, which allows African exports to the United States without any tariffs or duties. The agreement is set to expire in September this year, and there are doubts if Trump will renew it. Earlier, Ramaphosa had expressed confidence in the nation's relationship with Trump. He said that he had spoken to Trump after his election win and looked forward to working with his administration. He also said he is not worried about the relationship with Washington under Trump. But now it seems there is need to worry. Analysts had already predicted the Trump trouble for Ramaphosa over his growing ties with Russia, Iran, and his stance on Israel. But land seizure law seems to have hurt Trump the most. Many in South Africa also had not expected the abrupt halt to foreign aid from the world's largest donor. That stops money flowing for wide-ranging projects.
NGOs that are funded by PEPFAR cannot not operate without this funding. So the first question that needs to be asked, and that many people in the sector who are involved in HIV work in one way or the other are asking themselves, what's going to happen?
The world should worry about the ascension of Trump. Do you think, look at what is done, WHO, how can America withdraw from WHO? The only thing he thinks about is the money they put in there, but not the benefits that accrues and the goodwill that accrues to America through that little thing. The world is in trouble.
While the U.S.-South Africa ties are likely to deteriorate under Trump, it also brings the Elon Musk question into the equation. Trump's close ally and the world's richest man, Elon Musk, was born in South Africa. Many saw it as a golden opportunity for the country to strengthen partnership with the U.S. The SpaceX and Tesla CEO is reportedly in discussions with South Africa over a potential agreement that could bring Starlink satellite internet services to the country. However, Trump's move could be a hurdle. Now, Elon Musk has slammed Ramaphosa for his land ownership reforms. In the past, he also criticized Ramaphosa government for the perceived threats to white farmers. So, how South Africa navigates the Donald Trump and Elon Musk duo for the next 4 years. We will keep bringing you updates on this story. Shifting focus to the situation in the DRC. Congolese troops, along with allied foreign troops, continue to fight Rwanda-backed M23 rebels, who are advancing beyond Goma, the largest city captured in the mineral-rich east. Over 700 people have been killed in less than a week of fighting in the DRC, as per the United Nations. The Rwanda-backed armed group M23 has vowed to march on the capital Kinshasa after capturing Goma. Now, DRC authorities have declared the city of Beni as the capital of North Kivu province after the fall of Goma. Meanwhile, M23 fighters have been moving south toward the city of Kavumu in neighboring South Kivu. The city has a strategic military airfield and is where the Congolese army has laid down its defensive line, which is just 40 kilometers north of South Kivu capital, Bukavu. However, there are reports the advances in the south have been slowed. Though DRC army is significantly weak in front of the M23 and Rwandan forces, they have been supported by troops of other nations in Africa. Many foreign mercenaries hired by the DRC government have been defeated and returned home, but many soldiers, part of the peacekeeping missions, are staying on the ground. At least 20 of them have died. The latest include 2 Tanzanian soldiers. South Africa has suffered the most losses, with 13 of their soldiers killed in the clashes. This has escalated South Africa-Rwanda tensions, with Pretoria warning that more of its casualties will be seen as a declaration of war. Meanwhile, tensions between Rwanda and Burundi are also escalating. Rwanda has accused Burundian forces, who had been more engaged in fighting against the M23. Burundi's president warns that the situation in DRC could spill into a wider regional war if the rebels further advance. Burundi had deployed around 10,000 troops in the east of the DRC as part of the East African Community Force, supporting the Congolese military. While the situation remains tense on the ground, multiple diplomatic efforts have emerged, aiming to prevent the crisis from escalating. Members of the Southern African Bloc have pledged unwavering support to the DRC after holding an emergency summit in Zimbabwe. There have been calls for a joint summit of Southern African Bloc, SADC, and the 8-country East African Community. Rwanda has also welcomed this proposal. However, it continues to face international pressure to withdraw its support to the M23. The Rwanda-backed rebels had captured Goma in 2012 as well, before being defeated by the army. However, this time they are keen to show that they can also govern the city, in a stark contrast to the last time. The M23 has vowed to send displaced people back to where they came from. However, many are reluctant due to fears of rape and violence.
My concern is peace, because if we return home to Nzilo, those who took our land are still there and continue to kill people and spread terror. We fled because they kill our people, and we will only return when there is peace and tranquility. Not today.
Yes, this really happened. Many among us have been raped. Rebel forces enter houses and rape mothers and daughters. If they find them together in the house, they rape them all together in their tent. They loot and rape women and girls. That's why we fled.
Goma was already home to hundreds of thousands of internally displaced people due to decades of fighting. The latest conflict has reportedly forced another 500,000 people to flee their homes, worsening one of the biggest humanitarian crises in the world. And staying in the region for our last story, the DRC has urged top European football clubs, Arsenal, Paris Saint-Germain and Bayern Munich, to end their blood-stained sponsorship agreements with Rwanda amid the worsening humanitarian crisis in the eastern part of the country. Kinshasa has accused Kigali of being directly responsible for the miseries in Goma that has been under the control of the M23 rebels since last week. While the football clubs are yet to respond to Kinshasa's plea, criticism has grown over Rwanda's strategy to hide its abysmal track record on human rights by investing in sports. Our next report gets you all the details.
As the situation intensifies in the eastern region of DR Congo, the government is doing everything it can to pressurize its neighbor Rwanda into giving up its support for the N23 rebel groups who've captured the city of Goma and have vowed to march towards DR Congo's capital, Kinshasa. The DR Congo's Foreign Minister, Teresa Wagner, has urged popular European football clubs Arsenal, Bayern Munich and Paris Saint-Germain to end their blood-stained sponsorship agreements with Visit Rwanda amid the worsening humanitarian crisis in the region. In a letter to the clubs, Wagner has questioned the morality of their sponsorship deals, citing a UN report that suggested there were 4,000 Rwandan troops active in the DR Congo's territory. She wrote that thousands are currently being trapped in the city of Goma with restricted access to food, water and security, and that countless lives have been lost. She added that the club's sponsor, Visit Rwanda, was directly responsible for this misery. Wagner further said that if not for their own consciences, the clubs should end their sponsorship agreement for the victims of Rwandan aggression. Wagner also highlighted how Visit Rwanda's sponsorship could be funded by the illicit mining of blood minerals in the occupied parts of the Central African country before being transported across the border and exported from Rwanda. Now, the Visit Rwanda campaign has extensively promoted the East African country's unique attractions, such as mountain gorillas, stunning natural scenery and cultural heritage. In 2018, Visit Rwanda signed a partnership agreement with Arsenal to feature on the British club's sleeves. The deal was restructured in 2021 and is now reportedly worth more than $12 million per year. Meanwhile, Visit Rwanda has been a sponsor of Paris Saint-Germain or PSG since 2019 and signed a 5-year football development and tourism promotion partnership with German football club Bayern Munich in 2023. These football club partnerships have helped Rwanda's tourism industry grow by increasing the country's visibility and attracting more visitors over the years. However, Rwanda's government has been accused of investing too much in sports to enhance its global image, a strategy labeled by critics as sports washing. Recently, Rwanda's President Paul Kagame announced a bid to stage a Formula One race in the East African country. This has led rights groups to accuse Kigali of hiding its abysmal track record on human rights. Kigali has dismissed such accusations of sports washing. However, criticism against the government has continued, especially from the DR Congo, which has accused Rwanda of backing the M23 rebels and looting the country of its precious minerals. But amidst all these accusations, the question remains: will the football clubs pay heed to the Congolese government's plea and end their partnership with Rwanda, or continue to support the slaughtering of hundreds of people in the eastern part of the country?
Today, we will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. It was called the dumbest trade war in history. Turns out the shortest too, because President Donald Trump has hit the pause button. He has delayed the tariffs on his neighbors, Canada and Mexico. Both countries were to face 25% tariffs from today, but last-minute phone calls averted it. Trump spoke to Prime Minister Justin Trudeau of Canada and President Claudia Sheinbaum of Mexico. Both leaders agreed to tighten their borders. In return, Donald Trump delayed the tariffs. He has paused it for 30 days. And after that, well, Trump is keeping his options open.
I had a great talk with Mexico, and we had President Sheinbaum is a woman. I like her very much, and we've had good relationships, but we have to stop fentanyl from coming in. Whether I like somebody or not, they have a big incentive to do. Other than that, we've agreed to talk and consider various other things. We haven't agreed on tariffs yet, and maybe we will, maybe we won't.
Maybe we will, maybe we won't. So Trump is keeping up the suspense. Same with Canada. He says Canada has agreed to secure the northern border. So tariffs have been paused for 30 days. In this time, negotiations will happen. Trump wants to see if progress is being made. If not, he may reimpose the tariffs. The question is this a climb down by President Donald Trump, or is it mission accomplished? It's probably a bit of both. Mexico and Canada have announced certain moves. Mexico is sending 10,000 soldiers to the border. Their mission is to keep drugs and illegal migrants out. Canada is implementing a $1.3 billion border plan. They will also appoint a fentanyl czar. Plus, a joint task force is being created. Canada and the United States will jointly combat border issues. Trump is calling these wins. But the reality is a bit more complicated. You see, in 2019, Mexico deployed 15,000 soldiers to the border. Again, same reason, to appease Donald Trump. But the migration rate did not drop. As for Canada's plan, it is not new. They announced this border package in December, even before Trump took office. So it's too early to make judgments, to say if Mexico or Canada have made meaningful concessions. Having said that, two things are quite clear. One, tariffs will bleed stock markets. Economists had already warned of this, but yesterday made it amply clear. US markets dropped 1.7% in opening trade. But when Trump backed off, the stocks recovered. The S&P 500 closed 0.7% down and Nasdaq was 0.8% down. If tariffs return, this will happen again. And Trump may not like that. He uses the stock market as a measure of his success. He constantly brags about it. But the markets have made their position clear. We do not like tariffs. That's one point. Secondly, this episode could rupture long-standing ties. Here in India, we are used to rogue neighbors. In North America, they're not. They have historical, political, and economic ties. But those are at risk now. Let me show you what happened on Sunday. An NBA match was happening in Toronto. The Toronto Raptors were playing the Los Angeles Clippers. Look at what happened when they played the US national anthem. That's not all. Canada was responding in kind. They took down American alcohol from most provinces. They also announced tit-for-tat tariffs. Ontario led the way. This is Canada's most populous province. It makes up 38% of their GDP. Ontario cut off US companies from bidding for contracts. It also scrapped a deal with Elon Musk's Starlink. Now, this was before the tariff pause. All these moves have now been rolled back, but the danger is far from over. Trump could easily reinstate these tariffs after 30 days. He could also extend them to Europe. If that happens, all bets are off. Because the EU is not Mexico or Canada. It is the largest trading group in the whole world, and right now they're talking tough.
We also recognize potential challenges in the relationship with the United States, and we are ready for that. When targeted, unfairly or arbitrarily, the European Union will respond firmly.
He's losing the appetite on Europe. I think this is how we should deal with him, be strong, but being united. I think this is our strength, and being clear that America first doesn't mean America alone, because America needs partner too.
It's now up to Donald Trump. If he wants to, he can sell this as a victory. He can say that Canada and Mexico gave him concessions, so job done, which is frankly the better option. If not, Trump can impose tariffs again after 30 days, meaning more chaos and more losses. Either way, one thing is quite clear. Trump's first encounter with blanket tariffs did not go well. The question is, will it shake his confidence in his favorite weapon? As we said, there's a twist in the tariff war, a pause for Canada and Mexico, but no respite for China. And China is fighting back in two ways. One is retaliatory tariffs, and the second is investigating U.S. companies. Listen to this.
The State Council Tariff Commission issued an announcement today stating that, starting from February 10, 2025, additional tariffs will be imposed on certain imported goods originating from the United States. Specifically, a 15% tariff will be applied to coal, liquefied natural gas, and a 10% tariff will be imposed on crude oil, agricultural machinery, large displacement vehicles, and pickup trucks.
That's China's tit-for-tat move. But the tariffs won't come into effect immediately. China has given the U.S. time till Monday, February 10th. Time to think. 6 days for President Trump to change his mind. So while Beijing wants to project strength, it is also hoping for a compromise. In multiple statements, China has said that it is ready to negotiate. Meet us halfway. That is the message from Beijing. The message from Beijing to Washington. So the door is open for Trump. If he wants a deal, this is his chance. Reports say US President Trump and China's President Xi Jinping have scheduled a phone call. It could happen as soon as this week, and Trump has laid down his expectations.
What about China?
China will be speaking to China probably over the next 24 hours.
On fentanyl in China, President Trump.
We don't want fentanyl coming into our country.
So you don't have to guess the agenda for the call between Trump and Xi Jinping. And in anticipation, China is posturing carefully. Its retaliatory tariffs are basically a message. They're telling Trump that China, the world's second largest economy, won't be pushed around, and that it has the tools to retaliate. This will hurt both the US economy and US businesses. And like I said, import tariffs are just one part of China's response. The second part are the investigations. Beijing has launched probes into many American businesses. One of them targets Google, the search giant. China claims that Google may have violated its anti-monopoly law. So regulators are now investigating. And I know it sounds a bit odd because Google is banned in China. China has banned Google and its products. So how can they be investigated under China's anti-monopoly law? Because despite the bans, Google still has a small presence in China. It offers its ad services to Chinese internet companies. Experts say this business is now facing investigation. Separately, China's Commerce Ministry is scrutinizing PVH Corp. This is a holding company. It owns brands like Calvin Klein and Tommy Hilfiger. It has been added to China's unreliable entities list. Now, what does that mean? Well, Beijing is accusing PVH of discriminating against Chinese enterprises and harming the rights and interests of local companies. Like the case against Google, the charges against PVH are broad and vague. There is no official statement from any government agency spelling out these allegations in detail. There may not even be a real case against them. Obviously, China is not seeking justice here. It is using the process as punishment. These companies will suffer under prolonged scrutiny. They could face restrictions in the Chinese market, and Beijing could even impose heavy penalties on them. As you know, transparency has never been China's strong suit. The longer this drags on, the greater would be the risk for these firms. And if China escalates this fight, American businesses will take an even bigger hit. It is a fact that the US does a lot of business in China. In 2022, this trade was worth over $750 billion. And this includes both goods and services. So Trump's options are quite limited, frankly. Is he prepared for a prolonged trade war? Can he sustain it? Can US businesses handle China's retaliation? These are all questions that Washington will have to consider. Donald Trump was elected on the promise to put America first, but his actions could backfire on American companies. His trade war could choke US businesses. It's not clear how long he'll keep doing this, but we can say that it will test the resilience of the US economy. Our next story also involves the US and China, but this time the battlefield is a third country, the Latin American nation of Panama. Many of you may have followed this. Donald Trump has been eyeing Panama for a while now. The US president is especially concerned about the Panama Canal. It's a critical waterway for international trade. It cuts through Panama, linking the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans. The canal was built by the United States back in 1914. But handed over to Panama in 1999. Now, Donald Trump says he wants it back. His reason? He thinks China is controlling the canal.
Now, we had another big thing, speaking of China. China's involved with the Panama Canal. They won't be for long. And that's the way it has to be. We either want it back, or we're going to get something very strong, or we're going to take it back. And China will be dealt with. And we didn't give that to China, we gave it to Panama. We shouldn't have given it to Panama, but Panama, as you know, has violated the agreement, totally violated the agreement. So that's in the process right now, but they did have a very good meeting with the head of Panama.
Trump says that China has gained control of the Panama Canal. This is not true, though. Panama is the only operator of the canal, but China does have a presence there. A Hong Kong-based company controls 2 ports in Panama on either side of the canal. Chinese state-owned firms are also involved in construction projects. They're building a bridge over the canal. And this is what bothers Trump, the presence of these Chinese firms. He says this breaks a crucial neutrality clause, a clause that Panama signed when it took over the canal. So Trump sent his foreign minister to Panama. At Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Rubio met with the president of Panama, Jose Raul Mulino, and he presented Washington's demands. All this took place on Sunday. Rubio was in Panama till yesterday. He visited the canal to take stock of the situation. He also saw a deportation flight take off. The flight was carrying undocumented immigrants to Colombia. Remember, Panama is a key U.S. partner in the fight against illegal immigration, and Marco Rubio acknowledged this. His tone seemed to have softened after his meeting with President Mulino. And we found out why just after Rubio left Panama. President Mulino made a few announcements about Panama's ties with China. He is auditing the Hong Kong company in charge of the 2 ports on either side of the canal. Panama's government even put out this video showing auditors entering the port offices. If they find something, Panama will have a reason to scrap the port deal. But if China doesn't have any corrupt dealings, it has nothing to worry about. I wonder how that will go. That was Panama's first concession to Trump. The second was about transit fees. US warships can now cross the canal for free. This is something that Trump really wanted. He kept complaining about high transit costs, so Panama has given in. This is the second concession. But it's the third concession that has raised eyebrows. Panama will not renew its membership in the BRI, that's China's Belt and Road Initiative, BRI. It is Chinese President Xi Jinping's pet project to fund infrastructure development in foreign nations, to help streamline trade, and usually to saddle the foreign nations with debt. This helps China with access and leverage. It's a big win for Beijing, but it's proven to be a debt trap for BRI partner nations. Now, Panama joined the BRI in 2017. It was the first Latin American nation to do so. The following year, in 2018, Xi Jinping himself paid a visit. He signed multiple deals under the BRI. There was talk of a high-speed rail line. from Panama City to the bordering nation of Costa Rica. A subway line in Panama City, a new container port, and a bridge across the Panama Canal. China had proposed to build all these things, but most of the projects have been stalled for years. Only the bridge construction is underway. Even that could be in doubt now, because President Molino wants to pull out of the BRI. He says the membership will lapse in about a year or two, and he won't renew it. Marco Rubio was thrilled with this announcement. He put the statement on social media. He called it a great step forward for US-Panama relations. Trump may like the move. It could address his concerns about neutrality, but we don't know if he'll stop thinking about taking over the canal. What we can say for sure is that this is a blow to China. Beijing has lost a key partner in Latin America, and its companies are on the back foot. So for now, it's Trump 1, China 0. In his heart, President Trump is a businessman. He doesn't understand alliances or rivalries, but he does understand deals. If you give him something, you should get something in return. Not 10 years from now, not 5 years from now. You should get something today. And that's President Trump's plan for Ukraine. He is willing to supply aid to Kiev, but he wants something in return. He wants Ukraine's rare earth minerals.
We're telling Ukraine they have very valuable rare earth. We want what we put up to go in terms of a guarantee. We want a guarantee. We're handing them money hand over fist. We're giving them equipment. European is not keeping up with us. They should equalize. They should really be paying much more than us, but let's say equal to us, and they're billions and billions of dollars below. So we're looking to do a deal with Ukraine where they're going to secure what we're giving them with their rare earth and other things.
You think you've heard it all, but Trump still manages to surprise you. He's talking about rare earth minerals like lithium, uranium, and titanium. These are key to making new age technologies. For example, batteries and chips. And how much does Ukraine have? There is no official estimate from Kiev, but some reports say several $1 trillion, which is why Trump is asking for it. His logic is pretty simple. If the US is arming Ukraine, there should be an upside, some tangible benefit for the Americans. And what better than rare earth minerals? But where did Trump get this idea from? Reports say Zelensky himself. That's right. These minerals were part of Zelensky's so-called victory plan. He wants the United States and American companies to mine them. In return, Ukraine would get military aid. It was a strategy tailor-made for Donald Trump to keep him interested in the war. So don't think that Trump is driving a hard bargain here or he's plundering Ukraine's wealth. He's simply taking up Zelensky's own offer. The question is, how will this play out? In Ukraine, the officials are preparing deals and joint agreements. They are keen to take up Trump's deal. Again, the logic is quite simple. If the US is invested in Ukraine, they will have a reason to defend it, an actual reason, not made-up ones like NATO or democracy. But others are not too happy, including Russia and the European Union. The Kremlin says Ukraine is buying aid from the US.
In other words, it is a proposal to buy aid, meaning not to continue to provide it free of charge or otherwise, but to provide it on a commercial basis. It is better, of course, not to provide aid at all, thus contributing to the end of this conflict.
Clearly, this is unacceptable for Moscow. Throwing underfed North Koreans into the front line is okay, but buying foreign aid, well, that's a red line. Even Europe is not impressed. Germany's Olaf Scholz is leading the criticism. Let me quote from what he said. We should use this country's resources to finance everything that will be needed after the war. It would be very selfish and egocentric to use the money now to finance defense support. Now, Olaf Scholz is usually diplomatic. So these words coming from him are tough. But let's focus on Trump's deal. How feasible is this barter? Right at the outset, there is an obvious problem. Russia controls 20% of Ukrainian land. What if some of the rare earth minerals are in those parts? You simply won't be able to access them. That is one problem. Also, there's a war to be fought. Can you extract minerals in the middle of the fighting? Can Ukraine spare the manpower? If not, will America send its own? And if so, will they be attacked by Russia? These are all very risky scenarios. You cannot find solutions for them overnight. Yes, you can strike a deal or sign an agreement ASAP. But the actual mining will be harder. And Olaf Scholz has got a point. Ukraine needs these resources to rebuild their country. Experts say it could cost $486 billion. That's 3 times Ukraine's GDP. So Zelensky should ask himself an important question. Is he rushing into this agreement? Is it worth signing away national treasures? As for Trump, this is a clear template. His message to allies and partners is the same. If you want my support, pay for it. This is transactional diplomacy at its Trumpian best. When I say US torture chamber in Latin America, what is it that comes to mind? I'm guessing Guantanamo Bay, or Gitmo as it's called. But now Gitmo will have to make room, because the US might be getting a second black site soon in nearby El Salvador. El Salvador is a Central American nation home to about 6 million people, but a lot of them are in prison. El Salvador has the highest incarceration rate in the world, with more than 100,000 people behind bars, thanks to their president, Nayib Bukele. Bukele became president in 2019 and he has transformed the country. Murders and other violent crimes have plummeted during his reign because he locked up tens of thousands of people. But despite this, his prisons still have room to spare. So he has offered this space to the United States. Bukele says he will take in American criminals for a very reasonable price. Here's our report.
Donald Trump's new Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, is on a Latin America tour. Rubio was in the small nation of El Salvador yesterday, meeting with their president, Nayib Bukele. Rubio shared hugs, met Bukele's family, took a stroll by a lake. We know all this because Bukele kept posting on social media, with US and Salvadoran flags and the caption, "Friends." It seems that in that spirit of friendship, Bukele offered the US a deal.
We are finalizing it, and I believe the Secretary will announce it. We are announcing a much more important agreement on the same subject, with a much greater scope than those made in 2019. In this case, it is something that the Secretary will say if we finish closing it. It is a much greater agreement that is unprecedented in the history of relations, not only between the United States and El Salvador, but in Latin America.
It seems the deal was finalized because Rubio did announce it, and he was stunned at Bukele's generosity.
President, in an act of extraordinary friendship to our country, knowing the challenges we face in the U.S., has agreed to the most unprecedented and extraordinary migratory agreement anywhere in the world. He has agreed to accept for deportation any illegal alien in the United States who is a criminal, from any nationality, be they MS-13 or Tren de Aragua, and house them in his jails. And he's also offered to do the same for dangerous criminals currently in custody and serving their sentences in the United States, even if they're U.S. citizens or legal residents.
So El Salvador has agreed to become a deportation hub, where the US can dump undocumented migrants. No matter what country they came from, El Salvador will take them all. This includes hardened criminals. And not just criminal immigrants, this includes US citizens. El Salvador says it'll become an offshore prison colony for all of them. Why would El Salvador make this offer? For the money, of course. Bukele put up this post, saying that he would charge a competitive fee. Cheap by US standards, but a windfall for his government. The US has almost 2 million incarcerated people. If Washington takes up Bukele's offer, if it sends even a fraction of its prisoners to El Salvador, Bukele could make quite a killing. El Salvador has the space to house tens of thousands of prisoners. Bukele recently built a mega prison in the country called the Center for the Confinement of Terrorism. It can officially house 40,000 prisoners. But the prison director once said that where you can fit 10 people, you can fit 20. So, who really knows the prison's true capacity? There are no family visits allowed. No human rights groups, no NGOs. Just rare guided tours at best. Bukele built this prison to house dangerous criminals. Gang members that had been terrorizing El Salvador for decades. The country used to be a murder hotspot. But Bukele imposed an emergency and proceeded to lock up anyone even remotely related to gangs. The result has been that crime has fallen dramatically. But there are reports of arbitrary arrests, custodial torture, and extrajudicial killings. The prison is considered a dumping ground for people who will never see the light of day again. Bukele is incredibly popular in El Salvador. After all, he drastically reduced gang crime. A lot of Salvadorans feel much safer, so many are willing to overlook state excesses. Will it be the same for the US? Will El Salvador's prison become the new Guantanamo Bay? The US holds Guantanamo Bay in Cuba because of a 120-year-old treaty, which allows them to control it indefinitely for about $4,000 a year in rent. The US used Gitmo to torture terror suspects. But in the case of El Salvador, they won't even have to get their hands dirty. It might be more expensive than Gitmo, but the ability to outsource the torture might make Washington happy.
For a change, our next story is not about Donald Trump. I'm kidding, of course. The man is a headline machine. Even if you want to, there is no escaping him. We've discussed his moves abroad. Now let's look at his domestic decisions. President Donald Trump is setting up a sovereign fund for the United States. He signed the executive order yesterday. It's now over to the Treasury and Commerce departments. They have 90 days to come up with a plan. But what exactly are these funds? A sovereign fund is owned by countries. Your mutual fund or pension fund is operated by you, just one person. But the sovereign fund belongs to the whole country. It is money invested in different assets like stocks, real estate, bonds, and even football clubs. And where does this money come from? Usually it's a surplus. In Gulf countries, for example, oil revenue is huge, so they created sovereign funds to invest this extra money. In China, they have a trade surplus. They have billions in foreign exchange lying around. So they too created a sovereign fund. It's just like individual investors. When you have extra money, you will invest it. In total, there are 90 such funds in the world, again 90. They manage $8 trillion, which brings us to the United States of America. Let's look at two important questions here. One, where will the money come from? And two, why does Trump want it? The money part is a bit confusing. Like I said, sovereign funds need a surplus. But the Americans have been running a deficit for years. So where will the money come from? Listen to Trump's Commerce Secretary.
Within the next 12 months, we are going to monetize the asset side of the U.S. balance sheet for the American people. We are going to put the assets to work, and I think it's going to be very exciting.
Let me simplify that for you. The US government has a lot of assets lying around in land, in official buildings, even in roads and military items. Put together, this is worth $5.7 trillion. The plan is to raise money using these assets, perhaps by selling or taking loans against them. This money will likely make up the US sovereign fund. And why does Trump need it? For so-called national endeavors, among which could be buying TikTok. Trump floated the idea yesterday. He said such a fund could be used to buy TikTok.
And as an example, TikTok, we're going to be doing something perhaps with TikTok, and perhaps not. If we make the right deal, we'll do it. Otherwise, we won't. But I have the right to do that, and we might put that in the sovereign wealth fund, whatever we make, or if we do a partnership with very wealthy people, a lot of options, but we could put that as an example in the fund.
It's a stretch, though. Trump's TikTok deadline ends in April. Can a sovereign fund be created in such a short time? The logical answer is no. But then again, this is not about logic. This is about politics. Until now, no one felt the need for a US sovereign fund. A big reason for that was the private sector in America. There are so many investment firms operating in Wall Street. No other country can match it. 16 out of the 20 biggest fund managing firms are American. They have investments all over the world, so the US government did not get involved. It wasn't seen as necessary. But Donald Trump thinks differently. Let me quote from his executive order. The United States can leverage such returns to promote fiscal sustainability, lessen the burden of taxes on American families and small businesses, establish long-term economic security, and promote US economic and strategic leadership internationally. Well, these are sweeping goals for any fund, but there's bipartisan support for it. Joe Biden also explored this plan. He wanted the fund to invest in critical areas like supply chains and energy infrastructure. So who knows, maybe the Democrats will support Trump on this. And he needs that support because this plan is ambitious.
Okay.
In September, Trump said the US fund should be $2 trillion. Let me put that number in perspective. The biggest sovereign fund in the world today belongs to Norway. It is worth $1.74 trillion. China is the second biggest with $1.33 trillion, but Donald Trump wants $2 trillion. Clearly, this is not just about wise investments. It is about projecting power. Now let's talk about the D word, deportation. President Donald Trump's mass deportation plan is underway in full swing. Over the past few days, he has already flown migrants back to Guatemala, Peru, and Honduras. And now India is next in line. Reports say more than 200 illegal Indian migrants are being deported. They are being sent to India on a military cargo plane. And they're expected to land in the city of Amritsar tomorrow. Our next report tells you more.
The largest deportation in American history.
Donald Trump made a promise during his election campaign. He vowed to deport undocumented immigrants.
We have no choice because that's not sustainable by any country.
Now that he's the US president, Trump is living up to this promise and deporting immigrants left, right, and center. He has already flown migrants back to Guatemala, Peru, and Honduras. And now, the farthest destination of deportation is on his radar. The US has begun deporting Indian migrants who entered the country illegally. They are being sent back to India. The US military has been called in to help, like with other deportations so far. Undocumented immigrants are being loaded up on military aircraft and flown to their country of origin. And now, according to reports, the US military C-17 cargo plane is carrying the first group of deported Indian migrants. Around 205 of them are on board. They will be on the flight for about 24 hours, and they are expected to land in the Indian city of Amritsar tomorrow. Now, this is the first time that the US is using a military plane to deport illegal migrants to India. In the past, deportations have been on board commercial planes. What's more, these military flights are a costly way to transport immigrants. The flight to Guatemala recently cost about $5,000 per migrant. Yet, this is a cost that the US is willing to pay. Though, to what extent? Experts aren't sure. Because, as per reports, about 725,000 Indians are living illegally in the US. They make up the third largest unauthorized immigrant population there after Mexico and El Salvador. At least 20,000 illegal Indian migrants are on the Trump administration's radar. Of these, about 18,000 have been given final removal orders, and about 2,000 are in detention under the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency, or ICE. And now, just about 200 of the undocumented migrants are being flown to India. So while it's not clear what will happen to the rest of the illegal Indian migrants in the U.S., India's position on the deportation has been clear from the get-go. New Delhi has made it clear that it will accept illegal immigrants, but only after proper verification. If they are indeed Indian nationals, New Delhi will facilitate the return of the immigrants overstaying in the US. Last week, Trump also commented, saying that India would do what is right. It's clear that these deportations are part of a broader crackdown on illegal immigration. They are a hallmark of Trump's security strategy. And this is just the beginning for migrants living illegally in the US.
Billionaires often have it all. They have money, private islands, even a fleet of rockets. Whatever they want is at their fingertips. It seems that there are very few things that they lack. So what do you crave when you have it all? Power, I suppose. The power to control other people's lives, the power to decide where taxpayer money goes, which agencies survive or disappear, and who calls the shots in government. Yes, we are talking about Elon Musk. He spent years building a business empire, amassing wealth beyond imagination. But it's only now that he's got the missing piece, the keys to the US government. You see, Elon Musk bet on the right candidate. Donald Trump won the election, he's back in the White House, and by default, Musk now has a direct line to power. Some call him America's first buddy. Others say he's the co-president. Trump has even handed Musk his own department. It's called DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency. It has unfettered access to everything, it seems, from classified intelligence to treasury data. Musk knows it all. The world's richest man is now pulling the strings. No election, no Senate confirmation, just raw, unchecked power. So what exactly is Elon Musk's role here? Is he part of the government? Is he freelancing? Is he slashing federal spending just as a side hustle now? Well, the White House has given him a new title, Special Government Employee.
I can confirm he's a special government employee. I can also confirm that he has abided by all applicable federal laws. As for his security clearance, I'm not sure, but I can check back with you.
Did he pass? What does that mean? He's not a full-time federal worker, but he is not just a volunteer either. He exists in a grey zone somewhere in between. Special government employees are temporary hires. Technically, they're bound by the same ethics and rules. They're supposed to avoid conflicts of interest. But when the world's richest man is rewriting the rules, who's really keeping him in check? Donald Trump says he is. He says nothing happens without his approval.
Elon can't do and won't do anything without our approval. And we'll give him the approval where appropriate. Where not appropriate, we won't. But he reports in, and it's something that he feels very strongly about, and I'm impressed because he's running, obviously, a big company. It has nothing to do, if there's a conflict, that we won't let him get near it.
So what has Musk accomplished so far? It's been just 2 weeks since Trump took office, and in that time, Elon Musk has brought US aid to a standstill. That is Washington's main foreign aid agency. He's pushed for mass federal layoffs. He's gained access to classified intelligence. He's taken control of sensitive data on millions of Americans. And most importantly, Elon Musk now oversees the US Treasury's payment system, the nerve center of government spending that runs into trillions of dollars. In a matter of just days, the world's richest man has taken hold of America's financial lifeline. And it's not like he's personally overseeing all of this. His day, like yours, has only 24 hours. How much can you possibly do in that time? So, of course, he has a team. His squad of DOGE disruptors. There are 6 people in the squad. Let's tell you about them. The first is Akash Boba. Just 21 years old, graduated high school in 2021. Once an investment engineering intern, he is now in the heart of power. Then there is Corristine. He's only 19. His father runs a successful popcorn business. He skipped college altogether. Next, Farritor, 23 years old, another college dropout, now shaping government decisions. And the other three, well, they did go to college and then worked at tech startups. So half of Musk's team has no degree and none of them has experience in government. And yet they hold the keys to the US government. Basically, Musk is running this like a tech startup, fast, chaotic, and controlled by 19-year-olds. And this has left the Democrats up in arms.
DOGE staffers, whomever they are, now have unprecedented access to the most sensitive payment data in the entire federal government, with no transparency, with no guardrails, and guess what? The one independent watchdog who could have provided oversight was fired by Donald Trump over a week ago.
And just like the president who is elected to something cannot impound the money of the people, we don't have a fourth branch of government called Elon Musk. And that's going to become real clear.
Elon Musk says it's all for efficiency. He wants to optimize democracy. But here's the problem. Democracy was not really meant to be efficient. It is meant to be slow, deliberative, and most importantly, accountable. If it were any other country, the US would have been up in arms. It would have sanctioned them. The US has invaded countries for far less. So this would have been a red flag. But now that it's America itself, they've dubbed it as innovation. Supporters say Elon Musk is optimizing democracy. Critics say he's subverting it by taking power with no election and no oversight. Let's see if it features in the next democracy index, the kind that talks about backsliding and fledgling democracies in the global south. Will it question the Trump-Musk presidency in America? Next week is a big one for Paris. It's hosting the two-day AI Action Summit. This comes at a crucial time. China's DeepSeek has taken the AI world by storm. The rules have changed. So this new summit has one goal: to make sure AI is accessible to all. Of course, France is chairing the summit, but co-chairing it is India. New Delhi wants its own AI model, and it's leaving no stone unturned for that. From investments to cheap computing facilities, India is offering all of it. And a crucial aspect of it is data centers. They are the backbone of the AI economy, and India believes it can leverage that. Our next report tells you how.
On February 10th, global leaders will gather in Paris for the AI Action Summit, a high-stakes two-day event shaping the future of artificial intelligence. The summit kicks off at the Grand Palais, bringing together a diverse mix of stakeholders: government representatives, industry leaders, researchers and innovators, artists and journalists. Day one focuses on collaboration, ensuring AI development is inclusive and responsible. Day 2 shifts to world leaders as they debate common actions to steer AI's impact globally. This summit is the brainchild of French President Emmanuel Macron. It aims to tackle AI's growing influence, especially the concentration of power. India is co-chairing the event, with Prime Minister Narendra Modi heading to Paris. The focus will be on regulating AI, fostering innovation, and shaping a future where AI benefits all. So India is stepping up on the global stage, playing a pivotal role in this AI summit. But what are the country's AI goals? In the past couple of weeks, DeepSeek has taken the world by storm. Beijing set a powerful example, demonstrating that AI models don't necessarily need billion-dollar investments or cutting-edge technology. AI is no longer solely in the hands of Silicon Valley giants. And now, India is gearing up to make its mark in this space. The Indian government is making significant investments. It's establishing AI-focused institutions and striving to integrate AI across vital industries and sectors. Beyond merely hosting foreign AI models, India is actively driving the development of homegrown AI technologies. It's also focusing on building related technologies, all to establish a solid presence on its own turf. So India wants its own DeepSeek. Another key area of focus is data centers. These are facilities used to store, manage and process large amounts of data. Data centers are the backbone of the AI economy. If you want to lead in AI, you need data centers. So India wants to capitalize on that. Currently, the country holds 20% of global data, yet only 3% of the total data capacity. So India wants to change that. One of the country's biggest conglomerates, Reliance, is planning a new project. It wants to build what could become the world's largest data center. It will be located in the city of Jamnagar, and it's targeting a capacity of 3 gigawatts. That's not all. India expects an investment of $300 billion in hyperscalers and data centers. This is over the next 3 years, and it's understandable why. Relatively low construction costs and energy fees gives India an advantage as a data center hub. So with these recent developments, India is not only positioning itself as a key player in AI, but also as a hub for the next generation of technological innovation. As the summit unfolds in Paris, all eyes will be on the direction the world chooses to take. Will AI become a force for good, and who will lead the charge in shaping this future? We don't know yet, but India is clearly ready to make its mark.
Now let's talk about Brian Johnson. If you don't live under a rock, you have most likely heard of him. He's an American tech entrepreneur and an anti-aging fanatic. He's 47 years old, that's his chronological age. But he has the heart of a 37-year-old, the skin of a 22-year-old, and the lungs of an 18-year-old, because much of his time and money is dedicated to age reversal. Johnson wakes up at 4:30 a.m. every day. He eats all meals before 11 a.m. He pops more than 100 pills daily, injects his face with bizarre treatments, exchanges his blood with his sons. Basically, he's up for all kinds of strange experiments. But India's heir, that's where he draws the line. Recently, Brian Johnson was in India, and within 3 days, he began to notice the changes, he says. His skin broke out in rashes, his eyes started watering, his throat was irritated. Then he went on a podcast, but he cut the conversation short. He walked out of the podcast, recording midway because of the air. He could not tolerate the room's air quality, he said. Now, it's worth knowing this. The podcast was being recorded in a 5-star hotel. Johnson was wearing an N95 mask. There was an air purifier in the room, and the room's air quality stood at 130. But Johnson just could not take it. If you live in India, this may seem a little over the top. Most Indians would consider an AQI of 130 a privilege. People exercise outside in this air. Children go to school in this air. Babies and elders breathe this air all the time. People rarely complain about this air quality. But reality check. It is as harmful as smoking more than 3 cigarettes a day. So Johnson's reaction to the pollution should not come as a surprise. And needless to say, this is not a good look for India. We are talking about the world's 5th largest economy that aspires to be a developed nation by 2047 and a global superpower. But when the country is shrouded in bad air, it dims brand India. And we shouldn't have to wait for a tech entrepreneur from the US to tell us this or to trigger this conversation. But here we are. India is among the most polluted countries in the world. This is the world's most populated nation, and its entire population is exposed to pollutants. This causes more than 2 million deaths every year, and it has a heavy cost to the economy, about $37 billion. Here, AQI regularly reaches 500, which is considered hazardous. It should be far from the norm. But what's worse is that the AQI exceeds this limit during winter months. And that's when there is some uproar in the country, when it becomes very hard to breathe, when visibility goes to zero, when schools have to be shut. That's when we remember that pollution is a problem. So it may seem strange that someone is talking about air pollution in the month of February when the AQI is only 130. But do you know what's stranger? The fact that we continue to ignore the horrifying effects of pollution, effects that we already know about. Bad air causes heart disease, stroke, and cancer. That's right, it even causes cancer. And this is not just about India. The world over, air pollution is fueling a rise in cancer, especially lung cancer. And what we're seeing now is unprecedented. About 2.5 million people are diagnosed with the disease every year. And these cases are on the rise globally, especially among people who have never smoked before. And the largest burden of these cases is in East Asia, particularly China. How is this acceptable? Did you know that today is World Cancer Day? It is the 25th time that the world is observing this day to spread awareness, to boost action, to save lives. Leaders everywhere are talking about cancer. Experts are sitting down for panel discussions. Social media is brimming with celebrity endorsements. Yet citizens are breathing toxic air the world over. So it's time to ask, when will this change? Because a millionaire abandoning a podcast can only stir conversation. It won't stop pollution from serving death sentences. Have you ever seen Cantonese opera? It's a centuries-old art form. The characters are drawn from historical texts and stories. Not this one, though. Yesterday's show in Hong Kong featured a new character, US President Donald Trump. The same suit, the same red tie, and the same blonde hair. Guess what? The show was completely sold out. It's become one of the most iconic looks in global politics, perhaps a bit too iconic, because there are Trump impersonators everywhere. Take a look.
Great Britain will make Great Britain greater again.
Oh, Canada. I love Canada. I love it.
Everyone gets tax cuts. Joe Biden finally has extra time for naps.
ਅੱਖਾਂ ਥੱਕ ਗਈਆਂ ਤੱਕ ਤੱਕ ਰਾਤ ਸਜਣਾ.
And now it's time for Vantage shots, images that tell the story. Bhutan's king takes a holy dip and performs rituals at the Maha Kumbh. Syria's new leader performs the Umrah pilgrimage in Mecca, and a tiger and a boar fall into the same well and wait to be rescued after a chase goes wrong. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 2004, Mark Zuckerberg launched Facebook. It began as a platform to connect Harvard students. But the next day, over 1,000 people had registered. Facebook is now one of the biggest social media platforms in the world with over 3 billion monthly active users. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost America. I'm Eric Ham and we're live in Washington, D.C. And over the next few minutes, we'll take you from the United States and around the world, covering all the top stories of the day. We start in the United States, where the Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth visited the U.S.-Mexico border in El Paso, Texas on Monday. The Pentagon chief interacted with Marines deployed at the border as well as federal Border Patrol agents.
The Defense Department has been helping on the border for decades, just not at the level that President Trump has charged us with right now. Because we believe, and he believes, that border security is national security. Guys and gals of my generation have spent decades in foreign countries guarding other people's borders. It's about time we secure our own border. We will defend this line. And in talking to the men and women in uniform, they're proud to be here. They're excited to be here. They're motivated to be here because they're defending their friends, their family, their communities, their church, their schools, their loved ones from an invasion of people whose intentions we don't know.
The secretary was accompanied by President Donald Trump's border czar Tom Homan, who promised to oversee joint operations between military and federal agencies.
I've never seen that amount of engagement from the military on the border helping to secure the border. I've never seen engagement from other law enforcement agencies, whether it's FBI, U.S. Marshals, DEA, DOJ's at the table across the country doing operations. This is a game changer. We will finally succeed and have an operational control of our southern border.
The visit comes just 2 weeks after President Donald Trump declared a national emergency at the southern border and ordered the deployment of troops to the region. The visit also comes as reports note that Mexican drug cartels are targeting Border Patrol agents with kamikaze drones and other explosives amid the border crackdown. An internal memo circulated by the drug cartels was published by the New York Post, Fox News, and News Nation. And the criminal organizations have authorized the deployment of suicide drones to target U.S. Border Patrol agents and U.S. military personnel. Social media posts from cartel-affiliated accounts are urging illegal migrants to kill ICE agents in order to cross over into the United States. In fact, last week, Border Patrol agents faced gunfire from cartels while patrolling in Fronton, Texas. Texas officials now say the cartels have fled the area after U.S. Marines were deployed in Fronton to replace the Border Patrol agents. Secretary Hegseth's trip to the border comes as cartel-led violence escalates against U.S. agents. And Pete Hegseth has pledged to deploy thousands of additional troops to the region to assist border officials repel what the Trump administration is calling an invasion of the United States. And now moving to El Salvador, Secretary of State Marco Rubio visited the country and met President Nayib Bukele on Monday. After the meeting, President Bukele announced that El Salvador will house violent criminals and migrants of any nationality that are deported by the Trump administration. In addition, the Central American country will continue accepting Salvadoran deportees who illegally entered the United States. President Bukele added that members of the deadly MS-13 gang or other drug cartels that are deported by the United States will be put in El Salvador's prisons.
First, obviously, he continues with full cooperation on the returning of Salvadorians who find themselves illegally in the United States and welcome them back home. And that's already existing, and that will continue. But second, he has agreed to accept for deportation any illegal alien in the United States who is a criminal from any nationality, be they MS-13 or Tren de Aragua, and house them in his jails. And third, he has offered to house in his jails dangerous American criminals in custody in our country, including those of U.S. citizenship and legal residence.
Now, in return, the United States has offered to work with El Salvador to advance civil nuclear projects in the country. President Bukele confirmed that Washington remains the biggest ally of El Salvador, and the two countries will improve on bilateral trade relations.
It is undeniable that the United States is our most important partner, our most important commercial partner, our biggest buyer of our exports, and the biggest place where our imports come from. We have a large number of Salvadorans living in the United States. We use the U.S. currency. For us, it is a no-brainer that for us, the United States is the most important relationship we have, and we want to strengthen it.
The technologies, like nuclear energy, that will allow you to power a 21st century and economy, that will allow this to be the home of every advanced technology and industry of this new era.
Now, Bukele has been instrumental in turning El Salvador's image from one of the most deadly countries in the world to one of the safest. The president's vast and brutal crackdown on cartels and gangs has earned him admiration from many, including President Trump and his first buddy, Elon Musk. In fact, the crime rate in El Salvador has seen a 98% decrease since Bukele took office almost 6 years ago. And the country has gone from reporting almost 85 murders per 1,000 to just 2 per 100,000. However, El Salvador now has the highest incarceration rate in the world, with nearly 1,000 prisoners for every 100,000 people. Still, that hasn't stopped President Bukele from becoming a close ally of President Donald Trump, as he even attended the 47th president's inauguration just last month. And with the latest deal to house deportees from the United States, the Salvadoran president has given President Trump a major boost with his anti-immigrant agenda. And staying on the topic of immigration, as policies to enter the United States tighten under the Trump administration, a growing number of Indian professionals are now turning to an unexpected solution: divine intervention. Across the country, temples have become bustling hubs for visa seekers, hoping that faith will help them secure a coveted U.S. visa. From abstaining from meat and alcohol to chanting special hymns, for many devotees, it's a gamble worth taking. Our next report has more.
In the face of increasingly stringent U.S. immigration policies, a surprising trend has emerged among India's professional hopefuls. They are turning to divine intervention in the hopes of securing a U.S. visa. After all, when U.S. President Donald Trump has made it harder for people to get into the land of the free, who better to help than a deity? One of the most popular spiritual havens is the Chamatkari Hanuman Temple in India's Ahmedabad city, affectionately known as the Visa Hanuman. Located in the western state of Gujarat, this temple has become the go-to place for visa aspirants praying for a touch of luck, or perhaps just a few divine loopholes in their journey to the United States. Here, Lord Hanuman, beloved for his strength and devotion, is seen as the guardian of the visas. A priest at the temple who oversees this ritual said in an interview that the process is simple. Applicants place their passports before the deity and then they chant a devotional hymn. He says it's all about faith. If you believe, it will happen. If doubts creep in, disappointment follows. The priest claims that he has witnessed a number of last-minute approvals, sometimes just hours after performing these rituals. It's not just the locals in Gujarat flocking to Lord Hanuman for help. Visa seekers from all over India, each with a prayer and passport in hand, are making pilgrimages to the temple. They are all convinced of its magical power. For these hopefuls, emigration to the US is more than just a career move, it's a status symbol, even if President Trump's administration has made it a little harder to get a foot in the door. Elsewhere in India, devotees are doubling down on the religious visa rituals. At the Chilkur Balaji temple in Hyderabad, better known as the Visa God Shrine, hopeful emigrants are completing 108 barefoot circumambulations and chanting prayers in hopes of visa approval. Many even return to the temple to thank the Visa God for their success. It feels like the divine hand gently pushes these applications to the top of the pile. Meanwhile, in India's capital, New Delhi, devotees are going to extreme lengths. Visitors of the Sri Siddhi Peeth Chamatkari Hanuman Mandir are abstaining from meat, alcohol, onion and garlic for 41 days in a desperate attempt to secure a visa to the United States. This process is followed by another. Visa seekers write their wishes on pieces of paper. Then these papers are placed in front of the deity and then chanted over before being placed securely in a sacred box. The priest of the New Delhi temple says that many come to the temple in a very disturbed state of mind. Some even consider this as their last resort. The priest says, and I quote, "We usually find that their wishes do come true." It seems that when it comes to US visas, many Indians are placing their hopes in the hands of both Uncle Sam and their chosen deity. Whether it's a miracle or coincidence remains to be seen. But one thing's for sure, when it comes to securing a US visa, no prayer is too big and no temple too small.
Vice President J.D. Vance is barely 2 weeks into his new role, but questions about the 2028 presidential race are already beginning to swirl. In fact, in a recent interview with Fox News, he was asked if he plans to run for president, and his response was a careful sidestep saying, quote, "We'll see what happens," end quote. The vice president even defended President Trump's DEI comments after the Washington plane crash, but backtracked to say the president wasn't blaming anybody. Our next report shows how Vice President Vance is softening President Trump's blows one interview at a time.
The Trump-Vance administration is only 2 weeks old, but the 2028 race is already a hot topic. In a recent interview with Fox News, when Vice President J.D. Vance was pressed about his future ambitions, he chose to remain tight-lipped, saying, "We'll see what happens."
We'll see what happens in 2028. But the way that I think about this is the best thing for my future is actually the best thing for the American people, which is that we do a really good job over the next 3.5 years.
As etched in the American politics, over half of all vice presidents in the U.S. history have sought presidency, and at least 15 have made it to the Oval Office. But 8 of those only got there after a president's death. And Vance, at just 40 years old, is the youngest vice president in decades. His age, popularity and close ties to Trump make him a natural frontrunner, because the MAGA world sees him as their heir to the movement. But the field could be crowded and other conservative figures will likely enter the race. A recent poll suggests Vance has an early advantage. The survey conducted from January 22 to 27 asked 453 Republicans who they would support in a 2028 primary. Vance led with 27% of the vote, and right behind him was Donald Trump Jr. at 21% of the votes. Now, even though Trump Jr. has never held office, he still remains a major political figure. He's been a vocal supporter of his father and a power broker within the GOP. While some believe his last name alone could give him an edge, the others question whether he has the political experience to compete. Vance may not be confirming a run, but he's already taking on major issues. During the same interview, he even defended Trump's controversial remarks on a plane crash in Washington, D.C. Trump suggested diversity hiring policies weakened the FAA, and Vance backed him up, saying these policies led to air traffic controller shortages.
The president made very clear that he wasn't blaming anybody, but he was being very explicit about the fact that DEI policies have led our air traffic controllers to be short-staffed. That is a scandal. Thankfully, it's a scandal that the president has stopped.
Vice President Vance then further added that it is important to investigate everything, declaring that the controls did not have enough staffing because several potential people were turned away.
But let's just say the person at the controls didn't have enough staffing around him or her because we were turning people away because of DEI reasons. There is a very direct connection between the policies of the last administration and short-staffed air traffic controllers.
Since the Washington plane crash last week, President Trump has already acted on his concerns. Just after the crash was reported, he signed an executive order rolling back DEI hiring efforts in federal agencies. He also appointed Chris Rochelaw as acting FAA administrator, and the Senate will later confirm a permanent replacement.
I would say the answer is yes. If we find that people aren't mentally competent, you see the language. The language is put out by them. And if you see that, I'm not going to bore you by reading it again, but these are not people that should be doing this particular job. They'd be very good for certain jobs, but not people that should be doing this particular job.
For now, the 2028 race remains in the background. But Vance is playing the perfect role of a trusted soldier. The president and the vice president have a clear strategy. Trump ignites the flame with his fiery remarks, and Vance comes in a day or two later to soften up the blow with fact, compassion, and openness. This has been evident at multiple times now. From defending Trump's order to end birthright citizenship to now saying that the air traffic controllers were non-DEI hires, despite Trump claiming they were. However, what may seem like backtracks are far from it. Vance has mastered the art of showing support for his president without firing from the hip. And it's not just about housekeeping. Vance has stood by Trump on Greenland, deporting illegal migrants to even tariffs. The senator from Ohio is more than just the vice president. He is, in every sense, Trump's most loyal wingman.
And finally, in the United Kingdom, a 23-year-old former British soldier, Daniel Khalif, has been sentenced to 14 years and 3 months in prison for espionage and escaping custody. The sentencing took place at a court in southeast London where the judge described Khalif's actions as reckless and dangerous.
So accept the prosecution's submission that a British soldier being in contact with Iranians while on American soil during a large multi-force joint exercise has the potential for diplomatic harm to the United Kingdom's relationship with its allies. Overall, I conclude that the level of harm in your case is of a moderate to high degree rather than minimal or the most grave.
During the verdict, Khalif was found guilty of passing sensitive military information, including the names of Special Forces personnel, to Iranian intelligence agencies between 2018 and 2021.
The details of Special Services personnel are undoubtedly valuable, and giving them to an enemy state would have very substantially increased the risk to them and to their operational effectiveness. I cannot be sure that you did pass them to your handlers, but I am sure that you did obtain them for that reason.
The court even found the British soldier guilty of contacting Iranian operatives through social media and later collecting $2,000 in a park in North London.
You passed information you had gathered to those agents of an enemy state. You allowed them to know your personal details and movements, including when you were deployed to an international training operation in the United States of America. You travelled to Istanbul to meet with them, and on 2 occasions you received payment for your services.
In September of 2023, Khalif made headlines by escaping from Wandsworth Prison while awaiting trial. Strapping himself to the underside of a food delivery truck, he managed to elude capture for 75 hours. His escape sparked a nationwide manhunt involving over 150 officers and costing more than $300,000. The British soldier was eventually caught on a stolen bike along a canal in North London. Now, despite Khalif's claims that the information he passed on was useless, authorities believe his actions pose a significant threat to the British Army. Security failures at Wandsworth Prison were also exposed, with an audit revealing 81 security breaches, including faulty CCTV cameras and staff shortages.
Committing an act prejudicial to the safety or interests of the state, the sentence is 6 years imprisonment. For eliciting information about members of the armed forces, the sentence is 6 years consecutive, consisting of a custodial term of 5 years and a further period of 1 year when you'll be subject to licence. For escape, the sentence is 2 years, 3 months imprisonment consecutive. A discount of approximately 5% has been made for the late admission to that offence. You are subject to the notification requirements in Part 4 of the Counter-Terrorism Act 2008 for 15 years. I impose the surcharge.
As the British soldier was taken away from court, one question continues to linger. What secrets did he share with Iran, and will they ever be uncovered? That's First Post America for this Tuesday. I'm Eric Ham signing off from our studios in Washington, D.C. Thanks again, everyone, for tuning in.
Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We start with the situation in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The Rwanda-backed M23 rebels have declared a unilateral ceasefire after days of fighting that has killed hundreds and displaced thousands. Rebels have cited humanitarian reasons for the ceasefire after they captured Congolese territory in the eastern parts of the country. The group now says it does not intend to seize any territory further, despite saying otherwise last week. It also added that it will hold on to its positions. The M23 rebels have seized Goma, the biggest city in the mineral-rich eastern region of DRC. It is also the capital of North Kivu province, the epicenter of years-long fighting in the country. The rebels had entered the neighboring South Kivu province and were advancing toward the capital of Bukavu, but they now say they have no plans to capture the city. Last week, they also vowed to march all the way to the capital, Kinshasa, and quote-unquote, liberate the city. The pause in fighting comes after hundreds of thousands of people have been displaced. The United Nations says at least 900 people have been killed and 2,880 injured in the recent fighting in and around Goma since last week. The escalation in DRC has triggered reactions from other parts of the world. India has advised its nationals in South Kivu's capital of Bukavu to rush to safer locations. The advisory also states the reports of M23 being around 20 to 25 kilometers away from the capital, Kinshasa city. About 25,000 Indian citizens live in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Around 1,000 of them are in Goma. The Indian government says its citizens in the captured city are all safe. Thousands fled Goma city after the latest fighting began. As the rebels have announced ceasefire, some of them are making long journeys back home, while many are reluctant and fear violence and looting.
This fighting reminds me of how we fled Kichenga after fighting broke out there, but it has now again followed me to Goma. My family and I decided to flee again to Rugerero in Rwanda, but I now want to return to move to a decent place, like a city. That's why I say, those who wish to remain are free. It is their wish, but for my family and I, we are moving.
This latest fighting caught us by surprise. We took off and ran after we heard that they were approaching Goma. We went to Kituku, but most of us have since returned to bring down their structures and move away, which we are also doing. We want to go back home because the conditions at the camps are deplorable. The heat in the tents is too much, diarrhea and hunger, so we decided to go back and farm. We can at least feed ourselves because there seems to be no solution here.
The Rwanda-backed rebels have shown intent that they can restore order and govern in the captured territories. Rwanda has been facing intense backlash for backing the rebels. Meanwhile, Rwandan President Paul Kagame, who is the commander-in-chief of the Rwandan Defense Force, said in an interview that he does not know if his troops are present in the DRC. He added that his country will do anything to protect itself. Though Rwanda blames the DRC for supporting rival ethnic militia, it has been accused of using the M23 rebels to loot the DRC's minerals. Kagame will attend a regional summit with the DRC President Felix Tshisekedi this Saturday. Both leaders have been no-shows at previous talks attempting to broker peace between the two sides. Will the ceasefire and diplomacy work this time to restore peace in the DRC, which has been plagued by decades of fighting and unrest? Now, for more on this, we have with us Dr. Charles Sinkala, international relations expert, who is joining us live from Johannesburg, South Africa. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure for inviting me.
How credible is the M23 rebels' ceasefire declaration, and what are the key factors that will determine whether it holds in the long term?
It is quite difficult in terms of having confidence in terms of the ceasefire holding, because there's quite a lot of questions that has been questioned all over and again. I've been listening to you talking about the M23 rebels are being backed by the Rwandese government, of which Rwanda has denied on several occasions. I don't know if you have even any proof thereof. But for the sake that Rwanda has denied any involvement of backing the M23, that also begs the question of who is funding them. You know, what are their agenda in terms of them fighting within the Democratic Republic of Congo? Issues of ethnicity and the borders, which has been put in the colonial times, has also made it very difficult. You know, I see most of them are being regarded as the Congolese, but Congo people or other Tutsis and the Hutus are saying they are not from Congo. The acknowledging of the M23 as a negotiating partner, I think it's a big mistake in terms of the government of Democratic Republic of Congo. Once they legitimize them that they are part of the negotiating table, it also brings up issues in terms of the legitimacy of the government and what is happening. But as we have historically seen, that these M23, also known as the Nyamlenges, they've been there for many years, like more than 30 years. You know, most of the time they've been found themselves on the negotiating table for ceasefire. And mostly the ceasefire has been penned on the supply of their supply of their demands, and including financing their operations. So no sooner those finances and their operations has been met, they will continue the fighting for the territory.
Right. The M23 stated that they will be holding their positions. What challenges does this pose for the Congolese government and the ongoing peace efforts, especially in considering the displacement crisis and local community responses?
Yes, I think the M23 now, they've got power that they've been recognized by both the current government of the Democratic Republic of Congo under Felix Tshisekedi, and as well as the regional organization, which is the East African Community, and as well as the international community. So they hold so much solid ground as they control most of the eastern part of DRC. Should their demands not to be met as they have itemized or put in the agenda of the negotiation, they will continue, you know, to do what they do. And we hope that the arranged meeting between the president of the Democratic Republic of Congo and the Rwandese president Paul Kagame, it shall yield some results that will last within that. But for now, we can only hope for the best.
Right. Doctor, thank you very much for being with us and for those valuable insights and all the latest out of Goma.
Thank you.
Shifting focus to North Africa, tensions in the war-torn Sudan have been peaking. The fighting between the Sudanese army and the paramilitary rapid support forces have been escalating in recent days. And their most common targets have become innocent civilians and marketplaces. In the latest, an attack by the RSF on a market in Omdurman has killed nearly 56 people. The deadly attack has overwhelmed the local hospitals. So why are the two warring sides attacking markets instead of military installations? And will the indiscriminate bombing of civilian areas ever stop? Our next report gets you the details.
The crisis in war-torn Sudan has been escalating by the day. The army and the paramilitary RSF have been fighting head-to-head. Each side wants the upper hand over the other. And what are their most common targets for this? Densely populated areas and markets under each other's control. In the latest, an attack by the paramilitary RSF on an open market over the weekend has killed nearly 56 people and wounded at least 158 more. The deadly attack took place in a market in the Sudanese city of Omdurman. The majority of those killed in the attack were reportedly women and children. The attack on the market has also allegedly overwhelmed the city's hospitals, where mortuaries are filled with bodies of innocent civilians. The Sudanese authorities and the RSF have denied their individual involvement and blamed each other for the attack. The RSF and Sudan's army have been locked in a civil war since April 2023. The war has killed tens of thousands and sparked the world's worst humanitarian disasters. Moreover, the war has uprooted more than 12 million people and decimated Sudan's fragile infrastructure, forcing most health facilities out of service. Both sides have been accused of targeting civilians, including health workers. Indiscriminate shelling of populated regions, such as residential areas and marketplaces, have also become a common trend in recent months. To give some context, a Sudanese army strike killed 10 people and wounded over 30 in southern Khartoum earlier in January. Then, in December last year, a Sudanese military airstrike on a market in Kabkabia town in North Darfur killed more than 100 people. In October 2024, 23 people were killed in another military strike in southern Khartoum. Then, a paramilitary attack on a market in El Fasher killed 18 people in September 2024. In the same month, a shelling at a market in Sennar killed 21 people and wounded another 67 people. But why are markets becoming the common targets for the RSF and the army? Well, there are a few reasons for that. The first one is economic disruption. Attacking markets and disrupting trade can significantly damage the overall economy of the areas under the control of the enemy. This can cause widespread economic hardship and potentially weaken the support for the enemy. The second reason is the psychological impact. Deliberately targeting markets can create fear and uncertainty among the civilian population and thus undermine the support of the enemy side. Moreover, the recent attacks on markets in Sudan, especially from the RSF side, could also be because of the intensive offensives that the army has launched against it in recent weeks. Sudan's army has taken back control of several bases in Khartoum, including its pre-war headquarters. It has also captured the capital city of Al Jazeera state from the RSF. Still, despite that, the RSF controls major parts of the country. But as these attacks increase in densely populated areas, there is no sight of the two warring sides ending the deadly conflict. How many more markets need to be destroyed and how many more innocent civilians need to die for the two sides to come to the negotiating table?
And now shifting our focus, it looks like Africa is taking the warnings given by US President Donald Trump seriously and is trying its best to foolproof itself. Now, at Africa's largest mining investment summit that kicked off in South Africa's city of Cape Town earlier this week, many discussions have been held among the delegates on the plans of the US president to impose tariffs on countries across the world and its impact on Africa's mining industry. While the theme of this year's investment summit, which includes mining companies, investors and governments, is future-proofing African mining today, participants were concerned that tariffs imposed by the Trump administration, most notably the 10% tariff on Chinese goods announced over the weekend, will make this mission much harder. Now, China sources a lot of its minerals from Africa, which is believed to hold 30% of the world's minerals. The participants of the mining summit have argued that due to the US tariff, there is a high chance for demand for the minerals to go down. This is likely to impact the mining sector in Africa. Moreover, discussions on Trump's decision to freeze US foreign aid as a part of his America First agenda, especially to the countries in the world's second largest continent, have also been on the forefront. South Africa's Minister of Minerals and Petroleum Resources, Mantashe, told the delegates in his opening address that Africa should withhold minerals if funding is withdrawn by the US, which gave the sub-Saharan Africa region more than $6.5 billion in humanitarian assistance last year.
I don't think we should be bullied by the United States because of the size of our country and our economy, and because they're a superpower, they just bully us around. We must resist that. And we must be treated with respect and be understood that we are a sovereign state. We are not a province of the United States. We are a sovereign state, and if there is an issue they want to raise with us, they must talk to us. We're engaged diplomatically. We take decisions collectively. But bullying us should not be tolerated by us at any time.
Mantashe's comments were coming after President Donald Trump announced that he was cutting all future funding to South Africa, as the country is confiscating land and treating certain classes very badly, a claim that the South African government denied. The United States committed nearly $440 million in assistance to South Africa in 2023. Moreover, it is also important to note that the US president is not known to be a leader who has much affinity toward Africa. In his first term, he never set foot on the continent, and ever since Trump has come back to the White House last month, concerns have remained over his stance on the African Growth and Opportunity Act, or the AGOA, which allows African nations to export to the US without taxes. Concerns have also remained on the deportation of illegal immigrants from the US to Africa. But as the Trump presidency decides to impose tariffs which can indirectly impact Africa, as well as freeze its much-needed aid to the continent, will this boost the opportunities for countries like India, Russia, Saudi Arabia and the UAE to strengthen their presence in the continent? And our last story is from Kenya, where a major cyber attack has exposed President William Ruto and former President Uhuru Kenyatta family business dealings. Now, the attack targeted Kenya's Business Registration Services, or the BRS. It is one of the most data-rich organizations in the Kenyan government. The organization holds data on all registered companies, their registered owners, beneficial owners, and directors. That's the data that many would like to keep private. But the cyber attack has now left the information of many private companies in the hands of the public. Now, it has leaked companies' names, directors and shareholders' details, and also business owners' IDs, phone and house details. It has also exposed the extensive business affiliations of several prominent figures in Kenya, including President William Ruto and his predecessor, Uhuru Kenyatta. Now, the breach has particularly spotlighted First Lady Rattle Ruto, whose name has been linked to various businesses across multiple sectors. Reports indicate that she, along with her son, have connections to several companies. Her daughter is also identified as the owner of one of Kenya's most luxurious Airbnb properties. Then the former President Uhuru Kenyatta's business dealings were also among the exposed data. While the Uhuru Kenyatta Foundation and the Uhuru Kenyatta Institute Limited are well documented, the records also listed Uhuru Kenyatta Security and Cleaning Services, a company registered in South Africa, which his brother is found to hold directorial and shareholder roles in over 50 organizations. The data breach has also exposed foreign ownership in Kenyan firms. For example, the Nairobi Expressway Company is found to be owned by a firm based in the UAE. The breach, which appears to have compromised a significant amount of sensitive data, has sparked panic among industry experts and the public. It is not yet clear who is behind the cyber attack or the total amount of data stolen. Reports say authorities have ruled out ransomware, where attackers demand payment for the stolen data before it can be restored. There are confirmed reports that the data is being sold on the dark web, and some are also calling it an insider job. The leak has also reignited discussions on Kenya's data protection laws and the effectiveness of its cybersecurity infrastructure. Kenya has witnessed an alarming surge in cyber attacks, with staggering 860 million incidents recorded in the past year. Now, as per the Communications Authority of Kenya, the country lost approximately $83 million to cybercrimes in 2023, even detecting over 1.1 billion threats between April and June of 2024. Now that the attacks are posing risk to even the president and his family, it is to be seen if it will force quicker action to counter the threats. And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Hello, namaskar. This is Firstpost, and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma.
The President of the United States.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it, too.
I don't want to be cute. I don't want to be a wise guy. The Riviera of the Middle East, this could be something that could be so bad. This could be so magnificent.
You can put a real estate mogul in the White House, but you cannot take real estate out of him. President Donald Trump has proven that. Yesterday, he hosted the Prime Minister of Israel, his best buddy, Benjamin Netanyahu. After the talks, both men addressed the press, and Trump unveiled his plan for Gaza, a classic realtor's tactic: remove the people, demolish what remains, and rebuild the whole place.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it, too. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site, level the site and get rid of the destroyed buildings, level it out, create an economic development that will supply unlimited numbers of jobs and housing for the people of the area. Do a real job, do something different.
This is unprecedented stuff. Trump wants the U.S. to take over the Gaza Strip. He wants to raze all the buildings, dismantle the explosives, and create new housing societies. There are two obvious problems with the plan. One, Gaza is Palestinian land. It does not belong to the United States or Donald Trump. And two, Gaza is not empty either. 2 million Palestinians live in Gaza. What will happen to them? President Trump seems least bothered about that. He suggested that neighboring Arab countries will host them, countries like Jordan and Egypt. I know this sounds absurd and imperialist already, but it gets worse. Trump gave a long explanation for why this plan is necessary. Not strategic convenience, not humanitarian concerns. Trump says Gaza is unlucky.
I also strongly believe that the Gaza Strip, which has been a symbol of death and destruction for so many decades and so bad for the people anywhere near it, and especially those who live there, and frankly, who's been really very unlucky. It's been very unlucky. It's been an unlucky place for a long time.
That's the realtor speaking again. But do not worry. Gaza is not is only unlucky for Palestinians. For everybody else, it's perfect beachfront property. That's what Trump is pitching here. He wants to turn Gaza into the Riviera of West Asia. Listen to this.
And I don't want to be cute, I don't want to be a wise guy, but the Riviera of the Middle East, this could be something that could be so bad, this could be so magnificent.
Trump says he has pitched this plan to West Asian leaders and he says they'll love it. But we're not so sure. Arab leaders have already rejected this plan. They say Gazans should not be pushed out. In fact, Jordan has gone one step ahead. They are ready for war to prevent the displacement of Gazans, because Jordan would be the worst affected. Around 3 million Palestinians already live in Jordan. The kingdom cannot host more. So the Arab position is pretty clear. Don't even think about it. Even America's Western allies have rejected the plan. France, Germany, Spain, all of them have opposed it. They say Gazans must stay in Gaza. China and Russia are also on the same page. Moscow called it the cancellation of Palestine, and China said it opposes forced relocation. Which makes you wonder, is anyone supporting Trump's plan? The answer is yes, Israel. Prime Minister Netanyahu looked quite happy, maybe even surprised by what he heard. At best, he was hoping for political support from President Trump, but what he got was permission to wipe out Gaza, to kick out all the Palestinians.
President Trump is taking it to a much higher level. He sees a different future for that piece of land that has been the focus of so much terrorism, so many attacks against us, so many trials and so many tribulations. He has a different idea, and I think it's worth paying attention to this.
Well, this is a bonus for Netanyahu. His political future was hanging in the balance. His recent truce deal was not acceptable to his allies at home. Plus, his war goals were unmet. You see, Hamas is still calling the shots in Gaza, so Netanyahu's war was being called pointless and genocidal. But Donald Trump has thrown him a lifeline. His far-right allies love this Riviera plan. If enacted, it would end all hopes for a Palestinian state. But here's the crazy idea. Ask the Palestinians. For Israel, Gaza may be a piece of land. For Trump, it may be beachfront property. But for Gazans, it is their homeland. And they do not plan to leave it.
We are staying steadfast in our land here. Who wants to rebuild should not kick us out under the pretext of rebuilding. You helped Israel in the first place in this destruction that we can see here. How could a Palestinian who holds the Palestinian nationality and whose all ancestors died on this soil go to Egypt, Jordan, or any other country? These are rejected statements, and it will not pass on the Palestinian people. This president, who is called Donald Trump, comes to us with a new method to displace us from our country where we are our land. We will not get out of it.
So nobody likes this plan. Not the Palestinians, not the Arabs, not the Europeans, not the Russians or the Chinese. Only Donald Trump likes it. And how will this proposal affect the region? What does it mean for West Asia? Let's look at the 3 possible impacts it could have. Number 1, a setback to the Gaza ceasefire deal. The second stage of talks are slated to begin soon, but Trump's comments will undermine it because any deal is built on trust. Why would Hamas negotiate if the plan is to relocate Gazans, to turn Gaza into some resort town? So Trump's proposal endangers the existing truce. That's impact number 1. Impact number 2, a setback on Arab-Israel normalization. Saudi Arabia has made its position clear today: no Palestinian state, no normalization. In fact, let me quote from their statement. His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman, Crown Prince and Prime Minister, emphasized that Saudi Arabia will continue its relentless efforts to establish an independent Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital and will not establish diplomatic relations with Israel without that. So Israel cannot have it both ways, which brings us to impact number 3. The pretense is gone. The US was never serious about a two-state solution. They just want a strong and thriving Israel. Other presidents sugar-coated this position. Donald Trump is just being blunt about it. Because this plan is a death blow to Palestinian statehood. It is textbook ethnic cleansing. If Trump gets his way, it would weaken the global system further. It would erode concepts of sovereignty and territorial integrity. Because this is geopolitics. We deal with countries and people here, not properties and tenants.
Restore a maximum pressure policy on the Iranian regime. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. I would love to be able to make a great deal.
US President Donald Trump wasn't done just with Gaza. He made another move in West Asia, this time against Iran. Trump has restored a policy from his first term, his maximum pressure policy. Now, some of you may know that Iran is not very fond of Donald Trump. There was allegedly a plot last year before the US presidential election, an Iranian plot to assassinate Trump. It was thwarted last September, but the suspected assassin is still at large, and now Trump has decided to ramp up pressure on Iran. He was asked if he feared another Iranian attempt on his life after he brought back his maximum pressure policy. And this was Donald Trump's response.
If they did that, they would be obliterated. That would be the end. I've left instructions. If they do it, they get obliterated. There won't be anything left.
Mr. President, when you said if they do it, they get obliterated. Just to be clear, you're talking about if Iran made an attempt on your life.
Yeah. That would be called total obliteration.
Trump says he has left instructions. If Iran manages to kill him, he has directed the US to quote-unquote obliterate the country. It's quite the threat. But why was it even being discussed? Why would Iran want to kill Donald Trump? Well, his maximum pressure policy would bring a world of hurt for Tehran. So there's always the fear that Iran could retaliate, especially considering what happened the last time. Iran signed a deal back in 2015 when Barack Obama was US president. It was conventionally known as the Iran nuclear deal. But Donald Trump tore it up unilaterally during his first term as president. He replaced it with sanctions and increased scrutiny of Iran's activities, both nuclear and otherwise. This was his first maximum pressure policy. It caused Iran's economy to crash, bringing hardship to everyone in the country, both the government and the ordinary people. This policy was in effect during all of Trump's first term, and the sanctions stayed even after he left. Joe Biden continued with Trump's policies despite trying to negotiate another Iran nuclear deal. He couldn't. And it doesn't matter now because Trump would have torn it up anyway. So now we are back to maximum pressure, and Iran is in for another bruising. First, let's look at the policy itself. It has three broad goals. Point one, Iran should be denied a nuclear weapon and intercontinental ballistic missile. Point two, Iran's terrorist network should be neutralized. And point three, Iran's aggressive development of missiles as well as other asymmetric and conventional weapons capabilities should be countered. The deal says, what the policy says. Now, points 1 and 2 are straightforward. Iran cannot be allowed to build a nuclear weapon or an ICBM, which is an intercontinental ballistic missile, a missile that can travel over 5,000 kilometers. Officially, Iran does not have these ICBMs. It has a number of short and medium-range missiles, but no ICBMs, and Trump wants to make sure that they cannot build one. He also wants to go after Iran's proxies, Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis, and the Iran-backed militias in Iraq and Syria. The US wants to neutralize all of them. And then we have the last point. Iran's aggressive development of missiles, as well as other asymmetric and conventional weapons capabilities, should be countered. What does that even mean? Effectively, the US wants Iran to disarm itself completely. No more weapons, no more military activities. They want Iran to become a sitting duck. Do you really think Iran would ever agree to this? Would any sovereign nation? Best case scenario, Iran will shelve its nuclear ambitions. And Trump understands this because that's all he seemed to care about.
They cannot have a nuclear weapon. With me, it's very simple. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. We don't want to be tough on Iran. We don't want to be tough on anybody, but they just can't have a nuclear weapon.
The second part of that statement was quite interesting. Trump said he does not want to be, quote unquote, tough on Iran.
Iran situation, hopefully, I'm going to sign it, but hopefully we're not going to have to use it very much. We will see whether or not we can arrange or work out a deal with Iran, and everybody can live together, and maybe that's possible, and maybe it's not possible. So I'm signing this, and I'm unhappy to do it.
That was before he signed the order. But even afterwards, while he was standing next to Israel's Benjamin Netanyahu, Trump said this.
I say this, and I say this to Iran, who's listening very intently. I would love to be able to make a great deal, a deal where you can get on with your lives and you'll do wonderfully. You'll do wonderfully. Incredible people, industrious, beautiful, just an unbelievable group of people in Iran.
Netanyahu was right next to him as Trump called Iranians incredible people. Perhaps that is what prompted Netanyahu to remind Trump about this.
We also see eye to eye on Iran. That's the same Iran that tried to kill us both. They tried to kill you, Mr. President. They tried through their proxies to kill me. We're both committed to rolling back Iran's aggression in the region and ensuring that Iran never develops a nuclear weapon.
Netanyahu was talking about the alleged Iranian plot to assassinate Trump, almost reminding him that Iran was his enemy. And how is Tehran dealing with all of this? Listen to what their foreign minister had to say.
I think maximum pressure is a failed experience, and testing it again will lead to another failure. If the main issue is stopping Iran from pursuing nuclear weapons, well, this is something achievable. This is not too difficult. Iran is a committed member of the NPT, and its stances are clear. Also, there is a fatwa by the Supreme Leader that has made things clear for us.
He said the maximum pressure policy failed in the past and it will fail again. However, he did seem to offer an olive branch, saying if the main issue was to stop Iran from getting nukes, it was achievable, and that Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has issued a fatwa against nukes. So it would not be too difficult to reassure Trump, to convince him that nukes were off the table. Now, all of this should be taken with a fistful of salt, because Iran is still enriching uranium and trying to produce weapons-grade nuclear fuel. If push comes to shove, Iran may choose to build nukes, because if nothing else, they would be a massive deterrent. But all that is in the realm of speculation for now. The fact is, Trump has reimposed his maximum pressure policy. His expectations are sky high. But if Iran actually stops its nuclear program, will the US back off? Or are nuclear weapons just an excuse to continue crippling Iran? We will see in the coming months. Our next story is about the CIA, the Central Intelligence Agency, America's most secretive spy agency. The CIA has been a paradox, hidden in plain sight, operating where it shouldn't. For decades, it has shaped global conflicts, it has toppled governments and brokered peace, all without so much as a press release. But now the CIA is making headlines. Why? Because Donald Trump is giving it a makeover. The agency has sent buyout offers to its entire workforce. All employees working in the CIA, they have two choices. Take the deal and leave the agency behind. They would walk away with 8 months of pay and benefits. Or they can stay put and wait for layoffs. It's a tough choice for anyone, even tougher for America's top spies. How many people will this affect? The exact number of people working in the CIA is classified. However, estimates suggest around 20,000 to 22,000 employees. Now, this offer is not a new one. US federal employees received a similar one last week. Trump wants to downsize the US government. The plan is to cut down federal spending. But intelligence agencies were initially spared. After all, their work does not fit the typical bureaucratic mold. But the new CIA director thinks different. His name is John Ratcliffe. Ratcliffe wants the CIA in on this plan. And he has two main goals: to align the CIA with the new administration's priorities and to infuse the agency with renewed energy.
I will unapologetically empower the most talented, hardest working, and most courageous risk takers and innovators to protect the American people and advance America's interests. And I will not tolerate anything or anyone that distracts from our mission.
Well, that's the official explanation, but reports suggest something deeper. A purge. Trump and his aides have long accused the CIA. They say the officers are part of the deep state, a shadowy bureaucracy working against him. So now Trump wants a new CIA, one that aligns with his vision. But there's a catch. The logistics remain murky. The buyout offer was sent to the entire workforce, but not everyone can just walk away. Some operations are too classified to be disrupted. Some missions have been running for years and cannot be abandoned now. Certain personnel, especially spies, could be exempt. And here's the real kicker. John Ratcliffe holds the power. He decides who stays, he decides who goes, and he decides when. How will this impact American intelligence? Let's look at the CIA's history first. It was born in the aftermath of World War II, emerging from the Wartime Office of Strategic Services. In the year 1947, then US President Harry Truman signed the National Security Act, officially establishing it as America's primary spy agency. The mission was clear: collect intelligence, conduct covert operations, and act as America's first line of defense. Soon the CIA became the invisible architect of American influence. It orchestrated coups in Iran and Latin America. It smuggled Soviet missile blueprints. In fact, it fueled the Cold War's shadow battles, trained the Mujahideen in Afghanistan, and killed Osama bin Laden in Pakistan. Its victories are often buried in classified files, but its failures, well, they play out on the world stage. Like the Bay of Pigs, it was a CIA-led operation aimed at overthrowing Cuba's Fidel Castro. They failed, and it embarrassed the United States government. Which brings us to the CIA's relationship with the White House. It is complicated at best. Some presidents relied heavily on it, the likes of John F. Kennedy and George W. Bush. Others tried to restrain its reach, like Barack Obama. But Trump has chosen an unpredictable approach. He wants the CIA of his dreams, and he can have it, but at what cost? A mass exodus could cripple intelligence operations, especially if experienced officers quit. It could disrupt missions, weaken response times, and strain alliances that rely on US intelligence. Plus, critics believe expertise may take a backseat to political loyalty. So will this overhaul create a leaner, more efficient CIA, or will it leave America's intelligence apparatus vulnerable at a time of rising global threats? Honestly, we don't know that yet. But here's what we can say. For the CIA that may have seen it all, this makeover is unlike any threat it has dealt with in the past. Donald Trump's deportation drive hit a new milestone today. The US president sent a military jet to India carrying over 100 undocumented immigrants from India. This is the furthest a US military deportation flight has ever gone. The US has deported Indians before. More than 1,000 of them were sent home last year, but they were sent back via charter or commercial flights. It was far more subtle. Trump doesn't care about subtlety, though. He seems to want to make a show of it, a show of his mass deportation drive in action, and that is probably why he prefers deportations via military aircraft. A C-17 Globemaster III landed in India today at the international airport in Amritsar in the state of Punjab. Reports say it brought back 104 undocumented immigrants. Let's look at the breakup. There were 25 women and 79 men. Out of the 104 migrants, 12 were minors, 33 were from the state of Gujarat, 33 from Haryana, 30 from Punjab, 2 from the Union Territory of Chandigarh, 2 from Uttar Pradesh, and 3 from Maharashtra. One person's place of origin is still unknown. All these people landed in Amritsar earlier today. Reports say they were greeted in a friendly manner. A team of doctors was said to be on standby. Arrangements were made for food. One official who greeted them hinted that they may not have been fed well. It looked like they hadn't seen hot food in ages, which probably should be expected. These were undocumented immigrants, after all, people who tried to enter the US illegally or who overstayed their welcome after their visas expired. So it makes sense that the US would not feed them well. The Punjab government did some due diligence, checked if any of them had a criminal history. Those found to be harmless will be sent home, back to their respective states, apparently in mini buses. But before that, they will be questioned. All said and done, these Indians were in the US illegally, or at least trying to get in. How did they do that? Who helped them enter? Were human traffickers involved? All these questions are questions that Indian authorities want answered. Once the officials extract all the information they can, the migrants will be sent home. The Punjab police say there won't be any detentions. The migrants will be sent home, quote unquote, respectfully. Now, this is similar to other deportation stories from other parts of the world. Last week, in fact, we told you about Guatemala. The US sent multiple deportation flights to the Central American nation. Again, military planes. Guatemala's vice president greeted the first batch of migrants in person, welcoming them back home. It seems that India is doing the same thing, warmly receiving the immigrants and not creating much of a fuss. After all, this might all blow over soon. As I mentioned, India has always taken back undocumented immigrants. India took back more than 1,000 last year, so this is nothing new. Today's flight carried 104 people. There's a lot more to go. India has agreed to take back at least 18,000 migrants from the United States. So today was just the beginning. But will the next batches also come via military jets? The military deportation flights are good optics for Trump, but how long will that last? They aren't free, you know. Reports say they're more expensive than the usual commercial deportation flights, by far. So chances are that Trump will stop using them soon enough, once the novelty wears off. Then it will probably go back to chartered and commercial deportation flights, and India will return to taking back its citizens quietly. Illegal migration is Trump's enemy number one, but if you go down that list, you will find an unlikely name: USAID, the American government's charity arm. It's the biggest donor in the world. It manages 60 missions in 130 nations. But Trump is slowly killing it. All USAID staff have been placed on leave. Foreign aid has been frozen and their website has been taken down. Trump's justification is ideological. He says USAID was run by radical left lunatics. But politics aside, there is plenty to dig up here, because USAID has a sketchy side too. They have meddled in other countries, funded radicals and run covert operations. We'll start with the radical funding. USAID has given money to a group called FIF, the Falah-e-Insaniyat Foundation. FIF, it is based in Pakistan. It is basically a front for Lashkar-e-Toiba, the same terror group behind the 26/11 Mumbai attacks. USAID was indirectly funding them. In the year 2021, they gave $110,000 to a Michigan charity, a group called Helping Hand. And this charity shared ties with Pakistan's FIF. At the time, this donation was flagged. USAID also launched an internal probe into it, because the FIF was a banned group. Yet in 2023, more money was given, around $78,000 to the same Michigan charity. Was this oversight or was it planned? Either way, it should not have happened. Aid should go to people who need it, not charities linked to terrorists and radicals. And this is just one example. Washington has always used aid to further its agenda. It was never about charity, it was about politics. I have some examples for you. In Cuba, USAID created a social media platform in 2010. It was called Zunzuneo, sort of like a Cuban Twitter. At first, it focused on music, sports, and weather, but the end goal was sinister: to influence Cuban youth, to stir trouble and trigger street protests. But media investigations exposed this plan. Soon, the platform was shut down. Example number 2 is Bolivia. USAID funded opposition groups in this country. The goal was to destabilize its then president, Evo Morales. Now, Morales was a socialist leader. His policies were seen as anti-American, so USAID quietly undermined him. In 2013, Morales had had enough. He expelled USAID from the country. Example number 3 is Peru. In the 1990s, the country ran a sterilization program. Around 200,000 women were forcibly sterilized, again with funding from USAID. And these are just just 3 prominent examples. Dozens of countries have accused USAID of meddling. Russia, Nicaragua, Iran, Honduras, the list goes on. And the agency does not just meddle, it imposes American ideology on other countries. That's what happened in Brazil in the year 2005. The US offered $40 million to Brazil. The money was supposed to fight AIDS, but Brazil rejected the money because the funds came with conditions. Brazil had to embrace anti-abortion and abstinence policies. So their government said no. At that time, the US president was George Bush. More recently, Joe Biden tried the same thing. He funded all sorts of diversity policies abroad.
These are some of the insane priorities that organization has been spending money on. $1.5 million to advance DEI in Serbia's workplaces, $70,000 for a production of a DEI musical in Ireland, $47,000 for a transgender opera in Colombia, $32,000 for a transgender comic book in Peru. I don't know about you, but as an American taxpayer, I don't want my dollars going towards this crap, and I know the American people don't either, and that's exactly what Elon Musk has been tasked by President Trump to do.
Aid is a big tool of foreign policy. It may look like a large-hearted campaign, but it comes with strings attached. Just ask India. In 1965, USAID gave a loan to India. The plan was to set up a fertilizer plant in Chennai, but the loan came with conditions. Only a US company would handle the distribution, and no other fertilizer plant would be built nearby. Such aid based on conditions was the norm back then. India finally started rejecting them in 2004. Still, USAID runs multiple campaigns here. In 2024, they donated around $141 million to India, which is slightly lower than the previous year when it was $153 million. And what's the status of these campaigns now? Well, all of them have been frozen. In the short term, there will be some pain, but experts also see an opportunity here, especially in South Asia. Countries in this region have traditionally depended on 2 sources, Chinese loans and US aid. One has been stopped, the other is untenable. So maybe India could step up to the plate, offer assistance where necessary. Of course, the rules of charity apply to India as well. You can keep your interests in mind, but you cannot undermine others. Now let's talk about Sweden. The Nordic country has witnessed its deadliest gun attack in history. It happened in the city of Örebro, which is west of the capital Stockholm. A gunman entered an adult education center and opened fire. At least 11 people have died, including the shooter, and several others are injured. So who was the perpetrator? What was the motive behind the attack? And how are people reacting to this tragedy that has sent shockwaves through Sweden? Here is a report.
Sweden is in shock. Authorities are still searching for answers after a deadly shooting attack unfolded on Tuesday. At least 11 people were killed and at least 6 were wounded in what the government has called the worst mass shooting in the country's history.
It is difficult to take in the magnitude of what has happened today, the darkness that is now falling over Sweden tonight. Today we have seen a brutal, deadly violence against completely innocent people. This is the worst mass shooting in Swedish history.
It happened at an adult education center in the city of Örebro. Home to about 100,000 people, 200 kilometers west of the capital, Stockholm. Gunfire erupted around noon local time. The school offers classes to about 2,000 adults, many of whom are immigrants seeking qualifications to help them find jobs in the Nordic country. Some students were in class, while others were having lunch when the gunman began firing. Students cowered under their desks. Authorities soon responded. Police cars arrived. Armed officers swarmed the campus. Nearby schools were put on lockdown. When the officers reached, the suspected gunman was already dead, after having claimed 10 other victims.
When the police arrived, there was gunfire. The perception was also that they got fired upon initially. When the search was then carried out inside the premises, the perpetrator was found dead.
The police are still in the process of identifying the victims, and they have opened an investigation. They are looking into murder, arson, and an aggravated weapons offense. But they claim this was a one-man operation. So who was the perpetrator? The details are not clear yet. But according to reports, it was a 35-year-old unemployed recluse. The police say there were no prior warning signs. The perpetrator was not previously known to the police. And there is strong evidence that the gunman shot himself. Though it's not clear what the suspect's exact motives were behind the attack. Swedish media reports are rife with rumors about ideological motives to attack a school educating immigrants, but the police have dismissed such talk.
Another bit that is important and that everyone can take responsibility for is to only spread confirmed information. Rumors and speculation are something that only creates more anxiety in an already anxious time.
It's an anxious time for Sweden indeed. The country has high living standards. It was long known for low crime rates, but now it has one of the highest per capita rates of gun violence in the European Union. Even so, mass gun attacks or school attacks are rare in the country. And today, as people woke up to sheer shock and pain, the country is grieving victims of its deadliest gun attack. Candles and flowers have been placed near the school where the incident took place. Flags are flying at half-mast in Örebro, as well as the Parliament and the Royal Palace in Stockholm. The Prime Minister met with the Justice Minister and the police authority. The Swedish King and Queen have visited the school and attended a memorial service. The attack has sent shockwaves through Sweden, and the country is coming together in mourning, hoping that this tragedy doesn't repeat itself.
"2024 gave us the Eras Tour. 2025 is giving us the AI Tour, and leading it is OpenAI CEO Sam Altman. He is on a charm offensive, heading to multiple countries. The tour includes Japan, South Korea, India, the United Arab Emirates, France, and Germany. It's quite the itinerary. So Altman has his hands full. In Japan, he unveiled a joint venture with SoftBank. In South Korea, OpenAI clinched a deal with tech giant Kakao. And now Sam Altman is in India. He met IT Minister Ashwini Vaishnav. He spoke about India's AI potential and how it is an incredible market for artificial intelligence.
India is an incredibly important market for AI in general, for OpenAI in particular. It's our second biggest market, tripled users here in the last year. But mostly seeing what people in India are building with AI at all levels of the stack, chips, models, all of the incredible applications. So I think India should be doing everything. I think India should be one of the leaders of the AI revolution. That it's really quite amazing to see what the country has done and embraced the technology and building, again, the entire stack of things on top of it.
All good things to say, but it's quite the shift for Sam Altman. He last visited India in 2023. Then he was asked about India's chances of building an AI model, of making one at a lower cost with a smaller team. Back then, Sam Altman called it a hopeless pursuit, something that India could not achieve. But here he is now saying those comments were taken out of context and that India has immense potential. So what explains this pivot? Why exactly is Sam Altman in India? There are three reasons for this visit. Number one is India's market size. The US is ChatGPT's biggest market. Guess which is the second largest? It's India. OpenAI has tripled its users here in 2024. So this is a huge market for the company, which means more investment opportunities. That's the first reason. The second reason is a copyright lawsuit. It is by India's top news agencies against OpenAI. The lawsuit accuses OpenAI of improperly using copyrighted content, like scraping material from news websites and then reproducing it. OpenAI wants to block this lawsuit. It cited US routes to dodge Indian courts, but lawyers believe the case can be heard here. So Sam Altman is likely to address this issue before OpenAI gets more bad press. Which brings us to the third and final reason, China's DeepSeek. Its AI models are taking the world by storm. They're cheap, they're open source, and they're on par with OpenAI. China showed the world that cheap AI models are indeed possible. You don't need billions of dollars or the most cutting-edge technology to build them. All you need is a good foundation, and it's something that India is hoping to replicate with its own indigenous AI models.
Our young entrepreneurs, our startups, our researchers, they are really focused on getting that next level of innovation, which will reduce the cost. See, our country sent a mission to the moon at a fraction of the cost that many other countries did, right? Why can't we do a model which will be a fraction of the cost that many other countries do?
So Sam Altman has a lot on his plate, which explains his charm offensive. He's working overtime to prove that OpenAI is still the best. But while he's focused on keeping his company ahead, China is moving faster. DeepSeek is gaining serious momentum. Chinese chip makers and cloud providers are all rallying behind it. Beijing is eager to boost their own AI ecosystem. Some are even calling it a watershed moment for this industry. And while Beijing embraces DeepSeek, the West is shutting it out. Take Australia, for example. The government just banned the Chinese app from its official devices. Why? Because of security risks. So it's China's rapid AI expansion versus the West's growing resistance. This divide is only getting deeper. Australia's ban is only the beginning. More countries could follow, tightening regulations and scrutinizing AI models that come from China. Meanwhile, Beijing is doubling down. It is focusing on self-reliance, pouring all its resources into homegrown AI models. And caught in the middle of all of this is Sam Altman. So his tour is not just about partnerships or damage control. This tour is about survival. OpenAI is battling for survival. Lawsuits, regulatory issues, open source models. It is grappling with everything. And Sam Altman does not plan on backing down. He knows the future of AI is not in building the best model. The future is in controlling the narrative, earning the trust of governments, and securing the biggest markets. So that's what he set out to do. Billionaire, prince of racehorsing, philanthropist, spiritual leader, His Highness, the Aga Khan had many titles. He died at the age of 88, leaving millions in mourning. After receiving the title in 1957, he became the spiritual leader of the world's 15 million Ismaili Muslims. Since then, the Aga Khan has built a billion-dollar empire, but his most lasting legacy are his many charities. They run hundreds of hospitals, educational and cultural projects across the globe. Our next report tells you more.
Prince Karim Al-Husseini was just a student at Harvard when fate intervened. His grandfather broke tradition, ignoring the established line of succession, skipping his own son, and instead appointing a young man for a new age. At just 20 years old, he became the Aga Khan. The title, derived from Turkish and Persian, means commanding chief. But this was no ordinary title. The Aga Khan is believed to be a direct descendant of Prophet Muhammad. And as such, he became the Imam of the Ismaili Muslims, a branch of Shia Islam with a global following of 15 million. Born in Geneva in 1936 to a British socialite and a playboy Pakistani diplomat, he was raised in Switzerland before studying Islamic history at Harvard. Just 3 years after taking on his spiritual duties, he acquired a racehorsing empire. one that was built by his grandfather and father. He rose to prominence as a top racehorse owner and breeder across multiple countries. His greatest triumph, Shergar, once the most famous and most valuable racehorse in the world. However, the horse was kidnapped in 1983 and its whereabouts still remain unknown. The Aga Khan went on to have a jet-set lifestyle himself, marked by private planes, yachts, skiing in the Winter Olympics and multiple marriages. But his most profound legacy? The Aga Khan Development Network. It works in 30 countries, employs over 90,000 people, building schools, hospitals, and providing electricity to several regions across Africa and Asia. He's helped finance the reconstruction of Bosnia's Ottoman-era Mostar Bridge, which was destroyed during the Balkan Wars. He also funded the restoration of Aleppo's majestic citadel and the Humayun tomb in Delhi. Yet his philanthropic work wasn't without controversy. It brought him into direct conflict with the Taliban, who accused him of brainwashing young men and women through his efforts. Beyond charity, his net worth is estimated between $1 billion to $13 billion. This is from family inheritance, horse breeding, tourism, and real estate. He also owned a $200 million super yacht and a private island in the Bahamas. He also had an enviable collection of over 1,000 years of Islamic art, one of the world's largest and most valuable. Since his death, condolences have poured in from across the globe, including from world leaders, royals, and others. But as the world mourns his passing, the question remains: who will carry the mantle of the Aga Khan? His legacy is vast, woven into the fabric of philanthropy, faith, and culture. From racehorses to monumental restoration projects, his influence will be felt for generations to come. But now, as the Aga Khan is laid to rest in Lisbon, a new chapter begins. The torch passes, as it always does, to the next in line.
Let's turn to India now. Have you ever seen advertisements for mutual funds? Well, chances are you have. It's impossible to miss them on TV. So what is it that stood out for you? It's always a man who gets the investment advice. Very rarely is it a woman. Perhaps our ad gurus should think about changing that, because India's investment landscape is changing. Let me show you the data from NSE, that's the National Stock Exchange. Almost 25% of the investors in India's stock market are women. This number has risen 6.8 times since 2015. It was around 22% in 2022, and this is a very impressive figure. It means 1 in 4 investors is a woman. Delhi leads the trend with 30% participation, Maharashtra is second with 28%, and Tamil Nadu is third with over 27%. And these states are doing pretty well. But some, like Uttar Pradesh and Bihar, are not. In UP, women investors make up just 18% of the total. In Bihar, they make up only 15%. And that's where work needs to be done. Tonight, let's take a closer look at these numbers. Why are they significant? Why have they risen? And what should we do next? It is significant because of the context. Globally, investment has been a male-dominated field. In India, even more so. Men are seen as the decision makers when it comes to investment. But that's not the only reason. To invest, you need money. Indian women own less than 30% of the national wealth. This is much lower than the global average, which is over 40%. Both these reasons kept Indian women away from the stock market: conservative thought and lack of funds. So what is changing now? For starters, more women are earning money. Look at the labor participation rate for women. It was 23% in 2017. It rose to more than 41% in 2023. More women earners equals more likely investors. So that is one reason. Beyond that, interest in the markets is rising anyway. More and more Indians are putting their money in stocks. Just look at the number of demat accounts. These are special accounts that you need to buy and hold stocks, demat accounts. India had just 39 million demat accounts in 2019. Now we have 185 million. As they say, the rising tide lifts all boats. Which brings us to the final question. What is the next goal? Obviously, to go even higher. Women must make up more than half of all investors. Only then can we bridge the wealth gap. But how do we do that? The first priority is to improve financial literacy. Only 21% Indian women are financially literate, but the global average is 30%. So clearly there is scope to improve here. Earning alone is not a guarantee that you will invest. If you don't know about it, investing can be intimidating. Look at this report from 2023. It said that 49% Indian women were not investing. These are people who earn money, yet they did not invest their funds anywhere. Compare this to the United States, where 71% of the women are invested. So financial literacy is very important. Equally important is breaking stereotypes and myths. Men don't have a biological advantage in investments. That is a myth. It is just conditioning and access to knowledge. Our ads and campaigns have reinforced those false beliefs. Changing them could make a big difference. Almost 11 tons. That's how much kimchi was confiscated by a single airport last year. Kimchi is a traditional side dish in South Korea. It is a must-have with meals. So passengers carry it with them. But last year, almost 11 tons of it was sacrificed on the altar of airport food rules. That is roughly 3,500 cabbages left behind at security checkpoints. And this story is not unique. The world over, all kinds of foods are seized at airports, from pickles in India to turkey gravy or peanut butter in the US. Our next report tells you more.
This is the era of high-security air travel. Many travelers have fallen foul of the food rules in airports as they're made to forcibly part with a drink here and a snack there on their way to a flight. And apparently, kimchi is one of these outlawed items. Kimchi is a staple of every Korean dinner table. It's a traditional dish made with salted and fermented vegetables. It's a must-have side dish in the country, so passengers often carry it while traveling. And South Korea's Incheon International Airport has been cracking down on the item. Officials at the airport seized about 11 tons of kimchi last year. This dish is often made from Napa cabbage. A single head weighs about 3 kilograms. So 11 tons of it is roughly 3,500 cabbages left behind at security checkpoints. This may as well be labeled a blasphemy in South Korea. So why is so much kimchi being confiscated by the airport? Because kimchi comes soaked in a spicy sauce, meaning for airport authorities it counts as a liquid. And like many airports around the world, they ban liquids exceeding 100 milliliters in carry-on luggage. But kimchi is hardly the only victim of airport rules. Last year, South Korea banned a seasoning mix with cult popularity, Trader Joe's Everything But the Bagel Mix. This product is only sold in the US. It's gone viral on social media, so it's a popular souvenir for travelers. But South Korea has deemed it illegal. In fact, one South Korean blogger brought back 20 bottles of the seasoning. The bottles came out of the luggage conveyor belt with locks on them, and they were later confiscated by the officials. Now, there are signs all over the airport warning travelers against bringing back the mix. Why? Because it contains poppy seed, which is banned in Korea. But Korea is not the only country hungry to seize banned food from passengers. Last year, amid the Thanksgiving travel rush, the US stocked turkey quite literally. They warned that passengers will be able to go through with turkey stuffing, but just that. The gravy along with it will have to stay at home. And before there was turkey, in 2023, there was peanut butter. The US Airport Authority said that peanut butter is a liquid, so it must follow the 100 ml limit. And the internet was not so nuts about it. In India, passengers have to be careful while carrying oil, ghee or pickles when travelling by air because again, liquid limits. And while bottles of jam or honey might still be permitted, a jar of pickle might not be allowed in hand baggage, mainly due to security reasons over being highly flammable. While air travellers everywhere have to tread on eggshells when it comes to liquid bans, in 2017, an Italian airport lifted the ban on one liquid, pesto. They set up special scanners for pesto alone. But if you're going green over this one exception, remember airport food violations exist all over the world, and these cost passengers dearly. For instance, in 2022, a security dog sniffed out 2 McMuffins in a passenger's luggage at an Australian airport. The passenger was fined more than $1,800. In a separate incident a few days earlier, a woman was hit with a similar fine in the country after she forgot to declare a leftover Subway sandwich which she had bought in Singapore. So maybe it's best to make flying less of a guessing game, and an expensive one at that, by going through the airport guidelines before your travels. Because clearly, some foods just won't fly.
Donald Trump loves a press conference. When he holds one, he inevitably drops a bomb. Yesterday, it was his plan for Gaza. After announcing it, he took questions from the media. One of the questions was asked by an Afghan journalist, a female reporter with a typical Afghan accent. She narrated the hardships of Afghan women, the crackdowns by the Taliban. She asked Trump if he had any plans for her country. His response? "Your voice is beautiful, but I couldn't understand a word of what you said." It's a flashback to Trump's first term, when his press conferences became comic relief. Take a look.
Do you have any plan to change Afghanistan situation? Are you able to recognize Taliban? Because I'm an Afghan journalist, Afghan suffered woman. Any comment about Afghanistan? What's your future plan for Afghan people, especially Afghanistan?
I have a little hard time understanding you. Where are you from? Oh. Actually, it's a beautiful voice and a beautiful accent. The only problem is I can't understand a word you're saying. But I just say this, good luck. Live in peace. Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi is dead. He was the founder and leader of ISIS. He died like a dog. He died like a coward. The world is now a much safer place. China has total respect for Donald Trump and for Donald Trump's very, very large brain. He said, Donald Trump, go ahead in the back. Who are you or where are you from? Yeah, you. Guy looks like he's shocked. That's not, this is going to be not good.
It's going to be good,
The guy
sir.
looks totally like stunned. Have you ever been picked before for a question?
Yes, sir, but not from President of the
Go
United
ahead.
States.
Go ahead. Give me a
Thank you very much.
And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi takes a holy dip, offering prayers at the Mahakumbh. A new wave of anti-corruption protests spread across Serbia. And move over Super Bowl. The Puppy Bowl is here. 142 rescue puppies take part in the cutest competition of the year. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1907, the world's first synthetic plastic was invented. It was called Bakelite. This ushered the age of plastic. It was used to make everything from jewelry to washing machines. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We will see you tomorrow.
check out the rough end zone. Bucks Bart Kent has a hold of Lex Luthor's collar.
I guess that mohawk is
Face the consequences, Alice. You know you're guilty.
Lucius bandana. Energy today. And there goes Maya. She's come down with a case of the zoomies. It looks like the entire rough team is at the water bowl. How?
Hello, everyone, and welcome to First Post America. We begin here in Washington, where President Donald Trump hosted Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the White House yesterday. This was the president's first meeting with a foreign leader since his return to the Oval Office. And during their discussions, the two leaders spoke about the ongoing ceasefire in Gaza. President Trump proposed the idea of the United States taking over the Gaza Strip, which could also include the deployment of U.S. troops in the war-torn region.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it, too. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site, level the site and get rid of the destroyed buildings, level it out, create an economic development that will supply unlimited numbers of jobs and housing for the people of the area.
The president added that the United States would oversee the redevelopment of Gaza, but Palestinians would have to be relocated to either Jordan or Egypt.
I don't want to be cute. I don't want to be a wise guy, but the Riviera of the Middle East, this could be something that could be so bad. This could be so magnificent. The only reason the Palestinians want to go back to Gaza is they have no alternative. It's right now a demolition site. This is just a demolition site. Virtually every building is down. They're living under fallen concrete that's very dangerous and very precarious.
Now, the meeting between President Trump and Netanyahu comes as the Israeli-Hamas ceasefire enters its second phase. However, Hamas, which carried out the October 7th attack, has rejected President Trump's offer of the United States occupying Gaza. President Trump has already threatened the militant group with severe destruction if they do not return American hostages before the ceasefire lapses.
We're working very hard to get all the hostages. The word is all, and we are working very hard. So far, it's been moving along fairly rapidly, pretty much on schedule. I'd love to have them all out at one time, but we're taking them out, and tomorrow more are being released, and over the days more, and then we'll go into a phase 2. But we'd like to get all of the hostages, and if we don't, it will just make us somewhat more violent.
Meanwhile, Saudi Arabia and Australia have responded to President Trump's comments and have reaffirmed support for Palestine, including a two-state solution.
What I would say is that Australia's position is the same as it was this morning, as it was last year, and it was 10 years ago, and it was under the Howard government. The Australian government support, on a bipartisan basis, a two-state solution in the Middle East. When it comes to our position, we have not received any request regarding the rebuilding of Gaza. What we have said, though, clearly, we've supported a ceasefire, we've supported hostages being released, and we've supported aid getting into Gaza. There is a need to do that, and Australia is willing to assist getting aid into Gaza to provide that support.
President Trump's latest comments have even received backlash at home, with several Democrats calling the proposal problematic and deranged. Meanwhile, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will stay in Washington through the end of the week as he meets with lawmakers on Capitol Hill. And staying with the White House, apart from talks on Gaza, President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu also held extensive talks on the rising tensions between Israel and Iran. Addressing recent reports that Iran is fast-tracking work on developing a nuclear bomb, President Trump said Tehran getting nuclear weapons would spell certain disaster. The commander-in-chief added that he will not allow Iran to achieve such an objective and will work with Israel to halt Tehran's nuclear ambitions.
You say Iran is so weak. I appreciate you saying that. They're not weak. They're very strong right now, and we're not going to allow them to have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. You know, I signed a very strong proclamation. Iran was in big trouble when I left. They were broke. They didn't have money for Hamas. They didn't have any money for Hezbollah. You had no problem. October 7th could have never happened. When I left, October 7th could have never happened.
Echoing the president's sentiments, Prime Minister Netanyahu pledged that Israel would do everything in its power to prevent Iran from developing a nuclear weapon.
I'm honored that you invited me to be the first foreign leader to visit the White House in your second term. This is a testament to your friendship and support for the Jewish state and the Jewish people. I've said this before, I'll say it again. You are the greatest friend Israel has ever had in the White House. And that's why the people of Israel have such enormous respect for you. We also see eye to eye on Iran. That's the same Iran that tried to kill us both. They tried to kill you, Mr. President. They tried through their proxies to kill me. And we're both committed to rolling back Iran's aggression in the region and ensuring that Iran never develops a nuclear weapon.
Meanwhile, President Trump clarified that he'd rather strike a deal with Iran than start another war. However, the commander-in-chief added that he gave his cabinet instructions to obliterate Iran if the Islamic regime tries to assassinate him.
I say this, and I say this to Iran, who's listening very intently. I would love to be able to make a great deal, a deal where you can get on with your lives and you'll do wonderfully. You'll do wonderfully. Incredible people, industrious, beautiful, just an unbelievable group of people in Iran. And I know them well, have many friends from Iran and many friends that are Americans from Iran, and they're very proud of Iran. But I hated to do it, just so you understand. And I hope we're going to be able to do something so that it doesn't end up in a very catastrophic situation. I don't want to see that happen.
Now, President Trump's maximum economic pressure policy means tougher sanctions on Tehran and enforcement mechanisms on anyone that violates the existing sanctions. The move brings back the strict policy that the U.S. had against Iran during the first Trump presidency. And now Iran has denied developing a nuclear weapon. However, U.S. intelligence officials have confirmed that Tehran has enriched some of its uranium to levels that are enough to build at least 10 nuclear bombs. And concerns continue to grow in Iran that President Trump could empower Israel to carry out airstrikes on its nuclear facilities, which could lead to an all-out war in the region. And President Donald Trump's return to the White House has reignited America's fiercest political battle on immigration. With mass deportations now underway and sanctuary cities under attack, Democratic leaders are pushing back and hard. In New Jersey, Governor Phil Murphy made a shocking admission about sheltering an asylum seeker, triggering legal threats from the White House border czar. Meanwhile, in California, Attorney General Rob Bonta is vowing to protect immigrants and LGBTQ+ students from ICE arrests and deportations. How far will this fight go? Our next report brings you all the details.
The second Trump presidency has begun with the familiar battle cry: immigration crackdown at all costs. And since the president's orders, in just 2 weeks, ICE has deported 8,000 people. And even border crossings attempts have dropped by 60%. Trump's executive orders have removed previous restrictions, making anyone living in the country illegally a target. And even sanctuary city leaders are now at risk. The message is clear: cooperate or face consequences. Now adhering to their promise, the crackdown is swift. The fear is real, but in deep blue states, the resistance is mounting. And nowhere is the tension clearer than in New Jersey. At a recent panel discussion, New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy made stunning confession. He hinted that he and his wife have considered housing an undocumented migrant in their home.
Tammy and I were talking about, I don't want to get into too much detail, but there's someone in our broader universe whose immigration status is not yet at the point that they are trying to get it to. And we said, you know what, let's have her live at our house above our garage. And good luck to the feds coming in to try to get her.
After his remarks, the audience fell silent, but the backlash was instant. Critics erupted demanding his arrest. "This is sick," one person wrote. "I hope ICE goes after him," another added. Even Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, wasted no time in responding and threatened legal action.
I think the governor is pretty foolish saying what he said because I've gotten a hold of it. We won't let it go. We'll look into it. Then, if he's knowingly harboring and concealing an illegal alien, that's a violation of Title 8, United States Code 1324. I will seek prosecution, or the Secretary will seek prosecution.
And then soon after the mounting backlash, Murphy's office scrambled to clarify. They insisted the person in question was still in the US legally, but still in the process of securing their status. But the damage was done. The controversy had exploded. Now New Jersey isn't the only state bracing for battle. California Attorney General Rob Bonta has also vowed to fight back against Trump's latest wave of immigration. Bonta has doubled down on his promise of keeping illegal immigrants living in California safe and secure, including keeping illegal immigrants that are in schools away from ICE agents.
We want to make sure our schools have all the information and all the resources they need so they don't get bullied or confused into violating any student's rights. I want to encourage schools to immediately contact legal counsel if they receive any request from ICE or find ICE agents on campus. But let me be clear. The President's order has no impact on California's law generally precluding state and local officials from assisting with federal government with immigration enforcement. The federal government cannot commandeer us, conscript us. State and local law enforcement or state public institutions to carry out their inhumane policies. They may do their job lawfully, but they cannot force the state or local law enforcement agencies to do their job for them.
Democrats in California are reacting to Trump rescinding a policy that prevented ICE from arresting undocumented migrants at schools, churches and hospitals, regardless of their age and gender. The result? Immigrant families are pulling their children out of classes, terrified that ICE agents could show up at any moment.
On the other side, I have Immigrants Built America, because who's someone who does your crops? It's immigrants. They're the ones in the fields. Who picks up your trash? It's immigrants. They're the ones that are cleaning out the offices, the bathrooms, everywhere you work. They're the ones that clean up. They're not the ones that are sitting in an office desk doing paperwork. They're the ones behind everything.
But Bonta is holding his ground. He's having none of it. He declared that California schools are and will remain a welcoming, inclusive and safe place for all. He wants school leaders to be resolute and resist ICE if agents show up on campuses.
No matter how you look, where you're from, what language you speak, how you pray, who you love, or how you identify. That includes ensuring that our schools are welcoming, inclusive, and safe for all students and educators. All Californians will always have an ally in me.
The teachers' unions are mobilizing. School officials are scrambling to protect students, and Democratic governors are bracing for legal battles. Without a doubt, Trump's first 15 days back in office have sent shockwaves through the country. Murphy, Bonta and other blue state leaders are standing firm, and their battle lines are drawn. The real question is, how far will Trump and his border czar go, and who will be left standing?
And next we head to Silicon Valley, where Google is undergoing a significant policy shift. The search engine's parent company Alphabet recently updated its ethical guidelines on the use of artificial intelligence, or AI. The move has sparked intense debate as the company has quietly removed its previous commitment of not developing AI technologies for weapons or surveillance purposes. In a blog post, CEO of Google DeepMind and Google Senior Vice President for Technology and Society defended the decision. In fact, they argued that in a rapidly evolving technological landscape, democratic governments need to join forces to create an AI that supports national security while upholding principles of freedom and human rights. Previously, Google's AI principles, which were first published in 2018, pledged against using the technology in 4 areas, which includes weapon surveillance, applications that could cause overall harm, and the violation of international law and human rights. Now, with the new update to the AI guidelines, these restrictions have quietly been eliminated.
As we see AGI, in particular, coming into sharper focus, the societal implications become incredibly profound. This isn't just about developing powerful AI. It's about building the most transformative technology in human history, using it to solve humanity's biggest challenges, and ensuring that the right safeguards and governance are in place for the benefit of the world. We'll share our progress and findings about this journey, and expect to continue to evolve our thinking as we move closer to AGI.
The change comes amid growing geopolitical tensions and fierce competition over AI dominance between global superpowers, particularly the United States and China. And Google is doing everything to stay committed to the current administration's ambitions of dominating the internet space. In fact, just last week, after President Donald Trump said he wanted to rename the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, Google quietly agreed without any protest and said that it has provisions to do so.
To change the name of an international sea, it is not a country that changes it. It is a global organization. So we are sending this letter to Google. We are going to send it today. Tomorrow, we will explain how this is determined because it cannot be by the mandate of a country.
Now, as a result of this massive change by the tech giant, it is now facing intense criticism.
I would say that it's better to not pretend that you have any of these principles than write them out and do the opposite.
And moreover, concerns over the company's cloud computing contract with the Israeli government remain a point of contention, particularly after reports revealed that Google allowed the Israeli military to use its AI in the war in Gaza. And now, with plans to invest $75 billion in AI projects this year, Google appears determined to cement its role as a key player in the AI race. And of course, we can't end without talking about you-know-who, Elon Musk. Known for his unfiltered takes, the billionaire is once again pushing the limits on work-life balance, this time by boasting that employees at his White House-backed Department of Government Efficiency are clocking in a whopping 120-hour work weeks. Now, according to Musk, bureaucrats are losers for working 40 hours a week and never in the office on the weekends. This latest workaholic manifesto follows similar controversial remarks by Indian business leaders advocating for a 70 to 90-hour work week. But Musk, never one to be outdone, has set the bar for pure exhaustion. Our next report dives into the controversy.
Elon Musk has never been one to filter his thoughts. Whether he's naming his child something that sounds like a Wi-Fi password, live tweeting business decisions that cost him billions, or challenging Mark Zuckerberg to a cage fight, the man loves saying things that make the internet collectively raise an eyebrow. His latest gem, declaring that working weekends is a superpower. Employees of the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, are already doing that, which is why the government bureaucrats are losing so fast. Because they dare to enjoy a 40-hour work week. His words, not ours. Musk, who leads Tesla, SpaceX, X, and now the White House's Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, recently bragged that his new government task force is clocking in 120-hour work weeks. That's 17 hours a day, 7 days a week. Apparently, bathroom breaks and sleep are for the weak. Musk wrote on X that very few in the bureaucracy actually work the weekend. So it's like the opposing team just leaves the field for 2 days. Working the weekend is a superpower, he stated, because nothing says government efficiency like a billionaire trashing weekends on a platform he owns. Musk has been on a hiring spree. He's looking for what he calls super high IQ small government revolutionaries. Musk wants employees who are willing to work over 80 hours a week, doing the thrilling job of cost cutting. No word on whether there's an employee discount on therapy bills. Of course, this isn't the first time Musk has treated work-life balance like an optional add-on. When he took over Twitter in 2022, he famously gave employees a choice: commit to an extremely hardcore work environment or take 3 months of severance pay. More than half of the company's 4,000 employees chose the latter, presumably because they enjoy things like sleep, personal relationships, and not collapsing from exhaustion. Musk himself has long claimed to work 120-hour work weeks, especially during Tesla's early days. He often slept in the office to lead by example. Some call it dedication, others call it a billionaire's inability to delegate. Musk's 120-hour workweek decree comes hot on the heels of a debate sparked by Indian business leaders. L&T chairman S.N. Subramaniam suggests employees should work 90 hours a week, while Infosys co-founder Narayana Murthy advocates for a 70-hour workweek. Both ideas were met with immediate backlash. But leave it to Musk to take things up a notch, because why settle for a grueling work schedule when you can go full dystopian sweatshop? In Musk's utopia, weekends are for the weak, 120-hour work weeks are the norm, and burnout is just another word for pushing through. So if you're a super high IQ revolutionary who enjoys sleep deprivation, extreme job insecurity, and working every waking minute of your life, congratulations, Elon Musk is looking for you. For everyone else, maybe just enjoy your weekend while you still can.
That's First Post America for this Wednesday. I'm Eric Ham, signing off from our studios in Washington, D.C. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in.
Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We start with South Africa. Amid a spat with the United States over President Donald Trump's aid cuts and accusations of land confiscations, Pretoria has sought to diffuse the tensions. How? By dialing Trump's quote-unquote first buddy, Elon Musk. President Cyril Ramaphosa spoke to South Africa-born tech billionaire Elon Musk, who is a close ally of the US President Donald Trump. He talked to Musk about misinformation and distortions about South Africa. This after US President Donald Trump said that he would suspend over $400 million aid to the country over its land reform policy that allows government to seize land without compensation. Musk also joined Trump and slammed the Ramaphosa government for openly racist land ownership policies. Ramaphosa has rejected the accusations and has sought to engage with Trump. Elon Musk's father said amid the growing tensions, he arranged Musk's call with Ramaphosa. after a special request was made by the South African president.
So I got a call from the PA of Mr. Ramaphosa while I was having supper in a restaurant, asking me if I can speak to Mr. Ramaphosa. So without divulging things, I was asked if I can arrange a quick talk between Ramaphosa and Elon last night. So I said, all right, so I did. And then they spoke a few minutes later, and it's on my phone.
Ramaphosa told Elon Musk that South Africa respects the rule of law, justice, fairness and equality, as Trump has accused his government of treating certain classes very badly and conducting human rights violations. Trump later also said that Pretoria is doing much worse without elaborating. Last month, Ramaphosa signed into law a bill that allows land seizures without compensation in certain circumstances. Land ownership has long been a contentious issue in South Africa, with most private farmland owners by white people, even 30 years after the end of the racist system of apartheid. Ramaphosa has clarified that the law will not allow any forceful expropriation, but criticism continues. The new land seizure law is also opposed by members of Ramaphosa's coalition government, including the second largest party, the Democratic Alliance, who is a big advocate of white rights. Elon Musk, who left South Africa when he was 17, has also reportedly condemned the reforms. While many saw his close ties with the new US president as an opportunity for South Africa, the reality seems different. Some analysts suggest Musk is upset because his Starlink internet service has not yet secured a license to operate in South Africa. Even though Starlink services have expanded across Africa, it has faced regulatory hurdles in the CEO's native country. Elon Musk is still eyeing to finalize a deal, but his political interventions might further complicate the situation. Are the Trump years going to create troubles for South Africa? Now, for more on this, we have with us Patrick Bond, a political economist who is joining us live from Cape Town, South Africa. Thank you for being with us.
Great to be with you, Alison, and your viewers.
Now, President Ramaphosa reportedly spoke to Elon Musk about addressing misinformation and distortions about South Africa. What specific narratives or false claims was he referring to that are currently shaping the international perceptions of the country? And how influential is Musk in countering or amplifying them?
Well, he is an amplifier, isn't he? The control of X.com, formerly Twitter, is the single biggest platform for someone of his political ilk to let's say, make mischief. And I think he's very much done that by implying that Cyril Ramaphosa is racist against whites. And this isn't the first time. Alison, you'll recall in 2018 and 19, there were controversies when one of the white lobby groups, AfroForum is its name, had told Ramaphosa's people that there was a white farmers' genocide, using a terrible word to describe what were basically some thousands of farm murders, but also break-ins, sometimes due to socioeconomic distress. Terrible situation, of course, if you're a white farmer, but nothing like a systematic genocide. And so that's the most important misinformation that back in the first term led to a confrontation. And I think now it's not only this question of whether the expropriation bill, which is really the kind of bill that many, many countries have, and they aren't really particularly active in enforcing. For South Africa, for example, we've had 30 years and less than 10% of the land has been distributed from white owners who, in some cases in living memory, had expropriated it from black farmers to black farmers. And so we haven't really seen yet until a rural social movement emerges. I don't think we will. But by the way, another major bit of misinformation is that there's going to be de-dollarization led by the BRICS. And just as another reflection of how ill-informed Trump is, he actually a couple of weeks ago said that Spain was in the BRICS, and I must have mistaken it for the S in South Africa. Of course, it's not. So there are lots of problems in the way Trump reflects on foreign policy.
Right. And Trump's statement on suspending aid over the land reform has reignited global concerns. How significant is the U.S. aid to South Africa? And could this move affect diplomatic or especially economic relations between the two countries?
Yes, the diplomatic relations are absolutely fraught. And the president's main spokesperson, Vincent Magwenya, today was trying to put some of the tensions at ease. And he again invited Donald Trump for a game of golf. I mean, I think that everyone knows Trump cheats at golf, so I'm not sure what that'll accomplish. But the most crucial part of the U.S. aid has been PEPFAR, the Presidential Executive Program for AIDS, and that's to get medicines. And those medicines were initially for U.S. big pharma corps branded, but then the activists said, no, we need to have proper generic medicines made in South Africa. And so they did that. And they were about 5.6 million people, the largest single AIDS program. And by cutting 17% of the program, the roughly $400 million US, that's going to be devastating. And in about 2 weeks, we'll learn whether there is money in other accounts to cover that, because there's a pause on it, but it looks like particularly NGOs that do prevention as well as treatment are going to be badly hurt.
Right, and Musk has been vocal about South Africa's challenges, but his statements have sometimes sparked controversy. Do you think that his conversation with Ramaphosa signals a potential shift in his stance, and could his influence help to reshape the global narratives around South Africa?
I'd be pessimistic. It's actually not only Trump and Musk that have a tight relationship, although you never know how long that will last. J.D. Vance, the vice president, has a very tight relationship with Peter Thiel, his funder, who was also raised in white, male Johannesburg in the 1980s, a time of, little white boys being trained to run the apartheid system or run corrupt, economic systems. And I think there's a huge damage done. And the credibility that Musk has here is still very much in question, partly because he has been doing the amplification of Trump's accusations that Ramaphosa somehow got some nefarious agenda. Where Ramaphosa himself is a big landowner, and he's had no real inclination to redistribute very much aside from some rhetorical and maybe legal gestures, but they haven't really amounted to anything in practice. And I think the dilemma, as you said, Elon Musk wants pressure against Ramaphosa because he wants Starlink, and the major provision in South African law that there must be black empowerment, that is some ownership. Elon Musk doesn't want any of that. He's made that clear. And I think this is a pressure point. Like we've seen Trump as a bully make these arguments and then back down. Mexico and Canada, maybe with the Panama Canal, hopefully with Greenland, he does back down. And I think the question is, should Cyril Ramaphosa really stand up and make clear this is a social justice matter? And the U.S. has no business intervening, or will he just want to go play golf and make for diplomatic niceties and let Trump roll over him? I hope it's not that latter.
Right. Patrick, it's always great to have you on the show. Thank you very much for your valued insights.
Thank you.
Now, Russia is leaving no stone unturned in wooing African countries. In the latest, Russia has opened a new department for partnership with Africa in its foreign ministry. This is to oversee the cooperation between Africa and Moscow, as well as regional organizations such as the African Union. In a ceremony which was attended by heads of African diplomatic missions in Moscow, Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov noted that Africa was their natural ally and that it had returned with its presence in the continent. Lavrov said the decision to establish the new department primarily reflected the importance that the Russian leadership attached to developing the African dimension of Moscow's foreign policy. He further said that Africa was Russia's natural ally in working together to ensure that the principles of justice and equality are respected in the world. Additionally, citing history of Russia's relations with Africa, Lavrov added that Moscow has learned from its past strategic mistakes, and the current leadership is ensuring that those mistakes are not repeated. Now, the opening of the new department comes as Africa becomes a focal point for Putin, amid a broader focus on the global south, especially after the international isolation that has been caused by its aggression on Ukraine. Africa serves as a critical source of mineral resources as well as raw materials for Russia. It is also a key market for Russian exports. Trade between Moscow and Africa surged to a record $24.5 billion in 2024. Moreover, by leveraging anti-colonial rhetoric, Moscow has positioned itself as an ally to Africa. It has emerged as the security partner of choice for a growing number of African governments, especially those in the Sahel and West African regions. This has displaced the traditional allies like France and the United States, who have been forced to withdraw their troops. In turn, Russian mercenaries, part of the Africa Corps, have filled the void left in the West in these countries. Now, they have been fighting side by side with the militaries to combat terrorism and growing jihadist insurgencies. Russia has also provided several weapons, including fighter jets, tanks, radar systems, missiles, as well as military advisors to maintain its influence in African countries. Moreover, Africa also has a substantially large voting bloc within the United Nations. Russia has been looking to partner with the countries in the continent to challenge the Western dominance and to promote a multipolar world order. Additionally, Putin has also decided to open new embassies in Africa this year. This is to boost Moscow's diplomatic presence in the continent, where it reportedly operates only 43 diplomatic and consular missions. Meanwhile, Russia has also promised to build new nuclear plants in several countries in Africa, while it has also supported the continent in its ambition to reach space. But can Moscow really fulfill all of its promises made to Africa over the years? Shifting focus to North Africa now, it appears that the West has not completely lost the plot in Africa. The United States, under the leadership of President Donald Trump, has decided to up its game against Russia in the continent. And to counter Putin, Trump has chosen the North African country of Egypt, which reportedly has one of the strongest militaries in the continent. Now, the U.S. has approved a potential sale of defense systems to Egypt. In two separate statements, the U.S. State Department said that it was approving the sale of equipment manufactured by defense companies Lockheed Martin and Northrop Grumman to the North African country. It further said that the total cost of the transaction was estimated to be $929 million. Now, the U.S. has agreed to sell Lockheed Martin's fast missile craft modernization system for the Egyptian Navy at the cost of $625 million. Moreover, it has also decided to sell Northrop Grumman's long-range radar system at the cost of $304 million. Explaining the rationale behind the sale, the U.S. said it was necessary to improve Egypt's defense capabilities to meet the current and future threats. It also noted that the proposed sale would support U.S. foreign policy and national security objectives in the region, and added that the sale would in no way alter the basic military balance in the region. Now, the State Department also said that the proposed deal would have no adverse impact on the U.S. defense readiness in the region. Now, the proposed sale comes just weeks after the previous U.S. administration, under the leadership of President Joe Biden, agreed to a potential sale of more than $5 billion in arms to Cairo in December. The U.S. State Department had then agreed to sell several tanks, surface-to-air missiles, and precision-guided munitions to Cairo. To give some context, Egypt and the U.S. have worked increasingly closely since the outbreak of the war in Gaza in October of 2023. This has been despite Washington raising concerns time and again over Cairo's poor human rights record under President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, including torture and enforced disappearances, a claim that President al-Sisi has denied. Egypt has also been one of the largest recipients of U.S. security aid since its peace treaty with Israel in 1979. The largest recipient of the U.S. security aid is Israel. Now, Cairo has reportedly received over $1.2 billion in military aid in 2023. In the last decade, the US, under the administrations of Barack Obama, Donald Trump and Joe Biden, has sold F-16 fighter jets, C-130 transport aircraft, hundreds of missiles and tanks, as well as air defense radar systems to bolster Egypt's capabilities, as well as maintain its influence in the region. And interestingly, all of this has come at a time when Cairo has been developing a close relationship with Russia. Since 2014, President al-Sisi has seen Moscow as an alternative source of economic and military collaboration. Moreover, Egypt has also been wanting to diversify its foreign military aid sources, as well as broaden its military alliances beyond the established partnership with the United States. Between 2016 and 2021, Russia reportedly replaced the United States as the largest arms exporter to the North African country, reaching a peak in 2017. Putin has supplied Cairo with several missiles, combat aircraft and helicopters, and is also building a nuclear power plant in Egypt. Russia also supported Egypt's entry into the BRICS grouping, allowing Cairo to become a permanent BRICS member in January last year. But as both Trump and Putin try to partner with Cairo, Egypt has now become a focal point for the US and Russia to advance their influence and interests in West Asia and Northern Africa region. And for our last story, we shift our focus to Eritrea, a small nation in the Horn of Africa. Eritrea is the latest African nation to face foreign aid cuts, not ordered by the US President Donald Trump, but by Switzerland, a country known for providing various kinds of humanitarian assistance to those in need. Now, Switzerland is reportedly frustrated with Eritrea for refusing to take back hundreds of asylum seekers that the European nation wants to deport after rejecting their applications. Our next report gets you all the details.
Switzerland is ending its development aid to Eritrea, a nation in the Horn of Africa. The reason? Eritrea's refusal to take back rejected asylum seekers. Switzerland hosts approximately 40,000 Eritreans, making them one of the largest refugee groups in the country. But only a small number of these refugees have been rejected, around 260 of them, creating tensions between the two nations. The issue of Eritrean migrants has fueled public anger and political backlash. Swiss media has portrayed Eritrean migrants negatively, citing poor integration and language barriers, and now the country is cutting its crucial funding to the nation. Switzerland has spent more than $7 million since 2016 to finance trade training establishments in Eritrea. Hundreds of people annually have been trained as carpenters, metalworkers, and electricians. The aid was designed to motivate the African country to cooperate better on migration and to take back the rejected asylum seekers. But now an external review commissioned by the Swiss state has shown these goals have not been met. Eritrea continued to only accommodate citizens who returned voluntarily, not those who were forcefully deported. The decision to terminate the development aid program to Eritrea also follows a broader policy shift in Swiss aid. The European nation also recently slashed funding to Zambia, Bangladesh, and Albania. It also announced cuts to various humanitarian organizations. The decision comes as Switzerland, which for years was known as a champion of neutrality, is now seeking a huge pivot by increasing military spending amid heightened geopolitical tensions. Meanwhile, Switzerland aid cuts over migration also highlights the broader debate and struggles for European nations over immigration and integration policies. The European Union's policies to tackle illegal immigration have come into the limelight. Reports have revealed how the EU's funding to North African nations to curb immigration is being used for horrible crimes like human trafficking and sex slave trade. Countries like Italy are under scrutiny for freeing a war criminal who's accused of carrying out these horrific crimes. Critics have also slammed the European nations' proposals to deport migrants to third nations. But immigration challenges persist. Will Europe be able to find the right solution to tackle the crisis?
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. Is Donald Trump alone the US president, or does he have a co-president in Elon Musk? Ask South Africa. They are on Musk's hit list and by extension, Trump's. This has led to a diplomatic spat between the US and South Africa, and it threatens to derail global cooperation. It threatens to undermine the G20. Let's tell you how it began. With another social media post by President Trump, he paused aid to South Africa and launched an investigation. A probe into land confiscations in South Africa. Trump says, and I'm quoting, they're treating certain classes of people very badly. Listen to this.
Terrible things are happening in South Africa. The leadership is doing some terrible things, horrible things. So that's under investigation right now. We'll make a determination. And until such time as we find out what South Africa is doing, they're taking away land, they're confiscating land. And actually, they're doing things that are perhaps far worse than that.
Yesterday, the US upped the ante. Their foreign minister weighed in. Secretary of State Marco Rubio put up this message. He said he would not attend the G20 summit in Johannesburg this month. It is scheduled for the 20th and 21st of February, but Rubio says he won't go. He parroted Trump's accusations, saying, and I quote, South Africa is doing very bad things, like expropriating private property and using the G20 to promote DEI. DEI is diversity, equity and inclusion. Donald Trump hates it, so does his Republican Party. They don't care for diversity. They say it is inefficient. So part of Rubio's boycott is because of that. He also took a jibe at climate change. Again, Trump and his team are climate change deniers. They think global warming is a hoax. So they think sustainability initiatives are a waste of time. And Rubio fired a parting shot. He said, and I quote, my job is to advance America's national interests, not waste taxpayer money or coddle anti-Americanism. Under Trump, DEI and climate change initiatives are a waste and apparently anti-American. I won't get into that argument here. But let's focus on the US reaction. Rubio is ditching the G20 summit altogether. South Africa is the chair this year. They hold the G20 presidency until November this year. The main summit will take place in November. This month's meeting is for G20 foreign ministers, and Rubio's absence is not really a big deal. There's a long time to go for the main summit, and knowing Trump, the political climate may change by then. So it's not like he's ditching the G20, not yet. But the statement about it being a waste of taxpayer money is quite interesting. The G20, remember, was formed in 1999, a grouping of the world's 20 biggest economies. For years, it was a toothless group. Then came the 2008 financial crisis. That's when the G20 really started to matter. It was a forum for the world's biggest economies, a place where they could work together. But since the crisis ended, the G20 hasn't really had the same sort of impact, barring a few incidents. Ideas are proposed, tall promises are made, but without a crisis to deal with, it's mostly a talk shop. So you could say that it is a waste of taxpayer money. That being said, what is the alternative? Should we just stop international coordination altogether? Should it be every country for itself? That doesn't work in the globalized economy. The 2008 crisis was caused by US banks being reckless. It hurt the entire world. That's why the G20 gained prominence in the first place. If you want to do away with some of the extra events, that is fine. I suppose foreign ministers can just have a big Zoom meeting. But the G20 itself, the spirit of cooperation, that should not be allowed to fizzle away, especially for what seems to be South Africa's internal issue. Let's take a closer look at the US-South Africa spat. Beyond the DEI and the climate excuses, the heart of the matter seems to be land. As you know, South Africa is a former colony. The British were there and the Dutch before them. They oppressed the local population. They put racist laws in place, typical colonial exploitation, the after effects of which are still very much evident. Look at this land distribution chart. White South Africans make up about 7% of the country's population. But even in 2022, almost 3 decades after the end of apartheid, they owned over 78% of all the farmland. White South Africans own about half of all the land in the country and 78% of the farmland, and they make up just 7% of the population. How is this still possible or acceptable? It's because land distribution is a contentious issue in South Africa. They have struggled to find a way to redistribute land for years. Last month, they brought a new law, a law that allows the South African government to seize land, that too without compensation. It's not some blanket permission, though. It's only under exceptional circumstances. South Africa's president, Cyril Ramaphosa, tried to explain this. He insisted that no land has been seized yet. But that doesn't matter. This new law has still outraged the US. Now you might wonder, why does Washington care about this? Why does Trump? Well, he might not. But one top advisor certainly does, and that is Elon Musk. Musk was born in apartheid South Africa. His father still lives there, and he's very interested in what happens to land there. Musk responded to Ramaphosa's first explanation. He called South Africa's laws openly racist. Now, considering the history, there's a lot of irony in that. But anyway, Ramaphosa realized that he needed to talk to Musk. The South African president arranged a call, then put up a post. Perhaps Ramaphosa thought that his outreach had worked, but it hasn't. When Rubio pulled out of the G20 summit, Musk was there to back him. The billionaire replied with 2 US flag emojis. Clearly, President Ramaphosa's outreach was a failure. Musk will continue to back actions against South Africa, probably until Ramaphosa scraps the law. Until then, expect funding cuts and snubs. Or to quote Trump, perhaps far worse than that. In politics, leverage is everything. Trump is leveraging America's economic might to have his way, but US allies are not pushovers. They have found leverage of their own. They are targeting America's biggest tech companies, the multi-billion-dollar tech bros. From Europe to China and now South Africa, governments are launching investigations into Silicon Valley giants. Let's start with the European Union. They have prepared a new weapon to counter Donald Trump. It is called the Brussels bazooka. It sounds like a dangerous weapon, but essentially it's supposed to serve as a shield to defend Europe against Trump's tariffs. Last week, Trump had warned Brussels. He said after Mexico and Canada, Europe could face the wrath of Trump's tariffs.
Am I going to impose tariffs on the European Union? Do you want the truthful answer, or should I give you a political answer? Absolutely. Absolutely. The European Union has treated us so terribly.
Say Trump follows through on this threat and slaps tariffs on European exports to the US. In response, Brussels could target American tech firms. It could impose tough conditions on them. They could be asked to build data centers and keep European data within the continent. And it does not end there. Big tech could be forced to live with tougher rules. Their intellectual property rights could be targeted. FDI or foreign direct investment could be blocked. Their market access could be restricted. All these options are on Europe's table. They could impose all of these measures at once, or they could be selective and apply limited pressure. It entirely depends on the nature of Trump's tariffs. But the Europeans have made up their minds that they will respond in kind. Earlier this week, EU trade ministers held a meeting. They met in Warsaw and discussed the threats made by President Trump. Most of the ministers want Europe to take a stand and resort to quote-unquote punitive action if the need arises. The EU's top leader, Ursula von der Leyen, agrees with this.
When targeted, unfairly or arbitrarily, the European Union will respond firmly.
If Brussels retaliates, American tech giants will be on the receiving end. But why has Europe chosen to target them, the big tech companies? Because big tech is among Trump's closest political allies and his biggest financial backers. Just look at the clips from Trump's inauguration. The president was surrounded by Silicon Valley bigwigs. They even donated to his inauguration fund. Trump's biggest backer is Elon Musk. He practically lives with him in the White House. Others have built a strong rapport. Clearly, American big tech is a top ally of President Donald Trump, and that's exactly why they are the top target for Europe. Also for China. Last week, Trump slapped import tariffs on China. Beijing retaliated with counter tariffs and opened a probe into Google, the search giant. This move came with a warning.
What is needed now is not imposing additional tariffs unilaterally, but dialogue and consultation on an equal footing and with mutual respect. We urge the U.S. to stop politicizing and instrumentalizing economic and trade issues and to stop unreasonably suppressing Chinese companies.
Trump and Xi Jinping are set to talk this week. They will try to ease the trade tensions, and the developing world is watching closely, possibly also taking inspiration. South Africa, for instance, is witnessing a fierce debate, and Starlink is at the center of it. That's the satellite internet service of Elon Musk. He wants to launch Starlink in South Africa. But for that, he wants some rules to be changed. Specifically, he wants ownership rules to be relaxed. You see, in South Africa, telecom operators need a license to operate, and any foreign investor must share equity. They must partner with a black-owned business to secure the telecom license. That is the law. South Africa introduced these rules to empower black citizens. The goal was to address racial inequalities left behind by apartheid. But Elon Musk wants an exception. South Africa's ruling coalition is against this. And to make matters worse, Trump has decided to ignore the G20. South Africa, as we told you, is hosting the summit this year. If this standoff continues, Musk's Starlink will be the least of Trump's concerns. He has wasted no time in his second term. He is moving swiftly to implement his policy agenda. But world leaders seem more prepared this time. They're ready to deal with any surprises from President Trump and confront him head on. Unity is very rare in our world. But yesterday we saw it, all thanks to US President Donald Trump. He unveiled his Gaza plan this week, a plan to remove Palestinians and rebuild the Strip. His end goal is to create a Riviera, a sort of resort town in Gaza, and cue the criticism. European powers, China, Russia, Arab nations, all of them rejected Trump's plan. So his team had to dial it down. Remember, Trump said he would take over Gaza, but the White House has assured that US soldiers will not be used, and they've also refused to fund the rebuild.
The president has not committed to putting boots on the ground in Gaza. He has also said that the United States is not going to pay for the rebuilding of Gaza. His administration is going to work with our partners in the region to reconstruct this region.
So no US troops, no US money. Then what exactly is Trump's contribution? It's like that one member of the group project in school who does nothing but takes the credit. And what about the Gazans? Trump wants Egypt and Jordan to host them. He said they shouldn't return to Gaza because it is unlucky. Again, his team has dialed it down. They say the relocation is temporary.
The only thing President Trump has done very generously, in my view, is offer the United States willingness to step in, clear the debris, clean the place up from all the destruction that's on the ground, clean it up of all these unexploded munitions. And in the meantime, the people living there will not be able, the people who call that home will not be able to live there while you have crews coming in and removing debris, while you have munitions being removed, etc.
So that's what Trump is offering. He will clean up the debris and clear the bombs, which makes sense, I guess. After all, most of the bombs did come from the US. But either way, one thing is clear. This plan is a non-starter. Nobody in West Asia or the world is accepting it, which makes you wonder, where did the idea come from? Who gave this plan to Trump? If you've seen the movie Inception, this will be easier to understand. The movie is about entering another person's dream. Once you enter, you plant an idea in it, and that idea grows into a plan. Something similar seems to have happened here. The Riviera idea probably came from Trump's son-in-law. His name is Jared Kushner. He's married to Trump's daughter, Ivanka. Kushner played a key role in Trump's first term. He was placed in charge of West Asia to strike a comprehensive peace deal for the region. He got mixed results, but in the process, he also made some contacts. He began seeing potential in Gaza, not for peace, but for beachfront tourism. He floated the idea in March last year. Listen to this.
Usually when wars happen, borders are changed historically over time. In Gaza's waterfront property, it could be very valuable to, if people would focus on kind of building up, livelihoods. But I think from Israel's perspective, I would do my best to move the people out and then clean it up.
It's the same plan pitched by Trump. Eject the people, clean out the strip, and build a Riviera. Trump already has a real estate background, so when Kushner planted the idea, it grew, which brings us to present day. Trump's West Asia envoy recently visited Gaza. He too has a real estate background. His name is Steve Witkoff. After returning from Gaza, this is what he told Trump.
There's 30,000 unexploded munitions. It is the buildings that could tip over at any moment. There's no utilities there whatsoever. No working water, electric, gas, nothing. God knows what kind of disease might be festering there.
This left an impression on Donald Trump. Plus, he was getting desperate. No one was offering him a feasible plan. The Arab states were not pitching in, and he was told that rebuilding Gaza would take 10 to 15 years, so Trump decided to shake things up, to spur the regional players into action. Apparently, that was the intention of his plan, shock and awe. Now, this strategy has worked in some cases. This week, Trump imposed tariffs on Canada and Mexico. Both countries gave minor concessions. In his first term, he derided and mocked NATO. The allies responded by hiking defense budgets to 2%. So shock and awe can work, and it has worked in the past. But in this case, it backfired spectacularly. The Arab nations are not playing ball. They will never fund the displacement of Palestinians. It shows the limits of Trump's tactics. He sees West Asia as a deal-making landscape. His envoy sees it as one giant real estate deal. That approach did work in the first term. Trump got multiple Arab nations to recognize Israel, but this time he went too far. He thought his personal equations would smoothen differences. Jared Kushner thought so too. He runs a private investment firm nowadays. It is flush with Gulf money. The Saudis have invested $2 billion. The UAE and Qatar have also invested millions. Plus, the Trump organization has assets in the Gulf. They're building towers in Riyadh and Dubai. Was Donald Trump counting on these personal equations? Perhaps he was. But this isn't a normal real estate deal, you see. It's a decades-old conflict. There are lives, emotions, and history at stake. Not just a piece of land. And speaking of an emotional response, the return of illegal Indian immigrants from the US has caused a stir in India. More than 100 people, Indians, were sent back on a military plane. They tried to enter the US without visas. They were living there illegally, so their legal status is not in question. Even Indian authorities have no doubts about it. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar addressed the parliament today. He said all countries should take back their citizens if they're living abroad illegally. But the return of these Indians has triggered a political row. Reports say these migrants were handcuffed and chained. Indian opposition parties are up in arms. They say these migrants deserved better treatment. Our next report tells you more.
This video is making waves, both on social media and within India's political circles. The US Border Patrol chief shared it online. It shows illegal Indian immigrants boarding a military plane bound for India. Their hands are cuffed. Their legs are chained. The video comes with an ominous warning. If you cross illegally, you will be removed. This flight, carrying over 100 migrants, landed in Amritsar, a city in India's northern state of Punjab. The Americans had followed the process for the return of these Indians. Indian authorities were kept in the loop as well.
The advance notice was given and there was consular access done. We had checked all the procedures.
Despite that, a controversy has erupted. The move to cuff and chain these migrants has sparked anger within India's opposition parties. This is not a new practice, nor is it reserved exclusively for Indian nationals. India's External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar conveyed the same thing to Parliament.
Honourable members are aware. It is the obligation of all countries to take back their nationals if they are found to be living illegally abroad. The process of deportation is not a new one. I repeat, not a new one, and has been ongoing for several years. There has been no change, I repeat, no change from past procedure.
Last year, the US deported over 1,000 Indians, but they were sent on commercial flights. Since the year 2009, thousands more have been returned to India. So while Trump's deportation policies may be making headlines, India's stance remains unchanged. For years, it has followed a consistent approach. New Delhi has worked with both Democrats and Republican leaders to curb illegal migration. It now wants to tackle the root causes behind it. In Parliament, Jaishankar announced New Delhi's intent to act against human traffickers. Many of the migrants who returned say they had fallen prey to traffickers. They were promised legitimate American visas in exchange for millions of Indian rupees. Some of the migrants had mortgaged their homes to pay these hefty fees and pursue their American dreams. With the crackdown on illegal migration now intensifying, tackling the issue of human trafficking is the next logical step.
Artificial intelligence has been on a wild ride. Some models are making headlines, others are taking companies down with them. Some are facing bans, while one just landed a prime-time TV spot. Like I said, an exciting time for AI. So let's start with Google. On Wednesday, it released Gemini 2, its most capable artificial intelligence model yet. This includes three main types of models. The first is called 2.0 Flash. It's been called the workhorse model. Then there's the 2.0 Pro Experimental. This is for coding. And finally, we have 2.0 Flashlight. Google calls it the most co-efficient model yet, which is a surprising claim to begin with. For years, the AI world did not care about cost efficiency. Then came China's DeepSeek. The cheap AI model changed the rules. So now doing more with less is the new mantra. But Google is yet to crack it. In a bid to catch up, they're ramping up their AI spending. The company will invest as much as $75 billion. $75 billion to meet the AI demand. It's a considerable jump from 2023. That's when Google spent $32 billion on AI, so this is more than double now. Clearly, Google is throwing money at its AI problem, but Wall Street is not impressed. Google stocks took a nosedive. They were down by 6.9%, making it the company's worst trading session since 2023. Looks like Silicon Valley has a spending problem, and investors, they're done playing along. DeepSeek was blood in the water. Once the sharks got a taste, there was no turning back. Now the investors want cuts from the West. They've seen what cheap AI can do, and they expect Silicon Valley to follow suit.
Clearly, investors are beginning to now question the overall health of the AI revolution and whether or not all of the spending that's taking place as it relates to AI infrastructure is warranted, given the purported success of DeepSeek, as we learned just over a week ago.
Now, DeepSeek may be a game changer, but the West is busy making an example out of it. South Korea just joined the bandwagon. It is blocking DeepSeek in its defense and trade ministries. And Seoul is not alone in doing this. The US, Australia, Italy and Taiwan, they've all restricted the use of DeepSeek. The reason? The same old national security fears. They see DeepSeek as a Trojan horse for data espionage. As for Washington, it is taking things even further. A new report claims DeepSeek's code gives it a backdoor. It allows user data to flow straight to Beijing. So the West is up in arms. They want to keep DeepSeek away. But can they really do that? Let's show you some numbers. In January, the app was downloaded 2.6 million times. It has a user base of 5 to 6 million. And it is growing rapidly. Meanwhile, ChatGPT is losing steam. Back in October, they had 22 million visitors. That number shrank to just 14 million in the month of January. From 22 to 14 million, OpenAI is feeling the heat. And it is responding with a big, bold move. For the first time ever, OpenAI is diving into ads with a Super Bowl commercial. This marks AI's entry into high-stakes marketing, and it does not come cheap. The Super Bowl is America's biggest sports event. It is a gold mine for advertisers. So it's quite the price tag. $8 million for just 30 seconds of airtime. That's what it costs. Because when in doubt, throw money at the problem. So to sum it up, we are here, hurtling towards a future with AI. Governments fear it, investors doubt it, and companies keep lighting money on fire, trying to perfect it. But let's be real, AI is not just a trend anymore, it is everywhere, in our homes, in our phones, and now even our ads. Soon, artificial intelligence won't just be a part of our lives, it will be our lives. And if the past week is any indication, the AI revolution will keep rolling on, so buckle up because the machines have arrived and they're buying ad space. Another day, another Trump executive order. It's called the Keep Men Out of Women's Sports. That's what the order is called. It bans transgender women from female sports. Trump says it restores fairness and that the war on women's sports is over. Since returning to office, the US president has moved swiftly to dismantle transgender rights. So this new order is not different. But it has reignited debates, especially on athletic integrity and transgender rights. Supporters say this protects women in sports, but critics believe it fuels discrimination. Yet the bigger question remains, if bans are not the answer, what is? Our next report explores.
Under the Trump administration, we will defend the proud tradition of female athletes, and we will not allow men to beat up, injure, and cheat our women and our girls. From now on, women's sports will be only for women. It's so ridiculous.
With that, Donald Trump has banned transgender women from female sports. The order takes effect immediately. It applies to high schools, universities, and grassroots sports. Schools allowing trans athletes could face penalties. Violators may even lose federal funding. Now, this order is in line with Trump's previous decisions. Since coming to power, he's dismantled transgender rights. From restricting gender markers on passports to defunding gender-affirming care, Trump's policy is simple. There's only two genders in the United States, that's man and woman.
So in recent years, the radical left has waged an all-out campaign to erase the very concept of biological sex and replace it with a militant transgender ideology. You've heard a little bit about this, haven't you, huh? Just a little bit? Does anybody agree with them?
No. Now, a number of sporting governing bodies have made similar moves, banning trans women from female sports. But those usually have a caveat. It's only if the trans women have gone through male puberty. Advocates supporting Trump say biological differences between men and women provide a distinct advantage, especially to athletes who underwent male puberty. Studies cite that testosterone, bone density, and muscle mass give trans women a competitive advantage. On the other side, LGBTQ+ groups argue that Trump's order is not about fairness, but about exclusion and political maneuvering. According to an AP survey, more than half the voters said support for trans rights has gone too far. So this is a political move. For trans athletes, participation in sports is about more than competition. It's about identity, community, and equal opportunity. Less than 1% of the US population over the age of 13 is transgender. An even smaller fraction participates in organized sports. That makes the argument that trans women will take over female sports flawed. Critics also fear the policy could be a slippery slope, including invasive regulations and discrimination against all female athletes, not just trans women. So Trump's ban does not provide a solution. It merely removes transgender athletes from one category without offering them an alternative. If trans women cannot compete in female sports, where do they go? Forcing them into male divisions is neither fair nor practical. Many trans athletes undergo hormone therapy that significantly reduces their testosterone levels. So a blanket ban isn't the answer. The real challenge is finding a way to accommodate all athletes in a way that respects their identity while maintaining the integrity of the competition. Until then, transgender athletes remain in limbo, banned from one category, unwelcome in another, and searching for a place to belong.
Our next story is from Bangladesh. There was a protest there yesterday in the capital Dhaka. Though perhaps protest is not the right word, the participants called it a bulldozer procession. They had scheduled it to coincide with a speech given by their ousted Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. It was a threat. If she dared to make an address, the protesters would use their bulldozers. Well, Sheikh Hasina did make her speech and the protesters tore down her ancestral home, the house of the founder of their country, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. It's the house he declared independence from, and it's where he was assassinated. Now it is a pile of rubble. Here is our report.
Last night, we saw history being dismantled. A legacy of Bangladeshi independence being trampled upon. Last night, a bulldozer procession made its way through Dhaka. And a mob tore down Dhanmondi 32, the house of Bangladesh's founding father, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. The house was already in ruins before last night. It had been set on fire last August, after protesters in Bangladesh ousted their former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. She was forced to resign and flee Bangladesh last August, but that wasn't enough to quell public anger. So they started dismantling everything associated with Sheikh Hasina. And by extension, her father, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. It didn't matter that he was the one who declared Bangladesh's independence from Dhanmondi 32. It didn't matter that he was killed in that house 4 years later. In their anger against Sheikh Hasina, the protesters torched the historic residence-turned-museum in August. And last night, they finished the job. They were still at it today, picking the ruins apart.
In the last 15 years, we have seen Hasina use Mujibbat to stay in the power. Hasina used Ekattor, 71. Hasina used other chetonas, other emotions to play with people. And it is one of other emotions of her. She will say, our father were killed by the people, and people needs to vote her. Using those emotions, she stayed on this power. That's why we wanted to destroy this place.
The protesters believed that Sheikh Hasina exploited her father's legacy. She used it to manipulate people and extend her grip on power. That is why they say they targeted the house. But is that really the whole story? The protesters declared their bulldozer procession after Sheikh Hasina scheduled a speech. She was going to address her remaining supporters online. Her party, the Awami League, was to begin a month of protests, They were planning a general strike as well. Sheikh Hasina's speech was going to flag off these actions, but the protesters didn't want her to get involved in Bangladeshi politics ever again.
Why don't you leave us in peace? You and your people looted and emptied the entire country. Now live in luxury as per your wish. Why are you trying to incite Bangladeshi people again?
The bulldozer procession was a threat. If Sheikh Hasina went ahead with her speech, the protesters said she would regret it. Her family home, the site of her father's assassination, would be torn down. Hasina didn't back down after the threat, though. She went ahead with her speech. So, while she was talking, the protesters tore her family legacy down. As you can imagine, she got emotional.
বাড়িটার কি অপরাধ? ওই বাড়িটাকে কেন এত ভয়? আমি দেশের মানুষের কাছে আজকে বিচার চাই। আমি দেশের জনগণের কাছে বিচার চাই। বলুন আপনারা, আমি কি আপনাদের জন্য কিছুই করিনি? যে স্মৃতিটুকু নিয়ে দুই বোন বেঁচে ছিলাম, আজকে সেই স্মৃতিটুকু ভেঙে ফেলা হচ্ছে। এর আগে আগুন দিয়ে পুড়িয়েছে, আজকে ভেঙে ফেলা হচ্ছে। হ্যাঁ, একটা দালান ভেঙে ফেলতে পারে, ইতিহাস মুছতে পারবে না।
And what was Bangladesh's current government doing while all this took place? What did they do as their history was being torn down? They called it unfortunate and undesirable, but then blamed Sheikh Hasina for making inflammatory statements, therefore inciting the mob violence. Basically, they refused to take responsibility. This shows that Bangladesh continues to move towards mob rule, where public anger is allowed to ride roughshod over history.
Let's turn to India now, where a big showdown is unfolding. Foreign auto giants versus tax authorities. Two groups are in the dock. South Korea's Kia Motors and Germany's Volkswagen Group. Both have been accused of the same thing, evading taxes by mislabeling imports. Let's look at the money first. Kia allegedly evaded taxes worth $155 million between the years 2020 and 2022. If they lose the case, they will have to pay double that amount. That's penalty plus interest plus amount, around $310 million in total. That's what they will have to pay. Volkswagen faces an even bigger penalty. Their case dates back to 2012. Since then, the company has allegedly evaded taxes worth $1.4 billion. If you double that, you get the penalty, possibly $2.8 billion in total. Now, both companies have denied these charges, of course. They've also promised to cooperate. The Volkswagen case is heading to court. The Bombay High Court will take it up on the 17th of this month. We leave the judgment to them. Instead, let's look at the allegations. What are they, and what do they mean for the companies and the Indian auto market? In India, you can import cars in different ways. What you choose will decide your tariff rate. Say you're importing a fully assembled car, ready to drive out, then the tariff is 100%. But if you can also import cars in the CKD form. CKD is completely knocked down. The product gets delivered as individual parts. You simply assemble it on site. This type of import is taxed between 30 to 35%. Now, what if you're not importing a car? What if you're just importing separate parts? Then the tax is just 10 to 15%. Now, the government says Kia and Volkswagen tricked the system. They mislabeled CKD shipments as separate parts. Sometimes the parts were sent to different ports. Sometimes they were dispatched over days, all to evade suspicion, to pay 10 to 15% tax instead of 35% tax. So the government was on to them. They raided multiple Volkswagen facilities. They also questioned top executives, and finally they slapped fines on both these groups. Now we come to the impact. Kia entered the Indian market in 2019. Unlike other foreign makers, they have done well. In 2024, they had 6.6% market share. India is their fourth largest market in the world. Volkswagen, though, is a different story. Most of their cars serve a different category of customers. Their market share is just 2.2%, but the group is betting on growth. Skoda, which is part of Volkswagen, is leading this campaign. They unveiled a mini SUV named Kailak last year. This year, they're unveiling an even smaller SUV, which is very significant because this is the biggest segment in India. In that context, this tax case is a setback for both companies. It also puts the focus on India's tariffs. Many auto giants have complained about this, including Elon Musk and Tesla. Musk wants to import assembled cars to India, but those attract 100% tariff. He is lobbying the government to reduce that rate. New Delhi has not budged yet. Also, there are troubles coming at a sensitive time, a time when foreign auto firms are leaving India. Fiat, Ford, Datsun, Chevrolet, Mitsubishi. All of these companies have left India. Could tax troubles trigger more exits? Well, leaving because of losses is one thing, but this is about the law. If you have a tariff rate, you must abide by it. No one is above the law, not even foreign auto giants. Having said that, they have every right to appeal, to put their case before the court, and that is where India can possibly do more. Tax litigation often takes a long time in India. Experts say up to 15 years. This delay is painful for companies and the government. Maybe that's an area to address. Let's focus on the Philippines now. This is one of Asia's most boisterous democracies, and two of its top political leaders, the president and the vice president, have been involved in a bitter political fight. Now the rift has grown deeper. Sara Duterte has been impeached. She is the vice president of the country, and she has been impeached on a range of accusations, from plotting to assassinate the president and failing to denounce China's expanding footprint in the South China Sea, to large-scale corruption. Now, based on these allegations, the lower house of the Philippine parliament has impeached Duterte. This has set the stage for a high-profile trial in the Senate. If found guilty, she will be removed from her post. And this will be a historic first for a Philippine vice president. So what does it mean for the country and for the upcoming midterm elections? Here's a report.
Plotting to assassinate the president, misusing millions of dollars in public funds, failing to denounce China's aggressive actions in the disputed South China Sea. These are the allegations against Sara Duterte, the vice president of the Philippines. And now she has been impeached. 215 out of the 306 members of the House of Representatives, the lower house of the Philippine Parliament, have voted for the impeachment. Many of them are allies of President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. They have passed the bill, which will now be heard by the upper house of the Parliament, the Senate. It will convene as an impeachment court after the Congress reopens in June. Sara Duterte will stay in office till the judgment comes. But if found guilty, she will be removed from her post and will make history as the first vice president in the Philippines to be impeached. Now, President Marcos has distanced himself from the impeachment. And though Duterte has denied the charges in the past and alleged that she's a victim of political vendetta, the vice president has not commented on the impeachment. But her brother, Representative Paulo Duterte, has called it a clear act of political persecution. While the blame game goes on, the nation is on edge. Duterte and Marcos are locked in a bitter feud, which has only escalated after the shock move of impeachment. You see, both of them are scions of political dynasties in the Philippines. Sara Duterte is the daughter of former President Rodrigo Duterte. President Bongbong is the son of the late strongman and former President Ferdinand Marcos Sr. Both the leaders ran for the 2022 elections, calling themselves the Uniteam. They painted a picture of unity, but even before they assumed office, the cracks started to show. The rift widened when Duterte, who is set to handle the crucial defense portfolio, was made the education minister. Tensions only rose as they took charge. It became clear that the two had separate political agendas, especially when it came to diplomacy. As encounters between the Filipino and Chinese ships became more frequent in the disputed South China Sea, Duterte nurtured relations with China and Russia, while Marcos boosted defense ties with the United States, making a crucial pivot and reversing the pro-China stance of Duterte's father. Then the lower house, where Marcos's allies hold power, started scrutinizing Duterte's actions, her budget requests, her confidential funds. So last year in July, she resigned from the cabinet. A few days later, the feud only grew as Duterte said that she talked to a person to go kill Marcos if she's assassinated. From there on, the situation has only snowballed, and Duterte has repeatedly accused Marcos of weak leadership and attempting to stifle her. After all, Duterte is widely seen as a political successor to Marcos, who will not be able to run again in the 2028 presidential elections due to constitutional limits. If she is impeached, she will be barred from presidency and banned from holding public office. And this comes at a crucial time. The country is holding midterm elections in May, which is more or less a referendum for Marcos and a barometer of support for Duterte. Even though the Senate will convene a month after the elections, the ball is in their court, quite literally. And their judgment over Duterte's impeachment will define the future of this political rift between two of the Philippines' biggest political leaders and its people.
To ban or not to ban smartphones in schools? That has been the question for some time now. Everyone knows that smartphones can hurt children, their mental health, their physical health, their ability to focus. So nation after nation wants to limit their phone use. The world over, nearly 80 countries, 80, have policies about smartphones in schools. Some have national bans, some have statewide bans, some schools allow phones as long as there is parental consent, or the devices are kept inside lockers or handed over during class. So there is no clarity on how phones should be banned. But there are very firm opinions. And usually this means no phones. Not in class, not in the corridors, and often not even during break times, except it doesn't work. Whether you ban phones in classrooms or police their use in canteens, phone bans in schools apparently just do not work. They do not improve grades, they do not improve well-being, they do not affect classroom behavior, they do not change sleep patterns, they do not make children exercise more, and they certainly do not change the overall time that children spend on phones. Ouch, right? But don't shoot the messenger. I'm not the one saying all of this, a new study is. This is the first of its kind, and it says that when you look at schools that ban phones and those that don't, there is no difference in outcome for all these metrics. Grades, well-being, health, and so on, it is the same. Basically, restricting phone use in schools does not help, and yet phones can be bad for children. The study says this as well. Like the stack of research that came before it. Spending a lot of time on phones can hinder children's sleep, promote the lack of exercise, mount social pressure, fuel privacy concerns, sexual harassment, lower students' grades, plus phones are dangerously distracting. Even the notifications on phones kept away from students can disrupt focus. Study after study has shown this. And we know it already. Phones can be all-consuming. They're designed to be addictive, with bottomless scrolling and continuous notifications. But simply banning them in school does not change the scenario. It will not make children go back in time. They will just spend a lot of time on phones elsewhere, not in school. Look around the next time you're out. You will find their eyes glued to mobile phones at home, and you will see them crossing the street with their eyes on the screens. Because nowadays, children's addiction to phones often begins long before they have started school. And by the age of 14, 96% children have their own phone in the UK. In the US, 42% of them have it. In India, the number stands at 27%, and it is the same for China. Smartphones are a part of life. Yes, they're harmful, but you can't ignore their benefits either. They help children keep in touch with parents. They help children stay safe while traveling. They allow children to navigate directions, book transport, order food, connect with friends, study, explore, get creative. So there are two sides to this story. And with the world we live in, you cannot wish phones away with one ban. So if adults are actually going to tackle the harms of mobile phones, they should just do that, tackle the harms, both in school and outside. Bring in better policies, better protect the privacy of children, curb harmful content on social media, set usage limits, understand how children can spend less time on their phones, promote exercise in school, and don't just police children, involve them, talk to them, educate them. Smartphone bans in schools are the low-hanging fruit. They're working in isolation, and they're not working really. They're not getting the job done. So about time, the adults do a better job at figuring out what will. They say love is blind, but sometimes it's also stupid. Let me introduce Onija Andrew Robinson, a 33-year-old woman from New York. She met a 19-year-old Pakistani boy online and fell in love. Last year, she flew to Karachi to marry him. Just one problem, though. The boy and his family rejected the match. Robinson first responded by camping outside their house. When that failed, she held a press conference. Her demand? That Pakistan's government should pay her $100,000. Frankly, that's the joke. That anyone would think Pakistan could spare $100 grand. Robinson has now become an online sensation. People are making memes and reels with her comments. Take a look.
I'm not talking unless y'all giving me land and 2,000 or more every week. I don't live here, I'm chilling.
Why you come in Pakistan?
I demand from the government more than $5,000 in USD to make Pakistan a better place. Good night. Mind your business. What? Talk.
Tell me you have a Pakistani passport?
I'm getting one. Do you have one? Saying he talked too much. That's it.
Yes, that's it. Yes, I am saying. ये भी देखें यही मेरी बात की तारीफ कर रही है.
Listen. You talk too much. It's not.
Come here, please come here.
Listen.
Please.
Be quiet. I'm not sitting down. My plan is to reconstruct this whole country, okay? I'm asking for 100K or more. I need 20K by this week, okay? In my pockets, in cash. I'm not talking unless y'all giving me land and 2,000 or more.
I'm not talking unless y'all giving me land and 2K or more every week. You hear me? I'm getting my Pakistani passport and my Pakistani ID. You cannot get Pakistani ID. I'm getting it. Do you agree? We do not agree.
Unless y'all giving me land and 2,000 or more every week. You hear me? Yep. I'm getting my Pakistani passport and Pakistani ID. I'm getting it. Do y'all agree?
I need 20,000 at the end of the day for my lipo. Okay? 20,000. 30,000.
And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Russia practices stealth maneuvers of intercontinental ballistic missiles. Cold snap brings heavy snowfall to several parts of Japan. And vintage sports cars go up for auction at the Grand Palais in Paris. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1958, tragedy struck the world of football. A plane carrying the Manchester United football team crashed at the Munich airport. 23 people lost their lives, including 8 players. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost America. I'm Eric Hammond. We're live in the nation's capital, Washington, D.C. And over the next few minutes, we'll take you from the United States and around the world, covering all the top stories of the day. We begin in the United States, where tens of thousands of protesters took to the streets against the Trump administration on Wednesday. The demonstrations came as people decried the White House's early actions, including immigration crackdowns, rollbacks on gender rights, and tariffs on allied nations. The protests were the result of a movement that was organized under the hashtags Build the Resistance and 50501, which stands for 50 Protests, 50 States, One Day. The largest protest took place in California, Oregon, Washington State, Minnesota, Michigan, Wisconsin, Indiana, New York, New Jersey, and Washington, D.C. The demonstrations were even seen in traditional red states like Texas, Alabama, Alaska, Missouri, and Ohio.
I feel like the movement is growing. I mean, we've only had to deal with him for the last 16 days. So I think people are waking up to what we're faced with and are going to be coming into the streets.
In 2016, we didn't know what he was really going to do in office, but now we know. And I don't know. I can't understand how he got elected. I can't understand how people are okay with this, and I hope that people will start to push back before it's too late.
Throughout cities including Atlanta, Boston, New York, and Philadelphia, protesters chanted slogans like "Death to Fascism," "Save Democracy," "No Human is Illegal," and "Impeach Trump."
This is what democracy looks like. Who's going to stop us? This is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like.
The protesters also rallied against President Trump's closest ally, Elon Musk, with many holding signs calling for the deportation of the billionaire.
We are witnessing in real time the most corrupt bargain in American history. Elon Musk paid over $250 million to help elect Donald Trump, and now Donald Trump is turning over the keys to the Treasury and the rest of the federal government to Elon Musk. We need to end this illegal power grab, and we are going to do it now. We are not going back.
Also, rally saw the participation of several Democratic leaders who urged the Trump administration to reconsider shutting down the U.S. Agency for International Development, or USAID. In fact, while accusing Elon Musk of calling the shots in the White House. Now, it hasn't even been a full month in office for President Trump, and he's already facing backlash, not just from political opposition, but from even ordinary Americans. And staying with President Trump, the commander-in-chief signed an executive order banning transgender athletes from participating in women's sports. The order signed on Wednesday has been titled "Keeping Men Out of Women's Sports." Now, apart from the ban, it also gives federal agencies the authority to only allocate resources for institutes that abide by the order.
Okay? Good. Now you're going to go out and win those events, right? Nice to see you all. Nice to see you. Great going, everybody. With this executive order, the war on women's sports is over. Under the Trump administration, we will defend the proud tradition of female athletes, and we will not allow men to beat up, injure, and cheat our women and our girls. From now on, women's sports will be only for women.
The order also gives the Department of Education the power to investigate schools and colleges that do not comply. Federal funding will be halted to those schools where the Trump administration suspects institutions are not in compliance.
With my action this afternoon, we're putting every school receiving taxpayer dollars on notice that if you let men take over women's sports teams or invade your locker rooms, you will be investigated for violations of Title IX and risk your federal funding. There will be no federal funding.
Now, the latest order is part of President Trump's crackdown on what he calls woke gender ideology. In fact, Donald Trump has already signed multiple executive orders, including declaring that the U.S. only recognizes two genders, male and female, banning gender care and transition surgeries for minors, banning transgender people from the U.S. military, moving transgender women to men's prisons, and denying passport applications for gender-neutral people. Now, in addition to all of this, President Trump announced another restriction for the trans community on Wednesday, this time restricting entry to foreigners who identify as trans and want to compete in sports in the United States.
I'm also directing our Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, who's also she's out there with you, Greg, a fantastic job. She's unbelievable. I was watching her riding yesterday on a horse. She was as good as anybody. She's very good. To deny any and all visa applications made by men attempting to fraudulently enter the United States while identifying themselves as women athletes, try and get into the games maybe where they are unable to get into the games.
Now, it must be noted that the timing of the signing of the executive order also coincided with the National Girls and Women in Sports Day. However, with at least 5 executive orders targeting LGBTQ+ people already in place, one question remains: how much more will the president target members of a community that already face marginalization and discrimination? And now moving to South America, in a dramatic escalation of tensions with Venezuela, the Trump administration plans to seize a second aircraft belonging to Nicolas Maduro. The sleek Dassault Falcon 200 is parked in the Dominican Republic and has been grounded because of Washington sanctions.
No, we want to do something with Venezuela. I've been a very big opponent of Venezuela and Maduro. They've treated us not so good, but they've treated, more importantly, the Venezuelan people very badly. We have a tremendous Venezuelan population. I got 92% of the vote, the Venezuelan vote. Now we want to see what we can do to get people back in their homeland safe and free.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio is expected to announce the seizure in Santo Domingo later today, which is the final stop of his whirlwind 5-nation tour of Central America. Now, according to U.S. officials and documents from the State Department, the jet is more than just a luxury ride. In fact, it's ferried the Venezuelan president and his top brass to places like Russia, Turkey, Greece, and Cuba. And these trips blatantly violated sanctions meant to isolate the Venezuelan leader's regime. But capturing Maduro's presidential plane hasn't been so simple. In fact, the operation required the Secretary of State to greenlight foreign aid worth $230,000 for the Dominican Republic as the aircraft storage and maintenance fees continue to increase. Meanwhile, this is not the first time that Maduro's air fleet has in fact been clipped. Back in September of 2024, then President Joe Biden ordered the seizure of Maduro's presidential jet worth $13 million that was also nabbed in the Dominican Republic.
Dominican Foreign Ministry received a request for a Dassault Falcon 900X plane to be halted so U.S. authorities could register evidence and objects related to activities linked to fraud, objects smuggled for illegal activities, and money laundering. All of this was done within the framework of a criminal investigation carried out by the U.S. Justice Department.
But the jet seizure is only part of Secretary Rubio's broader mission across Central America. The Secretary's tours also saw him wading into one of South America's most heated territorial disputes, the battle over the Esquivel region between Venezuela and Guyana. In fact, just last month, Secretary Rubio reaffirmed America's unwavering support for Guyana's claim over Essequibo, an oil-rich region that Venezuela has eyed for decades. And Maduro's foreign minister wasted no time in firing back, branding Secretary Rubio an enemy of Venezuela and accusing him of meddling in the country's sovereignty.
Rubio seeks to support the fantasies of the Guyanese government, which aims to strip us of the historic rights bequeathed to us by our liberators and which are an inalienable part of our sovereignty. The only legitimate and valid path to resolving the territorial controversy over the Guyana Essequibo is through compliance with the 1966 Geneva Agreement.
So as Secretary Rubio wraps up his tour, the message from Washington is clear. The U.S. is tightening the screws on Maduro's regime, one jet and one diplomatic maneuver at a time. And back to the United States, taxpayer outrage is erupting as U.S. aid faces accusations of wasting public funds on several bizarre projects. President Trump and Elon Musk have launched a fiery crackdown calling the agency corrupt and inefficient. In fact, since last Monday, U.S. aid offices have been shuttered, employees are sidelined, and the aid to critical global programs remain frozen. Meanwhile, critics warn of disastrous consequences for global health and humanitarian efforts if U.S. aid doesn't resume its services. But the nation watches as the chaos unfolds. Our next report has more.
Protests shook Washington, D.C. as furious aid workers and activists swamped the streets. U.S. aid saves lives, they shouted, slamming President Trump and his buddy Elon Musk for dismantling America's key lifeline to the world. United States Agency for International Development, or USAID.
With this, we are witnessing in real time the most corrupt bargain in American history. Elon Musk paid over $250 million to help elect Donald Trump, and now Donald Trump is turning over the keys to the Treasury and the rest of the federal government to Elon Musk. We need to end this illegal power grab, and we are going to do it now. We are not going back.
And it all began with Elon Musk's cost-cutting crusade. Tasked by President Donald Trump, Musk claimed U.S. aid was a criminal organization. He accused it of wasting taxpayers' money, addressing them to be Viper's nest of radical left Marxists who hate America. And working on making the president's buddy happy, the Trump administration moved swiftly to freeze billions in foreign aid.
It's something that should have been done a long time ago. It went crazy during the Biden administration. They went totally crazy what they were doing, and the money they were giving to people that shouldn't be getting it and to agencies and others that shouldn't be getting it. It was a shame. So they're tremendous fraud, but we'll be doing a report. We'll be giving you that report at the appropriate time.
The list of alleged spending shocked many. $50 million for condoms in Gaza, $1.5 million to promote diversity in Serbia, $47,000 on a transgender opera in Colombia, $32,000 for a transgender comic book in Peru, $2 million for sex change practices in Guatemala, $1.5 million to promote LGBTQ+ in Jamaica, $5.5 million for gender activism in Uganda, $6.3 million for men who have sex with men in South Africa, and $600,000 for family planning in Latin America. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt pulled no punches. The White House Press Secretary pulled no punches. The American people deserve better, she said.
These are some of the insane priorities that organization has been spending money on. $1.5 million to advance DEI in Serbia's workplaces, $70,000 for a production of a DEI musical in Ireland, $47,000 for a transgender opera in Colombia, $32,000 for a transgender comic book in Peru. I don't know about you, but as an American taxpayer, I don't want my dollars going towards this crap, and I know the American people don't either, and that's exactly what Elon Musk has been tasked by President Trump to do.
In fiscal year 2023, USAID managed more than $40 billion in combined appropriations. And in the same year, USAID provided assistance to about 130 countries, of which the top recipients were Ukraine, Ethiopia, Jordan, Congo, Somalia, Yemen, Afghanistan, Nigeria, South Sudan, and Syria. Now, even though the naysayers will complain that the United States spends less than 1% of its budget on foreign assistance, the Republicans were quick to bite. Kimberly Classic, who is a former GOP congressional nominee taking a dig at suffering countries, said, "It is time America will step back from being a sugar daddy for other countries." MAGA Representative Mike Collins, taking a jibe at US aid expenditures, joked that he got laid off and was in charge of making the Taliban trance. Sean Hendricks, who works with Mr. Beast, was also not far behind to cut US aid spending down to size. He declared that the aid funding could be the single greatest government corruption story of all time. And last but not the least, American author Ryan James Kidusky, pointing to less informed Americans, made a very valid point. He said about 99% of Americans had no idea what US aid was 30 seconds ago. And if they had known, they'd demand it be closed years ago. Now, after the USAID office was shut this Monday, workers were logged out of their emails and phones. Many feared for their jobs.
And I was sold on the freedoms of America, but after 37 years here, I realized that the freedoms that I was sold on are no longer, especially within the last few days, it has been going away at warp speed. So yeah, I am prepared to leave. And I have been working with my passport because obviously a person with an accent now, you are subjected to possibly ICE wanting to know your status. So I have been working with my passport because it's not the same America I have been living in the last 37 years.
Then Secretary of State Marco Rubio stepped in. He boldly claimed to become the acting USAID director and he promised change.
I'm the acting director of USAID. I've delegated that authority to someone, but I stay in touch with him. And so the functions of USAID, there are a lot of functions of USAID that are going to continue, that are going to be part of American foreign policy, but it has to be aligned with American foreign policy. And this is not my frustration. This frustration has existed now for almost a quarter century, and multiple administrations that have gone through this challenge. It's going to stop and it's going to end.
Though it is not clear what the Trump administration's timing for the next steps might be, but with protesters raging and billions on hold, America's reputation hangs by a thread. Will US aid rise again, or is this the beginning of its end?
And finally, we attempt to answer the age-old question, cocaine or whiskey? In a live-stream cabinet meeting, Colombian President Gustavo Petro stirred a controversy by claiming that cocaine is banned only because it originates in Latin America. He argued that it is no more harmful than whiskey. Petro further suggested that legalizing the drug globally could dismantle the illicit trade, comparing its potential market to that of wine. The remarks come amid ongoing U.S.-Colombian anti-drug efforts, raising concerns about the future of their long-standing partnership. His statements, which contrast sharply with Colombia's active drug enforcement policies, have sparked internal debate within his administration. Here's more on the Colombian president's comments.
Run for yourself.
If you thought whiskey was the bad boy of the party, Colombian President Gustavo Petro is here to set the record straight. Cocaine, according to him, is just harmless. To reiterate again, President Petro called cocaine harmless. The next question that automatically hits the brain is, where did he say this? This happened during a live-streamed cabinet meeting on the 5th of February, which President Petro turned into an unfiltered TED Talk. He boldly claimed that cocaine is banned only because it comes from Latin America and not because it's any worse than a glass of fine scotch. President Petro said, and I quote, "It's forbidden because it's from Latin America, but it's not worse than whiskey." His declaration stunned the cabinet members, who undoubtedly started reconsidering their life choices. The statement made at the Colombian presidential palace has sent political analysts, diplomats, and whiskey enthusiasts into a frenzy. But President Petro didn't stop there. He went full Wolf of Wall Street mode, suggesting that the cocaine industry could be dismantled overnight if the drug was simply legalized and sold like wine. Imagine a future where your local bar offers a Coca and Coke special. Well, in President Petro's mind, that seems to be like a possibility. According to a new survey from the UN Office on Drugs and Crime, the production of coca plants shot up by 10% in 2023, reaching a staggering 253,000 hectares, which is over 625,000 acres. And just to sweeten the deal, potential cocaine production reached 2,664 metric tons. So yeah, that's a 53% increase from the year before. In some coca-growing villages, where pesos are as rare as unicorns, coca base isn't just a byproduct of the drug trade, it's practically the local currency. Who needs cash when you've got a steady supply of the good stuff circulating for all your daily purchases? This off-the-cut comparison couldn't have come at a worse time for US-Colombia relations. The two nations have been staunch allies in the war on drugs. The US has been pouring billions into anti-narcotics operations since the early 2000s. Just recently, a joint effort led to the seizure of 8.2 tons of cocaine at the Buenaventura port in western Colombia. Yet, President Petro seems determined to shake things up. He even took a jab at the United States for its handling of the fentanyl crisis. He pointed fingers at the pharmaceutical companies before sarcastically adding, and I quote, "Now they blame the Mexicans." Of course, the fault lies in the business within their own borders. A bold move, considering that Colombia is still the world's top cocaine producer. Despite these headline-grabbing comments, President Petro's own administration is still cracking down on drug trafficking. So is he advocating for a policy shift, or was this just a moment of radical honesty? President Petro's statement has thrown a Molotov cocktail into Colombia's long-standing drug policy. This raises serious questions about the future of the country's anti-narcotics efforts. Can this be the start of a global movement to rethink drug laws? Either way, if you're planning on unwinding with a drink tonight, you now have a thought-provoking dilemma: whiskey or something stronger.
That's First Post America for this Thursday. I'm Eric Ham, signing off from our studios in Washington, D.C. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on First Post. Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We start with updates coming in from the Democratic Republic of Congo. The M23 rebels have launched a fresh offensive along with Rwandan forces in DRC's mineral-rich east. Days after declaring a unilateral ceasefire, intense clashes broke out yesterday as the M23 rebels and the Rwandan troops seized a mining town in the region, as per reports. They have captured the town of Nyabibwe in the South Kivu province, now around 100 kilometers away from the provincial capital of Bukavu and around 70 kilometers away from the nearest airport. Earlier, the Rwanda-backed M23 rebels captured Goma, the capital of North Kivu province and the largest city in the mineral-rich east. They had also vowed to march all the way to the capital, Kinshasa. However, later said that they have no intent to seize further territory as they declared a ceasefire. The DRC now says that the renewed fighting is proof that the unilateral ceasefire was in fact a ploy. In more than 3 years of fighting between the Rwanda-backed group and the Congolese army, half a dozen ceasefires and truces have been declared before being unceremoniously broken. The latest escalation comes just days before the Rwandan and Congolese presidents are due to attend a crisis summit this weekend. Rwandan President Paul Kagame says his country is taking a defensive posture against the rival ethnic militia supported by the DRC. However, Kigali is facing an intense public pressure to withdraw support for the rebels, as he is also being accused of looting minerals from the DRC. Meanwhile, a DRC military court has issued an international arrest warrant against the leader of a rebel alliance. That includes the M23 rebels for war crimes and treason. The warrant has been issued for Corneille Nangaa, who in 2018 orchestrated the heavily criticized vote that handed President Felix Tshisekedi power. Today, he is the face of rebel coalition that are fighting to oust Tshisekedi. Nangaa also said that the rebels will march to Kinshasa to quote-unquote liberate the capital. Though M23 rebels captured Goma in 2012 as well, this is the first time it seems they want to form a government. They have so far defeated thousands of foreign mercenaries hired by the DRC government. Thousands of peacekeeping forces from several African nations still remain on the ground. Many of them have died in the clashes, raising concerns of a wider regional conflict. As a ceasefire was declared, Malawi ordered to withdraw its troops, but violence has returned to the DRC. As per the United Nations, around 3,000 people have lost their lives in the clashes since last week. Thousands more have been displaced. In North Kivu's captured capital of Goma, there are reports of hundreds of women being raped and burned alive after a prison was set on fire. Hospitals have been overwhelmed and have also come in the line of fire during the fighting. Shells and bombs have torn through the walls.
We have experienced infrastructure destruction. Shells or bombs fell on the roof of the neonatal unit, damaging the solar panels and the roof itself. Additionally, at Clinic C, one of the rooms also suffered roof damage. Inside the room, we found bullets or shrapnel that had destroyed the walls. If someone had been there, they would have died.
In South Kivu's capital of Bukavu, which now appears to be the next big target for the Rwanda-backed rebels, hundreds of residents gathered and prayed for peace.
This is our role to play. We have already advocated, taken action, and supported displaced people. Now we add prayer to these efforts like Esther, like the Virgin Mary. We kneel together, united, to ask the Lord to touch the hearts of our leaders, Rwandan leaders, and all national and international leaders. We believe God will hear us because nothing is impossible for him, especially now that we have set aside our divisions to come together.
Was the M23's declaration of a ceasefire a ploy? And will it further weaken the DRC in the fighting? Now, for more on this, we have with us Vincent Roger, who is the head of political risk for Africa at Control Risks, joining us live from Cape Town, South Africa. Thank you for being with us.
Thanks, Alison, for having me.
Now, given the apparent violation of the M23's unilateral ceasefire and the seizure of a mining town in South Kivu, How do you assess the current balance of power on the ground? And what does this suggest about the DRC government's capacity to respond effectively?
Well, it's pretty clear by now that this declaration of ceasefire really wasn't one at all, and that if anything, he may have been intended to buy a bit of time or to buy a little bit of goodwill. As you've mentioned, we have an international summit of East African and Southern African leaders coming out at the end of this week. So perhaps the ceasefire was a little bit of a ploy, as you said, to gain some goodwill. But what's clear with the latest advance and the latest capture of Nyabibwe, an important trading hub on the road between Goma and Bukavu, is that the M23 still has, for now, the military upper hand. And we have heard reports, even in the last 24 hours, that the Congolese army has further retreated closer to Bukavu, and the next big sites and big targets for fighting will likely be Kavumu Airport. So there's the main airport servicing Bukavu, but also a major military facility for the DRC authorities. At the moment, it looks like the M23 rebels have the upper hand, even though the FARDC are getting some support from Burundi. And it's hard to say, where it will end, but for clear, they are the leading power at the moment.
What role, both overt and covert, do the neighboring countries, particularly Rwanda, play in this renewed offensive? And how might the regional and international diplomacy address these cross-border tensions that are clearly fueling the conflict?
Well, you have a growing body of evidence, pretty clear now, that points to very strong Rwandan support for the M23, even though Rwanda has always declined to acknowledge it. So at the beginning, you do have that foreign dynamic. What I think is important to mention over the last few weeks is we've also seen that conflict draw in troops from Burundi on the government side. And we've also heard earlier this week additional military deployments from Uganda. So increasingly, we're looking at the potential threat of this drawing in the whole regional bloc and becoming a bit of a regional conflict, because you do have these backers on either side. That means, as you said, part of the resolution of that conflict definitely involves diplomacy at the state-to-state level between these parties, and resolving some pretty deep-seated animosity by now.
And Vincent, how is this renewed fighting likely to impact the civilian populations and local economies, especially in the mining areas? And in your view, what steps should be taken by both the DRC government and the international community in order to mitigate this humanitarian fallout?
Yeah, well, we've seen it with the fall of Goma, and as you alluded to in your report, it's been a pretty horrific humanitarian impact, both in terms of loss of life, overwhelmed hospitals, massive displacements of population. And as we see the conflict now moving towards Bukavu, we can only fear the same outcome. And throughout the places where the M23 is gradually conquering, we're seeing the same humanitarian toll in terms of displacement through the fighting. What can the international community do? Well, the immediate answer lies in a ceasefire, and in getting a genuine ceasefire that sticks, that is endorsed by the different parties, and likely will involve some form of humanitarian corridors or an acceptance of humanitarian activities, because a lot of these activities have now been suspended or cut short by the fighting. We know that even about 2 weeks after the capture of Goma now, there are still pockets of the city where the humanitarian community cannot access. So it's more urgent than ever to get a pause in the fighting and to allow these humanitarian organizations to resume.
Right. Vincent, thank you very much for being with us on Firstpost Africa and for your valued insights and analysis there.
Thank you.
Moving on to a key development that has stunned the whole world. It's US President Donald Trump's shocking announcement of his plans to take over Gaza and resettle Palestinians in other locations. Now, Trump has already proposed that Gazans be shifted to West Asian nations, particularly Jordan and Egypt. But now reports say other locations that are on Trump's mind could in fact be in Africa. As per Israeli media reports, the Trump administration is considering displacing Palestinians from Gaza to Morocco, as well as Puntland and Somaliland, which are semi-autonomous regions in Somalia. Trump shared his Gaza Takeover plan during a press conference with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in Washington. He said the U.S. would take over and own the territory after resettling its around 2 million residents to other nations. The U.S. would then undertake an extraordinary redevelopment plan that he claimed could turn the enclave into the Riviera of the Middle East. U.S. officials say Trump's plan does not include permanent resettle of Gazans, but a temporary relocation for redevelopment purposes. But the proposal has faced fierce condemnation, especially from the Arab world. However, the stance of Morocco, which is also a part of the Arab world, is not clear. Now, reports suggest that Morocco, along with Somaliland and Puntland, could consider Trump's proposal, as they all seek U.S. support for their vested interests. Let's take a look at them one by one. Morocco made some significant progress in boosting ties with the U.S. Trump's first term. Now, the Trump administration recognized Morocco's sovereignty over Western Sahara, which claims independence. In exchange, Morocco signed the Abraham Accords and normalized ties with Israel. Now, in his second term, Trump is expected to continue this support to strengthen his alliance with the North African country, which is also one of Washington's most important strategic allies outside NATO. Then comes Somaliland. It is Somalia's breakaway region that claims independence. No other nation backs its claim. However, the territory is reportedly eyeing recognition from the U.S. under Donald Trump. As per reports, Republicans have been pushing for Somaliland's recognition, considering its strategic location. Now, Somaliland is also reportedly planning to grant the United States a strategic expanse of land along the Red Sea near the port city of Berbera for the establishment of a military base. Now, reports also suggest that Somaliland and Israel are also assessing possibilities of cooperation, as they have common interests in the Gulf of Aden and the Red Sea region. Then comes Puntland, which is also a semi-autonomous region of Somalia. However, unlike Somaliland, it does not seek recognition as an independent entity, but it operates as a functionally independent state amid a dispute over Somali constitutional changes. Just days ago, the U.S. carried out airstrikes in the region targeting ISIS. It was Trump's first attack order in his second term. The attack eliminated a senior ISIS leader and several other terrorists, as per Trump. So these are the interests of the African regions mentioned in the report. Who could possibly take in Palestinians on Trump's orders? However, Washington is yet to formally confirm or deny the report. There are also concerns over the logistics and feasibility of such a relocation, and whether an entire population could be resettled in unfamiliar territories. And shifting our focus to the Sahel region, it looks like Chad has gotten a new partner to support its military after France pulled out its nearly 1,000 troops from the Central African country. Now, reports suggest that Turkey is set to assume the control of a military base in Chad that recently saw the departure of the French troops. Turkey is allegedly getting control of the Abache base, which is located in the eastern part of the Central African country. Now, reports indicate that in mid-January, an official agreement between Turkey and Chad granted Ankara the control of the Abache base. This was after extensive negotiations took place between Turkey's ambassador and the Chadian officials. Now, Ankara has reportedly also provided Chad with advanced Bayraktar drones that are known for their surveillance and precision strike capabilities. Additionally, Turkey has also deployed its drones near the Fayalaje base, which is located close to Chad's border with Libya in the north, and has stationed military advisors for Chad's assistance. Now, the alleged control of the base and deployment of drones comes as France loses its influence in the Central and Western African regions. Now, countries like Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, Senegal, Chad, and the Ivory Coast, which once hosted French troops to fight terrorism, have now asked Paris to withdraw its military personnel. Turkey, under the leadership of Recep Tayyip Erdogan, is seeing this as an opportunity to strengthen its military, diplomatic, and economic presence in the region. It is also looking to fill the void left by the French withdrawal. The control over the bases in Chad gives Ankara the opportunity to contribute to the stability in the region, which has long faced challenges owing to growing jihadist insurgency. Moreover, in recent years, Turkey has tried to increase its influence in the world's second-largest continent, amid growing competition from Russia, the UAE, and China. In terms of military partnership, it has sold attack drones to several African nations, including Chad, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. Then Ankara has signed oil exploration deals with countries like Somalia and Senegal. It has also signed free trade agreements with countries like Tunisia, Egypt, Morocco, and Mauritius. The country has also been playing a peacemaker role in the continent. It has brokered the Ethiopia-Somalia peace deal, while offered to mediate the Sudan-UAE rift and the DRC-Rwanda conflict. Moreover, Turkey has also invested heavily across Africa, with its direct investments crossing over $7 billion last year, while total trade is surpassing $35 billion. So, as the West loses its influence in the region, is a new player emerging in Africa? And for our last story, let's shift our focus to Mozambique, where the leading opposition figure, Venancio Mondlane, who was at the center of months-long protests against the ruling Frelimo party, has decided to break ties with his own party, the Podemos. Mondlane has ditched the very same party which backed him in the October presidential elections last year. Mondlane has accused the Podemos party of violating a coalition agreement, while the Podemos party has denied those claims and has accused Mondlane of insulting their leadership. This emerging conflict has highlighted the deep divisions within the opposition in the East African country. Our next report gets you all the details.
In the East African country of Mozambique, a new conflict has emerged. The leading opposition figure, who protested against the ruling Frelimo party's victory in the October 2024 elections, has severed his ties with the political party that backed him. Venancio Mondlane, who came second in the presidential elections that extended Frelimo's nearly 50-year rule, has announced that he's ending ties with the Podemos party, with which he signed a coalition agreement in August 2024. In a statement signed by his legal advisor, Mondlane's office has accused Podemos of taking its parliamentary seats against the will of the people. It further said that their political struggle was for the salvation of Mozambique and not for the obsessive achievement of material goods or financial advantage. Mondlane's office also accused Podemos of doing nothing in the fight for justice and said it has distanced itself from the legitimate claims of the people. The office further accused the party of being insensitive and inflexible and added that the party was not worth the paper it had signed. Responding to the accusations, the Podemos party, which became the largest opposition party in Mozambique following the October elections, has reportedly refused to recognize the statement signed by Mondlane's legal advisor. The party, which was founded in 2019 by dissidents from Frelimo, has said it had particularly signed the coalition agreement with Mondlane and not his associates. It said the agreement was no longer valid as Mondlane had violated the confidentiality clause. The Podemos party further accused him of insulting and disrespecting its leader, Albino Forquilha. Now, Mozambique has seen widespread unrest following the elections in October 2024 that has resulted in the loss of hundreds of lives and destruction of property in the country. The opposition parties, led by Mondlane, have demonstrated against the ruling Frelimo, whose candidate Daniel Chapo was sworn in as the president in January. However, this emerging conflict between Mondlane and the Podemos party has highlighted the deep divisions within the country's opposition landscape. In recent weeks, Mondlane, who had rejected to join Daniel Chapo's government, had expressed his dissatisfaction with the Podemos party's actions, particularly that of the swearing in of the 43 members of parliament alongside Frelimo's legislators. Last week, he reportedly also said that he was looking to start a new political party. So, as this conflict between Mondlane and Podemos marks the end of a political alliance that had initially promised to bring together opposition forces against the Frelimo party's rule, what will the opposition landscape look like in Mozambique in the coming days?
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. Another day, another fight for President Donald Trump, this time with the ICC, that's the International Criminal Court. This is a global judicial body. It investigates the worst crimes of the world, like war crimes or genocide or forced starvation. Sounds like the good fight, but Trump is against them. He has announced sanctions on members of this court. Their names are yet to be revealed, but the impact will be massive. No travel to the United States, no access to U.S. assets, and no financial transactions to America. That will be the impact of this move. But why is Trump doing it? Let me quote the White House statement. This is what it says. The ICC has engaged in illegitimate and baseless actions targeting America and our close ally Israel. The ICC has, without a legitimate basis, asserted jurisdiction over and opened preliminary investigations concerning personnel of the United States. Let me simplify that for you. Trump says the ICC is unfairly targeting the US and Israel, though they have no legal basis to do so. You see, the ICC's powers come from a global treaty, the Rome Statute of 1998. If you sign that statute, you accept the ICC's jurisdiction. If not, you're not bound by the court. More than 120 countries in the world have signed the Rome Statute, but a lot of big powers have not. The United States, Israel, Russia, China, even India, these countries do not accept the International Criminal Court. The court can still probe these countries, but they're not bound by the findings or judgments. They can simply ignore it. Which brings us back to Donald Trump. He's not the kind to ignore anything. His issue with the ICC dates back to his first term. In 2020, Trump sanctioned officials of the ICC. The reason? The court was probing US war crimes in Afghanistan. This time, the US is not in the dock, but Trump's ally, Benjamin Netanyahu, is. ICC prosecutors have accused him of war crimes. They've also secured a warrant for his arrest. Hence the decision to sanction the court. The question is, what happens next? Israel has naturally welcomed Trump's move, but most of Europe is against it. The European Union has released a statement. It says Trump is undermining the international criminal justice system. Germany's Olaf Scholz calls it a wrong decision.
I don't think it's right to impose sanctions on the International Criminal Court. It's so difficult to fight for it to enjoy a reputation and respect. And of course it's perfectly all right to get angry about things, to argue, to stand up in court with your own positions. But sanctions are the wrong thing to do. They are jeopardizing an institution that is supposed to ensure that the dictators of this world cannot simply persecute people and start wars.
The ICC has also condemned it. They are promising to stand by their officials. They've also said that their work will continue. Now let's zoom out for a moment, away from the politics and the reactions. How will this affect our world? Are agencies like the ICC required? For starters, this is not an isolated move. Donald Trump has pulled out of multiple treaties and agencies, like the Paris Climate Accords, the World Health Organization, the UN Human Rights Council, and the UN Aid Agency for Palestine. He's walked out of all of these. He says these bodies are all anti-American, and it is part of Trump's new isolationism. No to global agencies, yes to invading neighbors and occupying Gaza. That's what he's doing. Now, this selective isolationism will have consequences, especially on funding. The US is the biggest contributor to the United Nations. They make up 22% of the overall budget, 27% of the peacekeeping budget, and 47% of the population fund programs. These focus on childbirth and reproductive health. If the US leaves these programs, the funding gap will be huge. We will need other states to step up. Plus, there will be a political vacuum. China is already trying to hijack United Nations institutions. This is the perfect chance for them. So Trump's actions will have real-world consequences. Which brings us to the second question. Are agencies like the ICC necessary? Well, they're not perfect, but not in the way that Trump claims. The ICC mostly focused on the third world, or focuses on the third world. They have ignored crimes committed by the West. Let me show you some numbers. Until April 2024, the ICC has indicted 54 people. 47 of them, 47 out of 54, were African. That's 87% of the indictments from one continent. And we are not saying ignore crimes in Africa, but focus on Western crimes as well. Look at what the ICC did to the United Kingdom. They found evidence that British troops committed war crimes in Iraq. The UK is also a member of the ICC, so the court did have jurisdiction on them. Yet the case was dropped. Same with Australia. Their soldiers were found guilty of war crimes in Afghanistan. Their commanders were stripped of their medals. Yet, the International Criminal Court did not probe them. If this isn't a double standard, what is? So Trump is right in saying that the ICC is broken. But America is not the victim here. They have in fact benefited from the ICC's bias. If not, most of the living US presidents would be in jail. So it is important to reform these bodies in the right way to make meaningful and just changes. What is conflict of interest? It is when professional duties get tangled up with personal gains. For most people, it is a red flag, but for Elon Musk, it is just another Thursday. The world's richest man is steering DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency. It is not a government department. Musk was not confirmed by the US Senate. He does not hold an official post. But Elon Musk and his team are tearing up US government contracts. They're cutting federal spending. Why is this a problem? Because Elon Musk himself owns 7 companies. Most of them have government contracts. These are contracts worth around $16 billion. And that means Musk's involvement is a clear conflict of interest. He is the one deciding who gets dropped. He decides who loses their contract. And as a businessman, would he ever scrap his own contracts? So the White House was asked about this, about Musk's conflict of interest, and this is what they had to say.
The president was already asked and answered this question this week, and he said if Elon Musk comes across a conflict of interest with the contracts and the funding that DOGE is overseeing, then Elon will excuse himself from those contracts. And he has, again, abided by all applicable laws.
Well, how convenient is that? There's a conflict of interest involving Elon Musk, and who is monitoring him? Elon Musk himself. Looks like the first buddy can do no wrong. But the thing is, Musk is officially a special government employee. At least that's what the White House says. And that means that he is bound by rules, by ethics rules, rules that this situation clearly violates. Let's look at the numbers. Tesla landed over $350,000 in government contracts last year. SpaceX has multiple contracts worth over $15 billion. So when Elon Musk slashes federal spending, is he really cutting waste, or is he just cutting competition? Guess we'll never know, but the Democrats are already up in arms.
Elon Musk has absolutely no business handling the personal information of American taxpayers, period. For an unelected billionaire to have full access to Americans' personal tax and Social Security information is not only an egregious violation of privacy, but it is illegal under Section 6103 of the Internal Revenue Code.
Constitutional overreach or violation of the law, take your pick. What I know for sure is that my constituents are upset.
So the Democrats are not happy. What about the Republicans? Well, turns out they're not thrilled either. A new survey shows how quickly things have shifted. In November, 47% Republicans wanted Musk to have a lot of influence in the government, 29% wanted him to have a little influence, and 12% did not want him at all. And this was 2 months ago, November 2024. Now, a new survey has been conducted, and look at how the sentiment has shifted in this time. Now, only 26% Republicans want Elon Musk to have a lot of influence, 43% want a little influence, and 17% want him out. They're raising red flags over the influence of Musk and DOGE, over conflicts of interest, over access to classified information, Musk's billionaire status, and the overall overreach. Looks like his political stock is not just dropping, it is crashing. And he isn't the only problem here. It's also the team that he's hired. DOGE is led by a group of 19 to 26-year-olds. Most of them are coders and engineers. Half of them do not have a formal degree. All of them have no bureaucratic experience, and some even have a shady past. Like 25-year-old Marco Elez. He was working at the Treasury Department, leading DOGE's efforts to cut costs there. But a number of his old posts have now resurfaced. Let me read out some of them for you. This is what he wrote. You could not pay me to marry outside of my ethnicity. Another post says, normalize Indian hate. We've got one more. Just for the record, I was racist before it was cool. All these posts have now been deleted, and Elez has resigned from DOGE. But the posts are revealing, and the damage is done. Elon Musk's staffer was racist. And if this is the kind of team that he has built to overhaul the US government, then the issue is clearly bigger than conflict of interest. It's also about what kind of people have been trusted with this power. Here's a billionaire with government contracts running an operation with no oversight and a team that has racist members and no experience. I guess at some point the United States has to ask the tough question. Having a watchdog is great, but who is watching that watchdog? Let's turn to India now, where the Reserve Bank announced a major move today. It has decided to cut interest rates to boost growth. And that too for the first time in 5 years. The decision was announced by Governor Sanjay Malhotra. He took charge in mid-December. So this was his first policy announcement. Most experts were expecting a 25 basis points cut, and that's what the RBI, or India Central Bank, delivered. They have reduced lending rates from 6.5% to 6.25%. But the RBI governor also had a warning. Global headwinds are worsening.
Accordingly, the MPC decided to reduce the policy rate, by 25 basis points to 6.25%. At the same time, the MPC felt that excessive volatility in global financial markets and continued uncertainties about global trade policies, coupled with adverse weather events, pose risks to the growth and inflation outlook.
This rate cut comes after a long time. The last one was in May 2020. After that, we had lockdowns, rising inflation and a GDP slowdown. So the RBI was pretty cautious. They kept the interest rate steady since 2023. Then why the cut now? And how will it impact your loans? Let's look at the impact first. The RBI has cut the repo rate today. The repo rate is the rate at which they, the RBI, lend to commercial banks. Lower repo rate equals cheaper loans for banks, and cheaper loans for banks equals cheaper loans for you. That is the chain reaction. And this is good news for new buyers. If you're looking for a home loan, now could be the time because the EMI rates will be dropping. Let me explain that. Say you're taking a loan worth 50 lakh rupees. The repayment time is 30 years. Let's assume the old interest rate was 8.75%. Then your EMI was 39,335 rupees. That's how much you had to pay every month. Now cut 25 basis points from this rate. Your new interest rate will be 8.5% and your new EMI will be 38,446 rupees. That's a drop of 2.2%, although not everyone will get this relief. Your loan must have a floating interest rate. If it does, you have two options. You can either pay lower EMIs per month or you can reduce the tenure of the loan. Meaning you pay the same EMI but for fewer months, not the full 30-year period. A lot of experts say that the second option is better. It is better to cut the loan tenure. But do consult with your financial advisor before you take the call. Which brings us to the final question. Why the rate cut now? To combat the economic slowdown. India's recent GDP numbers have failed to impress. In the second quarter of this year, growth was just 5.4%. The year before, it was 8.1%. Overall, this year's growth is projected to be 6.4%, again down from 8.2% last year. A big reason for this is household consumption. Simply put, Indians are not spending enough, and the goal is to change that. And we saw that in the union budget last week as well. The government gave tax relief to the middle class. Income up to 12 lakh rupees is now tax-free. The aim is to put more money in people's pockets. The RBI rate cut has a similar goal. If you reduce interest rates, loans become cheaper. And if loans become cheaper, you're more likely to take one. And more loans equals more spending. That's what the RBI is hoping for. But of course, there's an obvious risk. More spending also leads to rising prices. In other words, inflation. And the RBI is aware of this problem, which is why the governor maintained his neutral stance.
The MPC also decided unanimously again to continue with the neutral stance and remain unambiguously focused on a durable alignment of inflation with the target while supporting growth.
Neutral stance is basically wait and watch. The bank will not commit to any future courses of action, the Central Bank of India, neither rate cuts nor rate increases. They want to see how things play out before they decide. And the markets also had a muted reaction today. Normally, they cheer rate cuts, but the Sensex dropped almost 200 points today. One reason is because the markets anticipated these cuts, so the change was already accounted for. Another reason is global headwinds. With President Donald Trump in the White House, nothing is certain. He's imposing tariffs on allies and neighbors, so India cannot rest easy. These are certainly challenging times to lead a central bank, especially in a major economy like India. By cutting interest rates, the Reserve Bank has sent a bold message. Let's see what happens next. Our next story is about defense, about India's drive to mobilize drones at the border. This drive has hit a snag. India's defense ministry has had to cancel a deal. Reports say it was an order for 400 drones. That order has been cancelled. The reason? The drones were found to contain Chinese parts. Let's look at the details. Here's what we know. 400 drone deliveries were reportedly cancelled. They were all logistics drones. These are usually the quadcopter kind, like the ones used by Amazon and other e-commerce platforms to make drone deliveries. As the name suggests, they're used for logistical support, to fly things like ammunition, medicine and other supplies to remote areas. Now, in India's case, the drones were meant for operations along the LAC, the line of actual control, the de facto border between India and China. Now, what's the bare minimum you would expect here? Knowing that these drones were heading to the India-China border, they should be China-proof, right? The drones should not have any vulnerabilities to Chinese hacking. That is the minimum expectation. But unfortunately, the exact opposite happened. India discovered that these drones contained Chinese components, potentially giving Beijing a backdoor into the drones. And here's how the vulnerability was discovered. India has been buying logistics drones for a while now. One supplier is a Chennai-based firm called Dhaksha Unmanned Systems. It has supplied drones in the past. Their previous batch has been in use, but 2 incidents took place last year. The first was at the LAC in eastern Ladakh. One drone refused to take off. That was the first incident. The Indian Armed Forces assumed that it was a malfunction, but they investigated it. Then a second incident took place last August. This was along the India-Pakistan border in the Rajouri sector. The Indian Army lost control of one of the drones. It flew off into Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and the Indian forces could not explain it. That is when a crackdown on the drones began. India put on hold acquisitions from Dhaksha Unmanned Systems to investigate its supply chains. And now it seems that 3 orders have been cancelled, plus India's defense ministry is updating its security procedures. A stringent mechanism is reportedly being put in place to ensure that no Chinese components or electronics are used. Remember, India already has a domestic requirement for drones. The manufacturers have to be Indian entities, and they are given preference based on the amount of indigenous components used. However, there is still some scope for foreign components, and this loophole seems to have been exploited. Indian firms using Chinese drone components is inexcusable. We've had directives in place for this since the year 2010 about Chinese parts in Indian security equipment. But the global drone sector is heavily reliant on China. Beijing controls 90% of the world's commercial drone supplies, 90%, and 70% is controlled by a single Chinese company, SZDJI Technology Co. Limited, or simply known as DJI. They control 70% of the global commercial drone market. Parts, electronics, engines, you name it, they sell all of it. And with such dominance, the cost advantage is tangible, so firms tend to opt for Chinese parts. But India should have zero tolerance for this. Despite all the talk of normalizing ties and resuming flights, this is defense. It should be non-negotiable. You cannot allow a potential enemy state to have a backdoor into your equipment. Hopefully, India's private defense manufacturers understand this, and this debacle is not repeated. In the United States, Donald Trump's deportation drive is in full swing. We've told you how he is dispatching military jets, repatriating undocumented immigrants to their home countries. India received one of these military jets this week, carrying 104 Indian citizens. Their condition has become a political flashpoint because the Indians were returned in chains. New Delhi has raised this with the US, but there's already another issue that is brewing, that of legal Indian immigrants facing additional scrutiny, especially students who are in the US on valid visas. Reports say these students are also getting swept up in Trump's deportation drive. They're facing additional checks from US authorities, and any misstep could lead to their ouster as well. Our next report has more.
How does someone identify an undocumented immigrant? What sets them apart from people who enter a country legally? Often, it's just their documents. A legal migrant from India won't look very different from an illegal one. So, how are US authorities separating the two groups? Apparently, they are targeting everyone. Anyone who looks different is at risk. This includes students from India, people who painstakingly got admission into an American university, who paid their dues and received a coveted F1 visa, allowing them to enter the US as a full-time student, and try and achieve the American dream the right way. These students are facing a crackdown. They are now subject to intense scrutiny by agents from the US Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, or from US Customs and Border Protection, USBP. Reports have started coming in about how Donald Trump's deportation drive is putting pressure on Indian students. The students all have similar complaints. Uniformed officers have started stopping them more often, demanding their documents like their student IDs, and the checks seem targeted. They aren't taking place near college campuses. They are taking place at grocery stores, gas stations, and restaurants, the places students go to work part-time jobs. Therein lies the dilemma. Most students are in the US on an F1 visa. They are only allowed to work for 20 hours a week, that too just on-campus jobs. But living expenses are high in the US, so students often take other part-time work to pay the bills. Strictly speaking, this is illegal. It could be used as an excuse to deport the students. So the fresh vigor of the raids by US authorities raises some questions. Is Trump's deportation drive really looking to target hardened criminals, the worst of the worst, sent to the US from prisons or mental asylums? Because that is what Trump had claimed before winning the presidency. He said that he would start deporting criminals from day one. So, are all of them out of the US already?
And we will begin the largest deportation operation in the history of the United States.
Is that why his ICE agents are now shaking down Indians at grocery stores? Are Indian students who are trying to make ends meet the worst criminals left in the US? Or is Trump's deportation drive taking a different turn, an overtly racist one, where everyone who looks different is a target? It seems that US officials are looking for any excuse to round up people and deport them. What other explanation is there for interrogating teenagers working part-time at a restaurant? Because this is not targeting illegal migrants, but harassing the legal ones who are simply chasing the American dream.
Modern wars are fought on multiple fronts, on your computers, on your power grids, and of course on the ground. But many experts rank one front ahead of all others, and that's the air. Air supremacy is central to modern wars. But is India ready for it? Look at what happened on Thursday. An Indian Air Force jet crashed in the state of Madhya Pradesh, a Mirage 2000 fighter plane. Thankfully, both pilots ejected in time. They have escaped with minor injuries. But what led to this crash? The Air Force says a systems malfunction. They have ordered an investigation into the crash. Hopefully, that will give us more details. But here's what we do know. The Mirages are part of an aging Indian fleet. They were manufactured by French company Dassault. India bought 51 of them back in 1985. So these jets have been flying for 40 years now. What's more, India bought them off the rack, meaning no production or repair facilities were set up in India. As a result, maintenance is hard. In 2021, India bought 24 retired Mirages from France, not to fly them, but to use them for spare parts. And we are considering similar deals with Greece and Qatar. The hope is to somehow extend the lifespan of the Mirages. The goal was to retire them by 2030, but now they're expected to fly into the 2040s. And why is that? Because replacements are not ready. We are already phasing out old Soviet jets, so we cannot retire the Mirages yet. The numbers won't allow it. The Indian Air Force has a sanctioned squadron strength of 42. but we have only 31 up and running. And each squadron has around 18 fighter jets, so you can do the math. And that's one big challenge for India's Air Force, to expand our fleet of jets. Even the Air Force chief flagged it recently. He lamented the delay in India's homegrown fighter jet program.
First aircraft flew in 2001, 17 years. Then the induction started another 15 years later, 2016. Today we are in 2024. I do not have the first 40 aircraft also. So this is the production capability.
So quantity is one problem, but so is quality. China already has a 5th generation fighter jet. Recently, they debuted a 6th generation jet as well, a futuristic stealth plane. India's other rival, Pakistan, is expanding its fleet. Reports say they will buy 5th gen planes from China. Is India prepared to tackle this challenge? As of today, our most advanced planes are the French Rafales. They are 4.5 generation jets. India is also developing a 5th gen fighter, but it won't be ready before 2035, so another 10 years. So what is the solution? Perhaps to buy foreign fighter jets. The Chinese 5th generation plane is obviously off the table, so that leaves two options: America's F-35 and the Russian Su-57. The Russian plane, in fact, landed in India yesterday. It will take part in the Bengaluru Air Show next week, and this is very significant because Russia rarely showcases the Su-57. Its first foreign appearance was in China last year, and the second is now in India. And the Russians are willing to sell. Let me quote from their statement. Among our proposals are the supply of ready-made aircraft, the organization of their joint production in India, as well as assistance in the development of an Indian 5th generation fighter. That's what Russia is offering. It is a pretty comprehensive offer. But will India take it up? Well, the Russian president is expected to visit soon. If India is keen, that's the time to strike a deal. And what about the F-35, the American jet? It was supposed to come for the Bengaluru Air Show, but the US Air Force has pulled out. And we know the Americans are very picky about jet sales. They have denied the F-35 to even NATO allies like Turkey. Plus, the India-US defense cooperation is still new. We've seen some big headlines recently, but the outcomes are not that impressive. Just consider the jet engine deal. In 2021, India bought 99 jet engines from the United States. The delivery was supposed to start in April 2023, but not a single one has reached India yet. We are in 2025. That's almost a 2-year delay. Both Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Defense Minister of India have flagged this delay. So now the US is speeding it up. They say deliveries will begin in March or April this year. And those engines will power India's homegrown Tejas jet. So until we get them, those planes cannot be delivered. Do you see the problem here? Defense supplies require trust and reliability. Russia has historically checked both these boxes. So it looks like India is going the tried and tested route. Will Bitcoin go bust? I'm not the one asking this, but a Nobel-winning economist is. His name is Eugene F. Farmer. He's often called the father of finance. His theories have shaped how we understand markets today, and now he's making a bold prediction that Bitcoin is doomed. Not immediately, but within a decade, he believes it could collapse entirely. Why? Because according to Farmer, Bitcoin breaks the fundamental rules of money. It lacks intrinsic value. And most importantly, it does not function as a stable medium of exchange. In his view, that makes it unsustainable in the long run. So is Farmer's assessment right? Or is Bitcoin proving traditional economists wrong, one rally at a time? Our next report tells you.
December 2024 was a massive month for Bitcoin. Its market capitalization soared past $2 trillion, bigger than Meta and Tesla. Fueling this rally was a pro-crypto president. Donald Trump was heading back to the White House, so Bitcoin shattered records. It even crossed $100,000 for the first time. But this Thursday came a sharp reality check. Bitcoin plunged down 9% in a single day. a reminder of just how wild this market can be. Now, a Nobel-winning economist has made a bold prediction. His name is Eugene Fama. He says Bitcoin is doomed, not today, not tomorrow, but within the next decade. He believes it will collapse. Why does Fama think so? It's because Bitcoin violates all rules of exchange. They have no real stable value, and that's why it can't survive. Now, this isn't the first time this has been said. The idea of Bitcoin was born in 2008. It was by an anonymous person going by the name Satoshi Nakamoto. The idea was to create a decentralized digital currency. The transaction would happen directly from user to user. There would be no middleman, no banks, no governments. The first Bitcoin was launched in 2009. In the beginning, Bitcoin was restricted to the realm of tech enthusiasts. One Bitcoin was worth mere cents. There were some highs, even some terrible lows in 2023. But 2024 was a good year so far. On January 1st, 2024, Bitcoin was worth $43,000. In December 2024, it was worth $103,000. That's a rise of over 130%, most of which was fueled by just one election, which saw Donald Trump returning to the White House. He promised a pro-crypto approach and vowed to make the United States the crypto capital of the world. And it's not just the United States. More and more countries are embracing Bitcoin. El Salvador has made Bitcoin legal tender. Japan has recognized it as legitimate property. Dubai has created crypto economic zones. So does that make Bitcoin a mainstream asset? Eugene Fama definitely doesn't think so. He believes cryptocurrencies are a puzzle. And he's not wrong. Right now, Bitcoin has two major problems. The first is regulation. How do you control something designed to be uncontrollable? It's a problem that governments worldwide are facing. Some have tried a middle path, like a Bitcoin ETF. ETF stands for Exchange Traded Fund. It's like owning a Bitcoin, but through a surrogate. The other problem is volatility. Bitcoin is $97,000 today. Tomorrow, it could be down to $10,000 and you'll be able to do nothing. Now, price volatility happens with any stock, but cryptocurrency is especially volatile. It's heavily influenced by speculative trading and given to sharp price swings. So, is Bitcoin the future of finance or just a ticking time bomb? Its rise has been spectacular, but its risks are undeniable. Regulators are scrambling, investors are debating, and economists like Eugene Fama are sounding the alarm. Its future may be uncertain, but one thing is certain: Bitcoin isn't going away quietly.
Next Monday will be a busy one for Paris. It is hosting the Artificial Intelligence Action Summit. France is the main host. India is co-chairing the event, and it's going to be a grand affair. World leaders, tech bosses, experts, journalists, activists, representatives from over 80 countries will be present. And what's on the agenda? To discuss the future of AI, the good, the bad, and the ugly. This Paris summit is the third edition. The first one was held in the UK. The second one was in South Korea. And this time, the stakes are higher. The focus will be on regulating artificial intelligence, fostering innovation, and shaping a future where AI benefits all. But who will lead the conversation? Let's show you this report, the latest Global AI Vibrancy Ranking. It shows where nations stand in the AI race. And a disclaimer here, this is based on data collected up to 2023. Obviously, a lot has changed since then. But let's take a look at who's on top and where does India stand. Topping the list is the United States of America. It dominates across multiple dimensions. The US leads in high-quality research, the production of cutting-edge machine learning models, and private investment inflows. Silicon Valley still remains the epicenter of AI innovation. They have a thriving startup ecosystem. According to the report, the US has a score of 70.06. But the lead is not unchallenged. There are concerns about data privacy and ethical implementation. Also, let's not forget about DeepSeek. It came towards the end of 2024 and it has challenged American hegemony since then. All of that is not reflected in these rankings. Nonetheless, China is second on the list. It has positioned itself as the fiercest competitor to the United States, but with a very different approach. China is all about state-backed initiatives. It leads the world in AI patent filings. It is also closing the gap in machine learning model production, so Beijing may lack in academic openness, but it makes up for it with scale and efficiency. Number 3 is the UK. I'm not quite sure why. And on the 4th position is India, a surprise contender in AI development. India has a young tech-savvy population and a booming AI sector and a booming IT sector. The country has positioned itself as an AI hub, both in innovation and deployment. Indian startups are attracting investors. The government is focusing on AI policy and also on data centers. Data centers are basically facilities to store, manage and process large amounts of data. Data centers are the backbone of the AI economy. So India wants to capitalize on that. But it also has its own set of challenges. There are infrastructure gaps, low research funding compared to the US and China, of course, and brain drain of the top AI talent from India. If India can overcome all these obstacles, it may establish itself as the next AI powerhouse. The future does look promising. There are also other emerging players like Europe, the United Arab Emirates, and Asian countries like South Korea, Japan, and Singapore. And let me also add here, the global AI race is not just a tech contest anymore. It is a defining geopolitical contest. The battle for AI supremacy is no longer just about who builds the best models. It's about who sets the rules, who controls the data, and who defines the ethics of an AI-driven world. As world leaders come together in Paris next week, they should deliberate on all these questions of who will shape the future of AI. The US may be ahead, but China's aggressive expansion, India's concerted push, and Europe's regulatory approach suggest that the AI order of tomorrow will be a multipolar one. Picture this. You are in space. It is exciting and fun, but wait for it. Soon your head swells, your heart shrinks, your legs atrophy, your DNA changes, and you get the space stupids, basically brain fog. Doesn't sound all that fun now, does it? And it gets worse. A new study is out. It says that space even makes you go blind. You see, the human body did not evolve to live in space. It is an alien environment for us, so it changes our bodies. And this could spell trouble for future missions, like missions to Mars, which will be longer and deeper into space. So is there a way out? Is it safe for humans to go to Mars? And why does outer space change the human body? Our next report tells you.
Humans are increasingly exploring worlds beyond Earth, and they are setting their eyes on Mars. These will be longer missions, millions of kilometers away from home, with delayed communications, a lack of gravity, and exposure to radiation. So, before they go, scientists are trying to understand as much as possible about what this would do to their bodies. A new study is out. It says that 70% of astronauts who spent at least 6 months on the International Space Station experience major changes in their vision. But this is not news. In fact, 2 decades ago, when astronaut John Phillips went to the ISS, he was launched with a 20/20 vision. He was on the space station for about 6 months, but when he returned, his vision was down to 2100. Not everyone experiences such a severe change, but almost everyone witnesses a version of this condition. A typical human body is about 60% water. On Earth, gravity pulls the fluids down into the body, but space is zero gravity. So, in the free fall, the body's fluids float upwards. About 2 liters of fluids gather in the head, applying pressure on the eyeballs and squishing them over time. This can swell the optic nerve, flatten the back of the eye, cause blurry vision, and a range of other eye problems. Vision issues are considered one of the riskiest medical problems affecting astronauts. But these aren't the only problems. Even though weight means very little in zero gravity, astronauts find it difficult to maintain it in space, and without the constant tug of gravity, muscle and bone mass begin to diminish, especially because they are not used enough. We are seeing this with NASA astronaut Sunita Williams, who has been stuck in space for about 8 months now. She claims to have forgotten how to walk. That's because muscles no longer have to put in the work that they usually do, so they begin to atrophy. After just 2 weeks, muscle mass falls by 20%, and bones lose about 2% of their mass with every month spent in space. This increases the risk of injuries and fractures. While these problems can be easily seen, there are changes inside the body as well, like in the gut. Our guts have friendly bacteria and fungi that help the digestion process. Being in space increases inflammation in the body and alters the gut biome. Even the human genes are affected because radiation in space can damage DNA. And apart from the body, the mind is also at risk. Space can do strange things to it, from feelings of disorientation to mood swings to warped thinking. These are often called space stupids. So there are mind-bending consequences to staying in space. Scientists fear that it could put future missions in jeopardy. As countries are planning to send crews deeper into the solar systems, they have to be careful about the seen and unseen problems that may come with it. For instance, a return journey to Mars is expected to take 1,100 days. The record for a single trip into space currently stands at 437 days, so a trip to Mars is more than double of that. So scientists are scrambling to design procedures and devices that will keep astronauts safe and healthy in deep space. There's a lot of work to be done, but hopefully the result will be out of this world.
Now let's turn our attention to Santorini. This is a Greek island and a popular tourist hotspot, but over the past week it has witnessed a mass exodus of tourists and residents due to the seismic swarm. That's what it's being called. Nearly 8,000 earthquakes have rattled the island over the past week. 8,000. Yesterday, the biggest quake so far rocked Santorini. It has reached a magnitude of 5.2. The authorities have declared an emergency and they're scrambling to prepare for the worst. Here's a report.
7,700. That's how many earthquakes have been felt in Santorini over the past week. Thousands of tremors have rattled this bucket list-worth Greek island and turned its Instagram-worthy villages into ghost towns. Yesterday, the island was hit with its most powerful quake so far. It reached a magnitude of 5.2. So now, Greek authorities have declared a state of emergency in Santorini. The barrage of quakes haven't caused too much damage, but they have shut schools on the resort island and fueled a mass exodus of people. Tourists, seasonal workers, residents, they are all leaving on ferries and planes. About 3/4 of the island's 15,000 population have evacuated so far.
There's a bit of fear. With earthquakes, there's a bit of fear. Danger is everywhere. The main thing is not to have too much anxiety.
The Greek Prime Minister has visited the quake-struck island. He has imposed more precautionary measures and announced a $3 million package to construct an emergency evacuation route. As quakes continue to rock the so-called Instagram island, multiple emergency services have been mobilized. Crews of engineers are inspecting buildings. Traffic has been restricted in areas vulnerable to rock slides. Army trucks have brought electricity generators to Santorini.
We have done this planning, which means we have the places of refuge, the registration of the people with special needs who should perhaps be transferred quickly to other places in each community, and they are updated at regular intervals.
What the island is witnessing is unprecedented. There are clusters of quakes that come in unusual patterns, and they've puzzled scientists.
This seismicity has a certain pulse-like, as I said, behavior, meaning
It starts with not a big magnitude, around magnitude 4. And then it swarms, it gathers intensity, seismic intensity. So we have a lot of earthquakes happening within 1 to 2 hours. Then the system relaxes again. And then we have again start of this pulse-like seismicity.
Santorini lies on the Hellenic volcanic arc. Think of this as a chain of islands created by volcanoes. But it has not seen a major eruption in recent times, not since the 1950s. So the reason for the current seismic crisis is unclear. The quake epicenters are not concentrated in Santorini alone, but in a cluster of islands, which also includes Anafi, Amorgos and Ios. This is a relatively small area, and the tremors slowly began with the awakening of a volcano on Santorini last year. But the surge only came this January and escalated over the last weekend. While this much is clear, no one knows what's behind the surge. Though there is a silver lining. The tremors are underwater, and this significantly reduces the risk compared to land-based earthquakes. So while the whitewashed island remains in the dark over what's causing these quakes, it is preparing for the worst while hoping for the best.
Today marks the beginning of Valentine's Week, 7 days leading up to February 14th. Each day has a different meaning. Today is apparently Rose Day, tomorrow is Propose Day, and the day after is Chocolate Day. Unless, of course, you're a normal person, in which case it's Friday, Saturday and Sunday. The whole thing is quite commercialized. Couples may think they have aced Valentine's Week, but the real winner is Amazon, because that's inevitably where you buy gifts. Also, spare a thought for all those single people. They're done with the mocking and the trolling. So they're making memes in revenge. Take a look at this.
वैलेंटाइन डे से मेरा क्या लेना देना भाई, या मेरा ही लेना देना है वैलेंटाइन डे से।
Roses are red, violets are blue. You all love me, and I love you too. So this Valentine's Day, bring the love and the cheer, because Make America Great Again will win bigly this year.
Now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu gifts US President Trump a golden pager. Protests break out in Jordan's Amman against Trump's proposals for Gaza, and a river in Argentina turns red, raising fears of contamination. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1992, European nations signed the Maastricht Treaty. It led to the creation of the European Union. It also led to the formation of a single European currency, which is the euro. We are leaving you on that note. Thank you very much for watching. Have a great weekend.
Happy TGIF and welcome to First Post America. I'm Eric Hammond. We're live in the nation's capital of Washington, D.C. And today it's more controversy for Elon Musk as his staff in Washington come under heavy fire. We've got the latest on that and other stories from the United States and around the world. We begin in the United States, where President Donald Trump signed an executive order sanctioning the International Criminal Court, or the ICC, on Thursday. The commander-in-chief called the Hague illegitimate and accused the ICC of abusing its power. The executive order places financial and visa restrictions on individuals and their families who assist the ICC in investigating Americans and its allies. And now it also must be noted that the sanctions on the ICC come as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu visits the United States. And the ICC has issued an arrest warrant for Netanyahu and accused Israel of committing war crimes in Gaza.
We also have Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu visiting the capital. And as all of you know, he was here not that long ago. Israel is our closest ally in the Middle East. The last time that he was here, a number of Democrats, including Vice President Harris, boycotted his remarks in the House of Representatives. This time around, his visit follows a time when the Democrats here in the Senate basically, through their vote, gave legitimacy to an illegitimate court because they didn't want to defend Israel's right to defend itself or American citizens from the actions of the International Criminal Court, which is an illegitimate court.
Now, the United States is not a member of the ICC and has repeatedly rejected any jurisdiction by The Hague over American officials or its citizens. And the White House has also accused the ICC of trying to restrain Israel's right to self-defense by wanting to arrest a democratically elected prime minister.
The decision to issue an arrest warrant against me, the democratically elected prime minister of the State of Israel, and our former defense minister, was made by a rogue prosecutor who's trying to extricate himself from sexual harassment charges, and by biased judges who are motivated by anti-Semitic sentiments.
Now, the ICC is not the first international institution that President Donald Trump has gone after. In fact, since returning to office, the president has signed executive orders withdrawing the United States from the World Health Organization, the United Nations Human Rights Council, the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine, the United Nations Cultural Agency UNESCO, and the Paris Climate Accords for a second time.
So I've always felt that the UN has tremendous potential. It's not living up to that potential right now. It really isn't, hasn't for a long time. It has, there are great hopes for it, but it's not being well run, to be honest, and they're not doing the job. A lot of these conflicts that we're working on should be settled, or at least we should have some help in settling them. We never seem to get help. That should be the primary purpose of the UN, the United Nations. And again, it's got great potential, and based on the potential, we'll continue to go along with it, but they got to get their act together.
Now, Washington was the largest funder of the United Nations, the World Health Organization, and the Paris Climate Agreement, which helped in providing aid and relief in conflict zones and regions affected by natural disasters. Yet it's still anyone's guess how many more institutions the United States will exit under the Trump administration. And now we shift focus to President Trump's closest ally, Elon Musk. The billionaire has been making headlines over the actions of the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, which he now leads. Now, from being accused of overreach into federal departments to demanding fatigue-inducing work hours from DOGE employees, Elon Musk has not having a good week. In fact, now Musk and DOGE are caught in another controversy. A senior DOGE employee was asked to leave the team after facing backlash over his previous posts on social media that were racist. Marco Elise, the former DOGE staffer, urged his followers on social media to quote-unquote normalize hate against Indians. According to an NPR report, Elise frequently boasted about his anti-Indian and anti-immigration stance, and he once tweeted, quote, "I was racist before it was cool," end quote. Now, Elise is a 25-year-old software engineer who was working for DOGE and was given access to the Treasury Department, where he had access to sensitive banking data of millions of Americans. The NPR report further suggests that Elise enjoys close relations with Elon Musk, and the two have previously worked together at SpaceX. A White House official has now confirmed Elise's resignation from DOGE. However, Americans and Democrats are now demanding answers.
Elon Musk has absolutely no business handling the personal information of American taxpayers, period. For an unelected billionaire to have full access to Americans' personal tax and Social Security information is not only an egregious violation of privacy, but it is illegal under Section 6103 of the Internal Revenue Code. Our phones have been ringing off the hook with constituents who are horrified and frightened that their personal information has been handed over to an unelected billionaire with no accountability to the American people.
Now, Elon Musk and employees at DOGE are neither elected nor a part of a federal agency. However, they do have access to sensitive data of the Pentagon, the Department of Justice, the IRS, the FBI, and even the CIA.
House Republicans don't appear interested in working for everyday Americans and solving problems for hardworking American taxpayers. Why? Because they are working for Elon Musk and doing the bidding of an unelected, unaccountable, out of control billionaire puppet master.
And today we're here to say with one voice, fire Elon Musk. An unelected, unaccountable billionaire now has seemingly unlimited powers over Americans' private data and over Americans' taxpayer dollars. It seems every hour brings more news about a new threat Elon Musk poses to working people, a new way that Elon Musk wants to take your hard-earned money and keep it for himself.
And now additional reports have emerged that Elon Musk has even hired teenagers to be part of DOGE, with the youngest member being a high school graduate who's just 19 years old. Now, prior to President Trump's inauguration, many expressed optimism that Elon Musk's DOGE could bring about a new work culture in Washington. But with the latest developments, enthusiasm has dropped dramatically as Musk battles controversies and uncomfortable questions. And President Donald Trump is planning the biggest ever revamp of the White House. The commander-in-chief now wants to drop a whopping $100 million of his own money to build a ballroom fit for royalty. The president said he wanted a ballroom in the White House similar to the one that he has at his Mar-a-Lago estate. And that's not it. He also wants a Christian faith room office in the White House to fight what he calls anti-Christian bias. Our next report brings you more on Donald Trump's home decor aspirations.
Since returning to the White House, Donald Trump is shaking things up time and again. But this time, he's not just signing executive orders, he's dreaming big. Mar-a-Lago big. And his grand plan is to build a $100 million ballroom for glittering galas and state dinners at the White House. Speaking to a jam-packed East Room crowd, Trump grinned.
is packed, and I offered to build a ballroom. I'm very good at building ballrooms. I build beautiful ballrooms, and I actually offered to build a ballroom for the White House. I was going to build it right there. This was going to be the reception room, and then I was going to build a beautiful, beautiful ballroom like I have at Mar-a-Lago, as beautiful as it can be. It was going to cost about $100 million. I offered to do it, and I never heard back. I offered to do it to the Biden administration, very active administration. They didn't hear back, and I said again and again, 3-4 times. I said to top people, and they just didn't know what to do. They sort of said, "This is good," but they had no idea. So I'm going to try and make the offer to myself, because we could use a bigger room, right, Marcia? We could use a bigger room.
Yes, you heard that right. A ballroom. Trump wants to upgrade the presidential party scene from lawn tents to luxury. The East Room, as White House history buffs know, is the mansion's biggest space at just under 3,000 square feet. But for Trump, it's practically a broom closet. Now, this isn't a new obsession. Back in 2010, Trump pitched the same idea to then-President Barack Obama. But Obama wasn't buying it, and neither did Joe Biden, who also rejected the plan after taking office from Trump in 2021. Instead, state dinners continued under massive tents, with chandeliers hanging precariously above diplomats' heads. Trump called those setups unsafe and disgraceful. And now that he's back, Trump is doubling down. "No more tents, okay? We're better than that," he joked. But that's not the only thing the ambitious president wants to build.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
Trump's return to the White House has also brought Christian nationalism to the highest levels of government. During the National Prayer Breakfast on Thursday, President Trump laid out steps that he will take to make those dreams of Christian nationalist power a reality. "We want to bring religion back, stronger, bigger, and better than ever before," he declared.
I'm also creating the White House Faith Office, led by Pastor Paula White, who is so amazing. In the White House, we will protect Christians in our schools, in our military, in our government, in our workplaces, hospitals, and in our public squares. And we will bring our country back together as one nation under God, with liberty and justice for all.
While the White House is yet to elaborate on Trump's agenda, the question is whether Elon Musk's so-called Department of Government Efficiency agrees that these efforts would be a good use of taxpayer dollars. And what evidence, if any, Trump has that there's a problem of anti-Christian bias within the federal government. But be it a beautiful ballroom or a religious office in the White House, building anything on the historic grounds isn't as easy as snapping fingers. Congress controls White House renovations. And even if Trump footed the $100 million bill, he would still need approval from Congress and the National Park Service. Support from former presidents would help, and let's be honest, that's highly unlikely. Back in Trump's first term, then First Lady Melania once made headlines for building a tennis pavilion. But Trump wants more, much, much more. And since the clip of Trump's project has gone viral, social media has had a hard time resisting not to comment. One user said, "The last thing the White House needs is a ballroom." Another user said, "If he's going to pay for it with his own money, then whatever, I guess." And then there were a few others who even joked on the president's and tech billionaire Elon Musk's close relationship, commenting that the duo can use the ballroom for practicing their moves. So while the internet had mixed reviews on Trump's ballroom and Christian office projects, the question is, will Congress approve Trump's ballroom dream? And will Trump's White House Faith Office protect Christians? Whatever it may be, one thing's for sure. When it comes to Donald Trump, the parties and prayers are just getting started.
And Caroline Leavitt isn't just making headlines, she's also rewriting history. At 27, the New Hampshire native has become the youngest White House press secretary ever. A staunch Trump loyalist and unapologetic Gen Z conservative, Leavitt's sharp rhetoric and bold social media presence have already made waves. Earning a hefty six-figure salary, she is not just the face of the president's second term, she's also the voice promising to shake up how the White House communicates. Our next report brings you more on her political ambitions.
Good afternoon, everybody.
At just 27, Caroline Leavitt has shattered records.
How are you?
She's now the youngest White House press secretary in U.S. history.
Is in Venezuela today.
The New Hampshire native took to the podium last month, igniting a fresh, bold era in political communication. Her opening words echoed through Donald Trump's inaugural speech.
President Trump is back, and the golden age of America has most definitely begun.
Now, Leavitt is no stranger to the political arena. A staunch conservative and Trump loyalist, she first interned in the White House during Trump's first term in 2017. She later became a presidential writer and assistant press secretary, and her rise has been meteoric. By 2022, she was the first Gen Z Republican to win a GOP primary in her state, though she lost the general election to Democrat Chris Pappas. However, her political journey started at St. Anselm College, where she graduated with a degree in politics and communication. She was the first in her family to earn a college degree, attending an athletic scholarship and playing for the softball team. Though initially she considered journalism, even interning at local station WMQR, but politics was her true passion, fueled by Trump's first term. And without a doubt, Leavitt's commitment to Trump's vision remained unwavering. After his 2020 loss, she became the communications director for Republican Elise Stefanik, a vocal Trump supporter. Then in 2024, Leavitt joined Trump's campaign as national spokesperson, traveling extensively to defend his policies. Even the president himself has praised her as smart, tough, and highly effective communicator. And as fiery she is, her Twitter feed is a blend of sharp political commentary and unapologetic conservatism. One tweet featured her at a shooting range firing a machine gun captioned, "Joe Biden, come and take it." The tweet, for all the reasons, went viral, solidifying her reputation as a fierce defender of gun rights. Last month, after Trump took over the Oval Office, her first White House briefing lasted 47 minutes. During the conference, Leavitt handled tough questions on issues like the freeze of federal grants and early deportation policies.
It is the responsibility of this president and this administration to be good stewards of taxpayer dollars. That is something that President Trump campaigned on. And if you are an individual, a foreign national, who illegally enters the United States of America, you are, by definition, a criminal. And so therefore, you are subject to deportation.
Fiery, right? Her approach isn't just about answering reporters. She's shaking up how the White House engages with the public. She promised to open the briefing room to podcasters, independent journalists, and social media influencers. Her aim? To make the White House more accessible, especially to younger Americans.
We're also opening up this briefing room to new media voices who produce news-related content and whose outlet is not already represented by one of the seats in this room. We welcome independent journalists, podcasters, social media influencers, and content creators to apply for credentials to cover this White House.
But her fiery spirit extends beyond politics. Leavitt's personal life is equally headline-worthy. She married 60-year-old real estate tycoon Nicholas Robert, who's 32 years senior to her. Robert, a multimillionaire, proposed to her on Christmas 2023. The couple welcomed their first child, a son named Nicholas, in July 2024, right in the heat of Trump's campaign. But Leavitt's resilience truly shone during a crisis. Just 4 days after giving birth, she returned to work following an assassination attempt on Trump. Her planned maternity leave was cut short, reflecting her dedication to both her family and career. Her role as press secretary isn't just historical, it's lucrative too. Leavitt earns a six-figure salary of $180,000, but it is not the paycheck that drives her. It is the mission. She is determined to amplify Trump's message and connect with Americans across generations.
Let me just take a step back here, because this is an out-of-the-box idea. That's who President Trump is. That's why the American people elected him.
Levitt's fiery presence at the podium marks a new chapter. She's not just a spokesperson, she's a trailblazer, redefining what it means to be the voice of the White House in the digital age.
And finally, we shift to the war in Europe that's now entering its fourth year. Ukraine received the first batch of Mirage 2000 fighter jets from France, along with a batch of F-16 jets from the Netherlands. The Mirage 2000 jets arrived with Ukrainian pilots on board after several months of training in France. The numbers remain classified, but at least 6 of the French-made jets landed in Ukraine. The aircraft is a fourth-generation multi-role supersonic jet, which was introduced by the French manufacturer Dassault back in the 1970s. The jets can be used for ground strikes, intercepting missiles, and can deploy long-range weapons, including Scout missiles and Storm Shadow missiles supplied to Kyiv by NATO allies. These jets can also conduct strikes using long-range bombs and have enhanced firing capabilities for both air-to-air and air-to-ground missions, posing a major threat to Russian military assets.
I also want to express my gratitude to France and personally to President Macron for fulfilling our agreements. Our Air Force has now been reinforced with French Mirage fighter jets, marking another step forward in the development of Ukrainian military aviation. This will allow us to carry out more missions. I also thank the Netherlands, where a new batch of F-16 fighter jets has arrived, and this is significant.
And on the heels of this new delivery of fighter jets, Ukraine has also launched a major offensive in the western Russian region of Kursk. Meanwhile, in an emergency meeting with regional governors, Russia's Putin admitted that the situation in Kursk remains very difficult.
And finally, to the most sensitive issue concerning additional compensation for loss of property to these, as you said, 112,000 people who have already received 150,000 rubles. I agree with you that this money is not enough. I will give instructions to the government today or tomorrow, in the coming days, to work out these issues so that additional decisions will be made.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky praised his troops for the offensive and issued state honors for several army units. President Zelensky said the occupier can and should be beaten in its own territory.
We've significantly expanded our exchange fund with hundreds and hundreds of Russian soldiers, whom we are exchanging to bring Ukrainians back home from captivity. We also have North Korean soldiers in captivity. They are currently receiving medical treatment, as they were seriously wounded in combat.
Now, earlier on Thursday, Ukrainian forces also claimed to have struck an airfield in southern Russia that was being used to launch Iran-made drones. And next week, President Zelensky will attend the Munich Security Conference, where Vice President J.D. Vance and Special Envoy for Ukraine, Keith Kellogg, will also be in attendance. Now, during the campaign, President Trump repeatedly promised to end the fighting within 24 hours of taking office, later revising it to 6 months after being elected. For now, all eyes will be on Vice President J.D. Vance to see if he can get President Zelensky to agree to talks with Putin to end the war in Ukraine. That's First Post America for this Friday. I'm Eric Ham, signing off from our studios in Washington, D.C. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison LaGrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global South. Join me every weekday live on First Post. Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison LaGrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. Our top focus today is on the ongoing diplomatic standoff between South Africa and the United States. The South African government, led by President Cyril Ramaphosa, as it turns out, has landed on the wrong side of the US President Trump. Trump has accused Ramaphosa's government of land confiscations and even more horrible crimes. The US is also skipping G20 talks in Johannesburg this month. Though Ramaphosa tried to diffuse the tensions, he has now sent a defiant message to Washington. In an address to the nation, he clearly said his country will not be bullied and deterred.
We are witnessing the rise of nationalism, protectionism, the pursuit of narrow interests, and the decline of common cause. This is the world that we, as South Africa, a developing economy, must now navigate. But we are not daunted to navigate our path through this world that constantly changes. We will not be deterred. We are, as South Africans, a resilient people, and we will not be bullied.
Donald Trump's first few days in office have created troubles for South Africa. It all started with the announcement that Trump will cut all funding to South Africa over the alleged land confiscations. He added that the US has launched a probe over the matter. Last month, Ramaphosa signed a bill into law that allows government to seize land without compensation under some circumstances. Land reforms is a contentious issue in South Africa. Even after 30 years of the end of apartheid, the black majority owns little land. Over 70% of the land is owned with the white minority. Ramaphosa has clarified that the new law would not allow any forceful seizures, but that has not convinced the critics. Now, South Africa-born tech billionaire Elon Musk, who is Trump's close ally, also waded into the controversy and slammed the new law as openly racist. Ramaphosa spoke to Musk over the call to calm the tensions, but that did not work. Yesterday, the U.S. Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, announced that he will skip the G20 foreign ministerial meeting in Johannesburg this month. He cited South Africa's land confiscation and also focus on climate and diversity as the reasons. He called the agenda anti-American. Ramaphosa also spoke about the G20 in his address. He said he will be sending envoys across the continent and the world on a charm offensive to explain South Africa's position on a number of foreign policy matters. This will include spelling out South Africa's objectives during its G20 presidency.
And with a view of explaining the positions that we have taken, and in particular, the objectives that we wish to achieve during our presidency of the G20, I have decided to send a delegation of government and other leaders to various capitals on our continent across the world. This delegation will interact with various key players on a variety of matters that affect South Africa's interests.
As per reports, in some off-the-cuff remarks, Ramaphosa also stressed on the need to further harness Indian and West Asian markets. This hints that he might be considering to boost alternative ties. Over the past few years, Ramaphosa government has already forged better partnerships with Russia and Iran. South Africa's criminal case against Israel at the ICC has also irked the United States. As tensions with the new Trump administration grow, Ramaphosa has made it clear that his approach is going to be defiant. How will it impact South Africa? Now, for more on this, we have with us Mbato Mge, a political analyst who is joining us live from Johannesburg. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Alison, for having me, and good afternoon to the viewers.
Mbato, what are the key factors driving the current strain between the US and South Africa, and how much of it stems from Pretoria's foreign policy choices, particularly its stance on global conflicts and alliances?
So I think even before discussing the current contentious issue, it's important to give just a bit of context in terms of South Africa's historic relations with the USA. Now, post 1994, the USA played a very important role in terms of, pivoting South Africa in the international in international affairs, that is. Now, South Africa, well, the USA rather, is South Africa's second biggest trading partner, and this plays a very important role in terms of funding fiscal deficits. Post 1994, the USA and South Africa have formed very strategic, multifaceted strategic partnerships that span across different sectors: security, energy, health, and so forth. And like I mentioned, the USA has sponsored South Africa's increased visibility in international affairs. Now, I mentioned that in the sense that in the USA playing an important role in increasing South Africa's visibility in international affairs, both regionally and internationally, the assumed agreement was perhaps, the move to strengthen democracy across the continent and within the world. However, even in 1994, South Africa and USA did not necessarily agree on a wide range of matters, especially in terms from a geopolitical perspective. Now, with that in mind, there are various issues that span before even Trump's presidency. We saw right now the current contentious issue is the land expropriation bill. Like you mentioned, Trump has criticized this, and he also stated that the USA will cut off all future funding from South Africa until further investigation into the issue is completed. We see now with the decision for Marco Rubio to snub the G20 that will be hosted later on in this month in South Africa, and the issue of AGOA. Prior to this, we saw, the contentious issue around Lady R, and that is, the USA was dissatisfied with South Africa's decision to allow the US-sanctioned Russian cargo ship in Lady R. Like you mentioned, South Africa strengthened relations with what the USA deems as its enemies, China, Russia, and Iran. South Africa has this call for increased South-South and increased participation of the Global South in the international affairs and arena has not sat well with the USA, and the USA deems this as a threat to its national interests and security.
Right, Mabatho. Now, how significant is the US decision to boycott the G20 talks? As you mentioned there, Rubio deciding to boycott this, of course, being hosted by South Africa this month. What impact could this have on South Africa's role in multilateral diplomacy and global economic discussions?
From an economic perspective, this will have both immediate, short and long-term consequences for South Africa. We've already seen talks about, uncertainty about South Africa's membership in AGOA. We hear about threats to withhold any future aid and funding to South Africa by the USA. So from an economic perspective, this will have ramifications. And this is also a very overt position that the USA is making to South Africa to say that we are no longer willing to necessarily negotiate with you, but we are taking an assertive step in terms of where we stand with South Africa, which is somewhat forcing South Africa to take a position. Now, Ramaphosa's statement yesterday in terms of saying we will not be bullied is his response to the very hard stance that the USA and the Trump administration has taken. From a political perspective, South Africa holds a very unique position in international affairs in the sense that it holds multiple identities. It has a strategic position and strength from a regional perspective. It has, over the years, strengthened its South-South relations, and it has also historically had South-West relations. So from a political perspective, this may possibly force South Africa to move to alternative emerging and middle powers. And as to how the USA responds to this, it's not only South Africa that stands to lose, but the USA as well. With like I mentioned earlier on, South Africa has been a strategic partner for the USA, especially in terms of the USA asserting its mission from a regional perspective. So the USA also has a lot to lose, perhaps not economically or as much economically, but politically within the continent, that is.
Right. Well, that's it. Thank you very much for being with us on Firstpost Africa and for your analysis and valued insights.
Thank you.
Shifting focus to the Democratic Republic of Congo, where Rwanda-backed M23 rebels continue their advance after violating a ceasefire they declared unilaterally. After making gains in the province of North Kivu, the M23 rebels are now advancing in the neighboring South Kivu province. Both of these provinces are a part of the DRC's mineral-rich east. As per reports, Congolese forces are now bracing for an assault at the town of Kavumu, which hosts the province's airport. Now, Kavumu is the last barrier before the provincial capital of Bukavu, which is some 30 kilometers away. Earlier, the rebels, along with their Rwandan allies, seized the South Kivu mining town of Nyabibwe. Now, this violated the ceasefire they declared after seizing the North Kivu's capital, Goma. In the captured city of Goma, rebels are now trying to shore up public support. They held a rally at a city stadium attended by hundreds of residents, and they tried to assure people that they are safe under their rule. They also presented new administrators that they have appointed for areas that they have seized. Now, the alliance leader, who was once President Felix Tshisekedi's ally, told the crowd that the city had been liberated and sanitized. He reiterated his vow to march toward the capital of Kinshasa.
We have come to work for the people. We are not here to steal. Those who stole from you have fled. The thieves are in Kinshasa. They stole from us through the taxes, these daily liars. So we ask you, as you are already freed, would you like us to stay in Goma? No. Where do you want us to go? Kinshasa. Where should we continue to? Kinshasa.
Several Goma residents attended the first public rally organized by the M23, while many are living in fear, hoping to know how things will turn out under the M23 rule.
The reason I am attending this first speech is because it concerns Congo. We know very well that the city of Goma was administered by the Congolese public authority. This time, that is not the case. There is the presence of M23 fighters occupying the city, and with this change, as a citizen, I cannot miss this opportunity to understand and highlight what is happening in my country.
Goma was captured by the M23 rebels in 2012 as well, for a short time before being defeated by the DRC army. However, this time they are eyeing political power. Rwanda has been accused of providing the rebels with military support and also using them to gain control of the DRC's precious minerals. As per the United Nations, around 3,000 people have been killed in the most recent days of clashes. These include foreign peacekeeping troops from various nations, which has risked the crisis spilling into a regional conflict. In the latest, 3 Swiss aid workers have also been killed during a mission in North Kivu province. The latest escalation comes as the DRC President Felix Tshisekedi prepares to attend a joint summit to African leaders in Tanzania with his Rwandan counterpart Paul Kagame tomorrow. So far, diplomacy has failed to solve the crisis in the DRC's east. Will it work this time? We will keep you posted. Let us now shift our focus to Nigeria, where a committee of lawmakers have proposed a controversial legislation. The government wants to create 31 new states across the West African country, taking the total number of states to 67. This is to address the growing demands of improving the economy and administrative efficiency in certain regions. However, the legislative move has been met with criticism. Experts believe that creating 31 new states would worsen the financial woes of Nigeria. Our next report gets you the details.
In the West African country of Nigeria, lawmakers have finally paid heed to a long-standing demand of the population, that of providing greater representation and regional autonomy. In a controversial legislative move, Nigeria's House of Representatives Committee on Constitution Review has recommended creating 31 new states across the country. This would increase the number of states in the country to 67 from 36, a significant restructuring of Nigeria's federal system. The committee has proposed creating 6 new states in the north-central part of Nigeria from Benue and Kogi provinces. Then it recommended the creation of the Federal Capital Territory of Abuja as a state. In the northeast, 4 states are to be created from Adamawa, Bauchi, Borno and Taraba provinces. In the northwest, the committee has proposed creating 5 states from Kaduna, Kano and Kebbi provinces. In the southeast, it has proposed carving out another 5 states, some of which will be from Enugu, Imo and Abia states. In the southwest, 6 states are to be carved out from Delta, Edo, Ondo, Oyo, Lagos, Ogun and Osun provinces. And in Nigeria's south, 4 states are to be created from the Cross River, Delta, Rivers and Akwa Ibom provinces. Now, Nigeria has undergone several state creation exercises since its independence. Most of them have been either to bring governance closer to the people or to address administrative challenges. In this case, the demand from ethnic and political groups was primarily for greater economic benefits and better representation. And the committee considered that while proposing the creation. Still, the committee's proposal was met with criticism and turned into a controversy. Experts have cautioned that additional states would come with immense fiscal and administrative costs that could exacerbate Nigeria's financial woes. Additionally, they've argued that the existing revenue-sharing formula is inadequate to meet the demands of such a restructured federation. Moreover, the legislative move immediately drew the attention of social media users in Nigeria, who were quick to comment that Nigeria was creating more problems for itself. Some users said that the discussion should have been on merging existing non-viable states, while others questioned the government on whether it had the resources to fund additional senators. For now, the proposal is still under discussion. It needs at least 2/3 majority in both chambers of the National Assembly and President Bola Tinubu's signature, as well as endorsements from the state legislatures and local governments in order to be implemented. Experts believe that building consensus will be difficult due to competing interests. The question now is, will Nigeria restructure its federal system once again?
And now turning our attention to East Africa, where Kenyan President William Ruto has once again found himself at the center of a controversy. President Ruto is facing public outrage over his orders to renovate the State House, which is the official residence of the country's head of state. Ruto is also under fire for spending billions of Kenyan shillings on renovating state lodges across major cities in the East African country, at a time when public buildings and schools are falling apart. Many Kenyans are criticizing Ruto for refurbishing the State House at the wrong time. The population is suffering economically, while some are not even able to afford quality healthcare and services. In such a scenario, renovations are a misplaced priority for Ruto's administration. Now, they have also argued that the president had committed to implementing austerity measures aimed at reducing government expenditure last year during the Gen Z protests that rejected his financial bill. But in spite of those assurances, renovations of the State House and several lodges have continued at a hefty budget. Now, the Architectural Association of Kenya has also expressed its deep concerns over the renovation of the State House. They believe that while renovations may be necessary, it is crucial to maintain the architectural integrity of such buildings, which has not been done. The association has also said the refurbishment of the exterior of the State House, especially the replacement of the iconic red roofing tiles, has made the building almost unrecognizable. The association has further added that public buildings and other key national structures requiring renovation should be listed by the National Museums of Kenya and subjected to public scrutiny before any work begins. Now, the State House is a 118-year-old building located in the capital city of Nairobi. The building had been the residence of the 17 colonial governors that once ruled Kenya under the British Empire. It is also the same building from which all 5 of Kenya's presidents have governed the country for the past 60 years. Buildings in the State House has been reportedly under renovation since 2015, with the works expected to be completed by June of 2027. Now, according to the records presented to the Kenyan Parliament mid-last year, the refurbishment that covers the State House and the state lodges are reportedly expected to cost 1.5 billion Kenyan shillings, or $11.6 million. Interestingly, the State House alone has undergone renovations worth 775 million Kenyan shillings, or $6 million as of September 2024, out of a total budget of 1.7 billion Kenyan shillings, or over $13 million. The government has defended this budget by saying that renovations are necessary and long overdue, as the building had reached a quote-unquote point of shame because of the excessive leakages and deteriorating condition. The Ruto administration has also dismissed claims that the expenditure amounted to an extravagant refurbishment of the residences. But still, the criticism has continued, especially after President Ruto provided a rare glimpse into the ongoing renovations of the State House during the reception of the Guinea-Bissau President Umaro Sissoko's Imbalos later last month. Now, will the Ruto government pay heed to the criticism and stop the renovations, which are coming in at an economically difficult time for Kenya? And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again at the same time on Monday. Thank you for watching. Have a great weekend, and goodbye.